At the beginning of Shushingin's change of job, he caused division, and people talked about it for a while. The emergence of Earth Knights in the human race is not a trivial matter. But after that, Shurshingen disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Shurshingen kept his name incognito and practiced alone. In this copy of the Godstone, he finally reappeared. The Godstone dungeon does not look at the level. Everyone will face their own challenges when entering, which is extremely fair. Shurshingen went all the way through the barriers, showing the strength of the Earth Knight to the fullest. In the end, he scored 95 points, the same as Shu Han, tying the highest record except Lin Moyu. The record created by Lin Moyu has been considered a miracle, and it will not be compared by others. It is meaningless. In most people's minds, the highest record is still 95 points. Lin Moyu didn't care about this. After he left, he went to the Kunlun Mountains again. The copy of the Kunlun Shrine is still his best choice for leveling. Brush to level 60 in the first dungeon, and then go to the middle dungeon located in the mid-mountain. That's what Lin Moyu planned, and now he has 4 high-level cooling amulets on hand, enough for him to brush 200 times. No problem getting to level 58. After 200 brushes, go to Meng Anwen to replenish the energy of the advanced cooling talisman. It is not easy to make high-level cooling talismans, and generally only those who are truly top-notch can have them. Energy replenishment is also not easy, requiring a lot of material consumption. It's just that these materials are not difficult for Meng Anwen to obtain. Especially Lin Moyu gave Meng Anwen a lot of 340 poisonous dragon vertebrae, and Meng Anwen could exchange a lot of materials with these vertebrae. The consumption of mere supplementary energy is no longer worth mentioning. It was cold and windy, and the snow was flying. The scene of the Kunlun Mountains remains unchanged throughout the year, and I don't know how many years it has lasted. The area where Lin Moyu and Kunlun Snow God fought before was covered by snow long ago, sweeping away all traces. If it hadn't been witnessed by many people at that time, it would be impossible to imagine such a big battle. Thick white snow will bury time and erase history. People on the road are still coming and going, and there are still many people going to the Kunlun Mountains. Lin Moyu did not follow the crowd this time, and flew directly to the entrance of the Kunlun Shrine at the foot of the mountain, and began to brush the book nonstop. Once every half an hour, the speed is extremely stable. About 1.3% experience each time. He is now at 13% experience, and he still needs to brush 66 times to upgrade to a level. Once Lin Moyu starts brushing the book, the serious and crazy appearance will scare anyone who sees it. In the abyss, the flames of the Demon Emperor's palace were blazing. The Succubus King was standing respectfully outside the Demon Emperor's palace. The Demon Emperor's ethereal voice came out slowly. "You said that Meng Anwen of the human race is carrying out a secret plan?" The Succubus King respectfully saluted the Demon Emperor. According to the information obtained recently, Meng Anwen should be setting up a formation. This formation covers a very large area, almost covering the entire Shenzhen Empire. Every time Meng Anwen arranges, ACFI, the military will take over the management. I have already asked people from the Demon Worship Association to inquire, and there is no further news for the time being. 17. The flames danced, and the Demon Emperor seemed to be lost in thought, and did not answer. The Succubus King lowered his head, not daring to look up, waiting for orders. After a while, the Demon Emperor said calmly, "Meng Anwen is the only alchemy formation double god level in the human race. He has a very high status in the human race, and half of the military is in his hands. Some time ago, together with Bai Yuan, he cleaned up your Demon Worship Association, and your Demon Worship Association became fat and disabled because of this. You used to be too high profile. You thought you controlled several high-level people in the human race, so you thought Meng Anwen and the others couldn't touch you." The Demon Emperor's voice was calm, and it fell into the Succubus King's ears, but it made her tremble all over. The Demon Emperor continued, "Now that Meng Anwen has made a move, your half-disabled demon worshipper can't even find out what he's doing. What's the use of keeping such a waste thing?" The Succubus King was so frightened that he half kneeled in the air, not daring to speak. In the Abyss world, the Demon Emperor is supreme. At this time, a black crystal ball flew out from the Demon Palace and landed in the hands of the Succubus King. Take this crystal ball to the human race, as close as possible to the formation formed by Ming Anwen, and then activate the crystal ball. I want you to do it yourself, understand? The Succubus King trembled all over, fearful and sincere. This subordinate understands. Go! After the Succubus King left, the Demon Palace regained its tranquility. The huge Demon Emperor's palace has been silent for most of the countless years. A figure appeared in the palace, and the flames pulled out a slender shadow. A face indescribable was reflected in the flames. Di Huang, what the hell are you humans doing? The Di Huang in its mouth is the only half-step super-god level powerhouse in the human race. He was also the old man Ming Anwen and Bai Yuan talked about. The Succubus King took the Demon Emperor's crystal ball and left the Demon Palace, feeling very uneasy. It originally didn't want to report to the Demon Emperor what happened in the human race. After all, even it didn't get the exact information, and didn't know what Ming Anwen was doing. But the Demon Emperor got the news from nowhere and summoned it directly. Facing the Demon Emperor's inquiry, the Succubus King dared not hide anything. Don't let me know which guy is telling the secret in front of the Demon King. This Demon King will definitely not let you go. The Succubus King thought about it in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on the surface. She didn't know what kind of function the Demon Emperor crystal in her hand had. In case the Demon Emperor crystal would record her performance and pass it on to the Demon Emperor. Now, it is going to the human world according to the order of the Demon Emperor. Naturally, it is impossible to go with its body, but with its avatar. There is a huge barrier between the abyssal demon and the human race. If its body goes to the human race, it will have to pay an unimaginable price. It's okay for the avatar in the past, although it has to pay some price, but it is still within its tolerance. The Demon Emperor let him go there in person. He didn't say to let his body go there in person. The avatar also goes there in person, right? The god-level powerhouses in the human race are not for display, and the avatar will never come back in all likelihood. The Succubus King hated the informer to death, and the loss this time would not be too small. I was gnashing my teeth in my heart, and a black light flashed in front of my eyes. The Black Sky Demon King appeared in sight. The Succubus King stopped. Haitian Demon King, what's the matter? Haitian Demon King said, I want to ask the Succubus King about Lin Moyu, a human race. The Succubus King has a demon worship society under his command, and she is the most well-informed about the news of the human race. The Succubus King rolled his eyes and showed a charming smile. Okay, but I just happened to be ordered by the Demon King to go to the human race. Haitian Demon King was slightly startled. Are you planning to go there in person? The Succubus King shook his head. Of course not. The price of the main body in the past was too high, and it was too dangerous. This Demon King can't afford it. Even if the Demon King only uses his avatar to go there, the price is still very distressing. Haitian Demon King understood Succubus King's meaning in seconds, and he generously took out an extremely black magic stone. There is still the fire of the abyss burning in the center of the magic stone. Magic stones are also divided into grades in the abyss, and the value of magic stones of different grades is naturally different. The magic stone that Haitian Demon King took out was of the highest quality and extremely high value. Haitian Demon King handed the top-grade magic stone to Succubus King. Please, Succubus King, this time I will go there with my avatar. The Succubus King took the top-quality magic stone with a smile. It's easy to say, you are too polite, Haitian Demon King. Half a day later, on an isolated island in the human world, a grand ceremony is taking place. There are hundreds of people on the island. More than a dozen of them form a circle. A black magic stone is burning in the center. The flame gradually spread and burned to them. All of them looked pious, and they looked at death as home, and let the flames burn without a trace of pain. Burn my soul, my body. Believe in my Lord and live forever. Sacrifice. The flames soared into the sky, and a dozen people were reduced to ashes in an instant. Amidst the flames, a space-time channel was opened. A charming laugh sounded, and the avatars of Succubus King and Haitian Demon King flew out from the spacetime channel. 12 lives is the price paid by the Succubus King. There are not many people worshipping the Demon Society now. The Succubus King still feels a little distressed by the dozen or so devout believers. Greetings, my lord. Everyone on the island knelt down and kowtowed to the Succubus King. Haitian Demon King sensed the direction. Thank you, Succubus King. The Succubus King smiled coquettishly. Haitian Devil King, be careful. Haitian Demon King nodded and said, last time I was just careless, this time Lin Moyu is not so lucky. Saying that, it turned into a black light and flew towards the distance. The Succubus King looked at the direction it was leaving, as if looking at an idiot. His face was full of disdain. The Succubus King has long made up his mind not to be an enemy of Lin Moyu. Haitian Demon King lost a god-level clone because of Lin Moyu. This loss is not small, and because of this, Haitian Demon King and Lin Moyu formed a life-and-death enmity. For so long, the Black Sky Demon King has been paying attention to Lin Moyu's information. This time, he seemed to have found out something, so he asked the Succubus King to bring him to the human world. It has no foundation in the human race, and if it wants to come to the human race, it can only turn to the Succubus King for help. The Succubus King used its followers in the Demon Worship Association to open the spacetime channel by offering sacrifices. The Succubus King enjoyed the worship of the believers for a while and got the latest information about Meng Anwen before leaving. Her figure is hidden above the sky, very concealed. It's not the first time to come to the human race world, and I know many things in the human race world, so it won't be like the Black Sky Demon King with a lot of fanfare. It still wants to go back alive, and bring this god-level clone back alive. Soon, it saw the nearest city, Haikau City. According to intelligence, Meng Anwen visited Haikau City 2 days ago. He stayed in Haikau City for a long time before leaving, and the place where he stayed was taken over by the army. From this point of view, Haikau City should be safe now. The Succubus King didn't want to disturb the god-level powerhouses in the human race, especially the god-level powerhouses in the Xinyuan Empire. Once entangled, it is difficult to get out. The Succubus King quickly found the place where Meng Anwen had been by following the sense of breath. There should have been some houses here, but now the houses have been filled in and troops are stationed around. The army defended tightly layer by layer, preventing anyone from approaching. The Succubus King's figure slowly disappeared and descended from the sky. According to the request of the Demon Emperor, it will bring the Demon Emperor's crystal ball to the place where Meng Anwen once stayed to activate it. With its strength, if you want to hide it wholeheartedly, unless you are a top expert, it will be difficult to find it. What kind of formation is this? She saw the formation arranged by Meng Anwen, which was very complicated and mysterious, and it could not understand the meaning. However, this formation method gave it an indescribable sense of vastness. It is conceivable that once the formation is activated, its power will be astonishing. Moreover, according to the information obtained, the formation formed by Meng Anwen will cover the entire Xinxia Empire. What the hell is he going to do? The Succubus King has always been a little jealous of Meng Anwen. Compared to Meng Anwen, the Succubus King is more willing to fight by a yuan. Meng Anwen is too deep to understand and understand. What do you want to do so much? Just do good things according to Lord Demon Emperor. The Succubus King realized that he was thinking too much. After landing while hiding his figure, he found a fairly secret corner and activated the Demon King's crystal ball. The Demon Emperor's crystal ball burned silently and finally turned into a faint flame that merged into the formation. It's done. It's a bit too simple. The Succubus King was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the matter to be completed so easily. It's almost unbelievable. Suddenly the formation lighted up, and a beam of light shot up into the sky, covering the Succubus King like a big bowl turned upside down. The Succubus King's face became extremely ugly. Damn it, I know it's not that simple. A tall tower appeared in the air. The Succubus King looked at the tower and gritted his teeth. Gotcha. Meng Anwen, you are waiting for me. Meng Anwen's figure appeared in front of Xinxiata. Succubus King, you think too highly of yourself. Ming has long expected that you abyssal bastards will not be peaceful, so he added a warning method to each formation. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to hook you up instead of coming. Ming Anwen just fiddled with the formation, just in case. The guards are not only the abyssal demons, but also some restless guys in the human race. Shenxiata has an amazing teleportation ability. With Shenxiata, for Ming Anwen, no matter where he goes, he can reach it in an instant. He can defend all formation nodes by himself. The Succubus King suddenly showed a charming smile. This king is just here to see. You and this king tell me what you are doing so violently. Ming Anwen chuckled. I told you, but you wouldn't understand. I'm still busy, so I won't keep you any longer, and I'll send you away. What Ming Anwen said about sending it away was not really sending it away, but kill it. A ray of light shot out from the tip of Shenxia Tower, interweaving into a murderous formation in the air. At the same time, the formations on the ground were also roaring, intertwined with each other for a while, and the killing intent was soaring. The Succubus King's face changed drastically. He knew that today this god-level avatar might have to confess here. Even if it arrived, it might not be able to please Ming Anwen. What's more, what comes now is just a clone, calculated according to the combat power of the human race. It has just reached level 90. How can this kind of strength compete with Ming Anwen? However, the Succubus King couldn't just give up. It was bursting with raging flames. Believe it or not, I blew up this clone, and no one in Haikao City will survive. The god Xiata buzzed, and it instantly magnified. For a time, the Shenxia Pagoda was hundreds of meters high, and the pagoda stood up to the sky, and layers of halos hanging from the tower enveloped the entire station. The entire residence seems to have entered another space, completely disconnected from the outside world. You have no chance. Ming Anwen shook his head slightly. The god Xiata sealed off the space. Even if the Succubus King blew himself up inside, he would not be able to hurt a single hair of Haikao City. The Succubus King's face became extremely ugly, and he once again saw Ming Anwen's difficulty. He would rather deal with Bai Yuan than run into Ming Anwen. The formation roared, and beams of light shot out from the formation, turning into countless sharp blades and stabbing the Succubus King. Flames rushed out of Succubus King's body, and the fire of the abyss was burning blazingly. But no matter how hard it tried, the formation stood still. On the contrary, it was the attack of the formation, which quickly extinguished the fire of the abyss. The Succubus King showed despair on his face. He knew that this clone was over. The fire of the abyss has been beaten to the point of being almost extinguished, and it can't last for another 2 seconds. Suddenly, his ears twitched twice, and his face showed joy. Zero looking for flowers. In the formation, a black flame flew out from the ground and landed on its hand. The Demon Emperor Crystal reappeared in its hands, and the flames of the abyss on the Demon Emperor Crystal soared into the sky, protecting the Succubus King and blocking Ming Anwen's attack. Huh! Ming Anwen was slightly surprised. In the flames, a phantom appeared. The phantom is slender, and you can't see the real appearance clearly, but you can feel the extraordinary breath. The moment the phantom appeared, the formation collapsed like glass. Su-Ying looked up at Xiata and pointed out. With a loud bang, the gigantic god Xiata flew upside down, and Ming Anwen trembled all over, flying upside down uncontrollably. Go! Su-Ying yelled at the Succubus King. The Succubus King flew towards the distance without any hesitation. I want to go. Ming Anwen yelled softly, and the controlling god Xiata quickly chased after him. Although the phantom's blow just now was very shocking, but Ming Anwen could also tell that the opponent was water without a source, and such attacks would only be once or twice at most. The Succubus King fled quickly, and the phantom of the Demon King pointed at Ming Anwen again. Ming Anwen's expression changed, and he immediately blocked the god Xiata in front of him. With a bang, Shenxiata was knocked into the air again, along with Ming Anwen himself. Seeing this, the Succubus King was overjoyed, and the Demon King made a move, and its avatar could be saved. In the second attack, Ming Anwen felt like he was being shocked by electric shock, and the corners of Ming Anwen's mouth overflowed with blood. Seeing that the succubus king was about to disappear from sight, suddenly a beam of sword light shot from afar. The sword light pierced the sky for hundreds of miles in an instant, and the succubus king who was fleeing suddenly stopped. Then its body was torn apart, leaving only a ball of flame still burning in the air. The phantom in the flames roared, "Jiang Yi, you have come back to life." Meng Anwen was also taken aback for a moment, and murmured, "God of righteousness has really come back to life." He learned from Lin Moyu that Jiang Yi might be resurrected, but he also knew how difficult it was for Jiang Yi to be resurrected. Unexpectedly, he really resurrected, and so quickly. From this we can see how powerful the one in the ancient battlefield is. Even people who have been dead for hundreds of years are resurrected when they say they are resurrected. A sword appeared in the air, and this sword has a vast aura, spanning ancient and modern times. Meng Anwen recognized at a glance that it was a legendary sword with a top handle. It was the devil-slaying sword that Jiang Yi used back then. A voice came from the sword, "Demon Emperor, I haven't seen you for many years. Jiang misses me very much. When Jiang returns with a full body, he will come to visit the abyss." Immediately afterwards, the sword light tore through the world, cutting the phantom of the Demon Emperor into pieces. Meng Anwen flew over and said to the demon-killing sword, "When will God of righteousness return?" He had heard what both sides said just now, and knew that although Jiang Yi hadn't fully resurrected, he was coming soon. At least now Jiang Yi has controlled the demon execution sword, beheading the demon king across thousands of miles. Demon Slayer sword turned to Meng Anwen and uttered a clear sword chant, "Hurry up. You are very good. Human race has you, so I am at ease." After saying that, the Devil Slayer sword turned into a beam of sword light and instantly went away to Yi. The sky was blue again. Meng Anwen stood in the sky. Behind him was the slowly rotating god Shada. Demon Emperor, Jiang Yi. Both are strong. Meng Anwen clenched his fists. As a level 95 god-level powerhouse, he has always stood at the peak of the god-level powerhouses of the human race. Above him, only Wei Di Huang from Chuang Theological Seminary can hold him down. Having enjoyed the invincible sunshine for many years, Meng Anwen has almost forgotten the taste of failure. But today, the Demon Emperor and Jiang Yi taught him a good lesson. No matter which of the two is strong, the Demon Emperor can defeat himself with just a phantom, 2 fingers like a source of water. Jiang Yi hadn't even been fully resurrected yet. Relying on a Demon Slayer sword, he directly killed the god-level clone of the Succubus King and the phantom of the Demon Emperor from a distance of thousands of miles. No matter who the two are, they are much more deceitful than themselves. Meng Anwen's fighting spirit, which had not been burned for a long time, was aroused at this moment. Meng Anwen clenched his fists, without any bold words, but silently swore in his heart. He, Meng Anwen, was never weaker than others. Since it is insufficient, then catch up. At this moment, Meng Anwen's fighting spirit burned 073 as if he had returned to the time when he was 20 years old. There is no obstacle in the world that can stop you. Lin Moyu just completed a copy. In less than 3 days, he had reached level 58. Compared with ordinary professionals, this kind of upgrade speed is really too fast. As long as the cooling times are sufficient, you can upgrade to a level in less than 2 days. It's a pity that the 4 high-level cooling talismans have a total of 200 cooling times, and now there are only less than 30 times left. It's not enough to support his promotion to level 59. After brushing, go back to the teacher to replenish the energy of the cooling amulet, and come back to brush for 2 days and you should be able to reach level 60. At that time, you can master some new skills. I don't know what the skill at level 60 will be. With a glimmer of expectation, Lin Moyu entered the dungeon again. It was still half an hour, and the time for Lin Moyu to refresh the dungeon was unusually stable. Although it is very boring, Lin Moyu feels very satisfied seeing the rising experience points. When he finished brushing the dungeon again, he suddenly smelled a bloody smell. The sky darkened at some point, and screams came from my ears. A huge gun shadow smashed down in the air and slammed towards him. Lin Moyu's reaction was considered fast, but the gun shadow was even faster, and Lin Moyu was thrown flying before he could react in time. The snow in front of the dungeon was blown away, exposing the frozen land. The bone armor exploded and did not block it for half a second. In the summoning space, the undead army was injured one after another. God-level attack. The breath of the abyss is the Devil King. Lin Moyu's reaction was quick, and he immediately judged who was attacking him. He was still flying backwards, and the second round of attacks had fallen. At this time, the lights around Lin Moyu flickered, and the undead army was dispatched. Lich General's Legion healing technique flickers non-stop, healing the undead legion. The second gun shadow hit Lin Moyu accurately, and the speed was too fast, Lin Moyu couldn't dodge at all. The huge damage was transferred to the undead army. Fortunately, Lin Moyu released the undead army. Under the treatment of General Lich, the undead army survived the attack. Then the undead army dispersed quickly to avoid group attacks. The third spear's shadow fell, faster than the first two. The three gun shadows at the front and back attacked continuously, and the time was less than half a second. The opponent's attack speed was too fast, but fortunately Lin Moyu reacted fast enough. If the undead army was not released in time, Lin Moyu even felt that he would be instantly killed. Comparing the Kunlun snow god in his mind, Lin Moyu is very sure that the devil he encountered this time is stronger. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the entrance of the dungeon, and there were corpses everywhere. A huge barrier enveloped the world, forming a dark abyss world. The moment Lin Moyu saw the corpse of the human race, he was furious, and his murderous intent spread instantly. Finally, in the gap between the fall of the third gun shadow, he saw the appearance of the enemy. A gigantic demon king 10 meters high, with huge wings spread out to cover the sky and the sun, with a diameter of more than 30 meters. He held a huge musket burning with the fire of the abyss in his hand, and the gun shadow was shot from this musket. Lin Moyu recognized the other party's identity at a glance. The Black Sky Demon King is also an extremely powerful one among the many demon kings in the abyss. But Lin Moyu could also tell that what came this time was not the main body, but its avatar. Everyone knows that after nearly 1,000 years of hard work by the human race, it has been very difficult for the Abyss Demon King to come to terms with it. Even if they really came after paying a huge price, the god-level powerhouses in the human race can respond quickly. The avatar came over, around level 90 to 91. It can be played. At this time, it was holding a musket, and the tip of the gun was aimed at itself, and another gun shadow fell. There's no end. Lin Moyu roared violently. The origin rune on the back of the right hand gleamed. Joint Force the skill was activated, and Lin Moyu's attributes were instantly pushed to the peak at this time. Lin Moyu was startled when he felt the enormous power constantly surging through his body. His attributes have become stronger. The limit of each attribute is broken. Instead of 1 million points, it reached 1.5 million. And Terry said that the limit of attributes is determined by both body and soul. A copy of the Godstone made his soul greatly strengthened, making it more condensed than before. Although the physical body has not changed much, it also breaks through the upper limit of belonging. The flames danced on the left hand. Skill, Soul Flame. In addition to the power of the Soul Flame determined by the skill level, part of the power is determined by Lin Moyu's spiritual power attribute. Now the 1.5 million mental power attribute casts this skill, and its power is several times higher than usual. The Haitian Demon King suddenly let out a scream, and the momentum of the attack was also interrupted. The Demon King will kill you. Haitian Demon King roared angrily, and it fought towards Lin Moyu with restraint. The huge demon body turned into a black light, rushing down like a meteor. Well done. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the Strength Soldier's skill on the back of his left hand exploded. The damage of the Soul Flame has increased again, 500% higher than last time. Another spark fell on Haitian Demon King's forehead. The Black Sky Demon King is full of black air, and the fire of the abyss is filling the sky and the earth. He grinned grinningly. It's useless, I still want to use Soul Attack on this Demon King, just dreaming. The soul in its body was also wrapped in black air, forming a protective layer that blocked Lin Moyu's soul flame. Blocked, but not completely blocked. It is an avatar rather than a main body. The power of the soul in the body is not strong, and the defense power is not too strong either. With the attributes reaching 1.5 million and the Strength Soldier skill increasing the damage by 500%, its soul defense only blocked part of the attack. Severe pain swept across the body again. The Black Sky Demon King's grim smile was interrupted, and his movements were deformed by the severe pain. Even the devil, the pain of the soul is still unbearable. Lin Moyu moved at the moment when the soul flame erupted. The curse of aging, the poisonous star burst did not fall, and the three skills were thrown at the same time. The elemental lich appeared on the body, thunder and lightning, and the undead army launched an attack at the same time. Among them, the strongest skeleton berserker swung his axe to explode his skills. Go away! Black Sky Magic Gun. The Black Sky Demon Spear exploded amid the roar, and the black flame gun in his hand waved. Countless gun shadows appeared in the air. The world that was originally covered by the enchantment was already dark enough, but now it has become even darker, and you can't see your fingers. Tens of thousands of gun shadows flickered in the dark night, and all the skeleton berserkers who had just charged were blown away. The elemental explosion roared, bringing out a little bit of light. A red light flashed in Lin Moyu's hand, and a flame lich with flames all over his body appeared. The raging flames entangled with Haitian of Haitian Demon King, reflecting a strange world. The flame lich rushed towards the Haitian Demon King with a flash of fire. The Haitian Demon King sensed the god-level flames on Lai Lich's body, and the spear shadows turned around, and densely packed spear shadows appeared to block it. With a loud bang of 2.2, the flame lich exploded. Terrible flames swept out, and the Haitian Demon King was blown back on the spot. Lin Moyu felt a little pain in his heart, and many skeletons were also blown away. The explosion was so powerful that it exceeded the skeleton's tolerance limit. As long as the limit is exceeded, the full connection talent will lose its effect. Lin Moyu felt at first that this was a shortcoming of the talent for comprehensive connection. Thinking about it later, sometimes the entire undead army can be saved with less loss. Whether there are shortcomings or not depends on how you use it. The Haitian Demon King was blown away, but was not injured, and came back again after being killed. A green light flashed in Lin Moyu's palm, and a poisonous lich created by the blood of the poisonous god appeared. Haitian Demon King's forward posture changed instantly, and he retreated crazily. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Black Sky Spear C!" The barrier was full of gun shadows, turning into a sea of guns. The black fire spear kept hitting the undead army, and at the same time hit the poisonous lich. The poisonous lich was blown up by the gun shadow after only a few hundred meters, and exploded. Lin Moyu looked solemnly. Obviously the other party knew his skills. Lin Moyu's thoughts are like lightning, and his skills are not a big secret. But being known by the demons is still a minority. Lin Moyu looked at the appearance of Haitian Demon King, and suddenly thought of something. "You are the unlucky one who was poisoned by me in the lower space." Lin Moyu's words seemed to have stimulated Haitian Demon King. The Haitian Demon King let out an angry roar, and the shadows of guns shot towards Lin Moyu. "Playing with guns, I will too." A spear also appeared in Lin Moyu's hand, a platinum-level spear. He waved his long spear to block the shadows of the spears in the sky, and charged towards the Black Sky Demon King. The Haitian Demon King laughed wildly. "You are a summoner, you actually use a gun." Lin Moyu didn't say a word, and he killed the berserkers with him. The target of the skeleton archmage's elemental explosion is no longer the Black Sky Demon King, but the Black Sky Demon Spear. The elemental explosion blasted the black fire lance away, opening the way for the skeleton berserker and Lin Moyu. The Haitian Demon King waved a long spear in his hand, and muskets appeared densely, especially a bigger and more terrifying musket appeared above its head, stabbing towards Lin Moyu. Boom! Lin Moyu swung his long gun and muskets collided. The huge force made Lin Moyu tremble all over, and he only took half a step back. The power attribute of 1.5 million makes his strength extremely terrifying, no less than those world bosses with more than 80 levels. Although it is still not as good as the Black Sky Demon King, it will not be blown away. Haitian Demon King kept laughing. Your strength is good, but you are not an 0-2 fighter, and you don't know skills. Strength alone is useless. Lin Moyu rushed up again without saying a word, and the Black Sky Demon King continued to attack, and suddenly his body went numb. At some point, a layer of white bones appeared on his body. Lin Moyu unknowingly used the bone prison, interrupting the movement of Haitian Demon King. But the bone prison can only limit it for half a second at most. The breath of Haitian Demon King's whole body soared, and the bone prison was about to shatter in an instant. At this time, another flame fell, and the Haitian Demon King uttered a cry of "For." The tried and tested Soul Flame made another contribution. Taking advantage of less than a second, Lin Moyu's speed suddenly increased, and he flew hundreds of meters in an instant to appear in front of the Black Sky Demon King. Then Lin Moyu put away the spear in his hand and hugged Haitian Demon King. Haitian Demon King is confused. Why does Lin Moyu hug himself? Then he saw all the skeletons retreating, and saw a green light with his eyes. Haitian Demon King instantly understood what Lin Moyu was going to do, and he began to struggle crazily. B***************, D, let me go. Let go of the devil. Its whole body was in flames, its wings turned into sharp blades and slapped Lin Moyu, and at the same time, the black fire spear flew out and pierced Lin Moyu's body. The damage transfer played a role. The Lich General had long been hiding away and began to heal frantically. All the attacks on Lin Moyu were diverted to the undead army. Lin Moyu at level 58, 38 undead legions, a total of 43,320 skeletons. 38 Lich Generals cast healing spells at the same time, and the light of the healing spells was so intense that it couldn't be melted away. The Haitian world, which is so dark that you can't see your fingers, is thus illuminated. Lin Moyu bears all the attacks, and the undead army shares all the damage. In the Julie state, with the support of 1.5 million physique, Lin Moyu's defense is amazing. No matter how frantically the Black Sky Devil King attacked, he couldn't get rid of Lin Moyu. You madman, you too will die. The green energy in Haitian Demon King's eyes became more and more intense, as if he saw the approach of death. Although it is only the clone of the Devil King, he is only 2 clones of the God-level Devil King in total. It is very difficult to create a God-level Demon King clone, and it needs to consume a lot of materials and a lot of time. One has been poisoned by Lin Moyu before, and now another one is about to be killed. Haitian Demon King was almost insane. Lin Moyu remained silent. A brand new poisonous lich had appeared beside the Black Sky Demon King. Under the terrified eyes of the Haitian Demon King, the poisonous lich rushed over, and then tightly entangled the Haitian Demon King. Crazy, you are crazy. Haitian Demon King screamed, rolling his body in the air, hoping to get rid of Lin Moyu and get rid of the damn poisonous lich. But all its efforts were in vain. Neither Lin Moyu nor Toxic Lich were thrown away. The highly poisonous lich exploded silently, and the poisonous gas quickly pervaded and devoured it. The madness of the Haitian Demon King stopped abruptly. He watched helplessly as his body was invaded by poisonous gas, and then quickly corroded. Then it saw Lin Moyu, and found that Lin Moyu was in the poison gas, and his hair was intact. That's impossible. Its voice trembled, and it found something incredible. Lin Moyu smiled. Nothing is impossible. 100% immune to poisonous elements, so Lin Moyu can completely fear poisonous gas. On this basis, Lin Moyu developed this almost rogue style of play. Use the huge attributes raised by the Joint Force skill to provide yourself with super defense. Then entangle the opponent in the form of stalking, and directly summon the poisonous lich. No matter how the opponent attacks, even if it is a god-level damage, with his 1.5 million super physique, coupled with the passive skill of damage transfer, he can completely withstand it. He thought very well, and in fact he did it perfectly. Seeing the Black Sky Demon King being corroded in the poisonous gas with his own eyes, Lin Moyu chuckled at the final unwilling eyes. Kill the Demon King clone, experience plus. General Star +1. The sergeant's badge shone brightly, and an illusory General Star emerged. Already a 3-star general, if he wants to become a 4-star general, he must kill 4 Demon Kings. Now I have killed another one, and there are still 3. With 90 billion experience, Lin Moyu's experience has risen a bit. Lin Moyu did some calculations, and after brushing the number of cooldowns of the cooling amulet, it can be upgraded to level 59. Haitian Demon King really looked like he was giving charcoal in a timely manner. Recalling the battle process just now, Lin Moyu said to himself, the effect is very good, but this style of play is a bit rogue. But I can't help it, who made it the Devil King, and I'm level 58. Lin Moyu said softly, flew out of the poisonous gas, and came to the other side of the dungeon. There are many people lying here, some of them are dead, and many are not dead and have been severely injured. Maybe the Black Sky Demon King didn't pay attention to them, and just came here at random. Lin Moyu asked the undead army to break the barrier, and at the same time sent a message to Bai Yuan, hoping that he would come as soon as possible, and that he would come with Zhu Qinglu. The few people who haven't died are also broken, and they need God-level therapists. Bai Yuan should be with Zhu Qinglu. With Zhu Qinglu around, these people can be rescued as long as they have one breath. The barrier was broken, and a lot of voices came in. What happened? Why did the enchantment suddenly appear just now? Is it the devil coming? What's going on? Why so many people died? God, someone got hurt. Lin Moyu looked at the noise outside the barrier, and roared, "Shut up!" His voice overwhelmed everyone, and the undead army rushed back at this time, and the skeletons stared at everyone, creepy. 113. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, therapists came out and treated the wounded immediately. Who are you? Why listen to you? Someone who didn't know Lin Moyu shouted loudly. Shut up, that's General Lin. Someone immediately scolded him. Many people still recognized Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu shouted again, God ordered all healers to come out and treat the wounded. This time, more than a dozen therapists ran over to treat the wounded. Rays of light full of vitality lit up, but the healing effect was very bad, because they were injured by the Devil King, and the wounds were entangled with devil energy. The effect of the healing technique is not clear, and even the bleeding is difficult to stop. Lin Moyu said, don't stop the treatment, before the God-level therapist arrives, their lives are in their hands. In your hands, don't stop. Obey. Several therapists continued to treat nonstop, and Lin Moyu's words were the highest order at this time, and no one dared not to listen. Someone asked, General Lin, what happened just now? Lin Moyu said, the God-level avatar of Haitian Demon King has arrived here. Haitian Demon King, the middle-level Demon King in the Abyss world. It turned out to be his God-level avatar, and his God-level avatar must be at least level 90. Someone exclaimed, the Black Sky Demon King is quite famous, and many people know about it. There are not many middle-level Devil Kings, and Haitian Devil King is one of them. Everyone was shocked by Lin Moyu's combat power. Lin Moyu's record was so brilliant, it was like a miracle. People can also see that the badge of the God General on Lin Moyu's shoulder is still shining, and the purple is dazzling. The therapists worked harder and did not dare to be lazy. No matter what, we must save the lives of these people. Not long after Lin Moyu's news was sent out, only 10 minutes later, a huge aura appeared in Coincheng. Lin Moyu sensed it immediately, and said loudly, hold on a little longer. High-intensity uninterrupted treatment puts a lot of pressure on the therapists present. Even if it is a dungeon, it is impossible to heal without panting in one breath. There is always a time to rest. Even if you are playing boss, if there are multiple healers in the team, they will take turns. Unlike now, under Lin Moyu's request, the therapist couldn't stop at all. In just 10 minutes, their potential was almost exhausted, and their mental power was quickly consumed. Several people had already taken out the spirit potion and drank it, barely sustaining it. Under Lin Moyu's gaze, they dare not be lazy. The huge aura swept from afar with a large amount of wind and snow. No matter how fast a god-level powerhouse is on the road with all his strength, the distance from Kuancheng to here is hundreds of kilometers in less than half a minute. Like a shockwave flashed through the air, the snow on the ground was blown up. Bai Yuan and Zhu Qinglu appeared in the air at the same time, and then quickly descended. Without saying a word, Zhu Qinglu pointed her finger. A pure white holy light descended from the sky with a vast breath of life. The rays of light from the original therapists were like child's play in front of this holy light. The therapists looked at Zhu Qinglu falling from the sky with admiration. This is their idol and their goal. When Zhu Qinglu arrived, Lin Moyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Under the illumination of the holy light, a large amount of black energy was expelled from the bodies of the dozens of people below. Once the breath of the abyss was driven away and the power of the Devil King disappeared, they began to recover quickly. The magic of the god-level healing technique began to show, and the wounds of the broken arms and legs began to squirm, as if something was about to be reborn. At this time, the holy light changed again, and Zhu Qinglu activated the second skill. Lin Moyu felt a powerful breath of life, which was sweeping from all directions together with the wind and snow. The breath of life comes from all directions, from the forest land, and from every living body with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The god-level skill of the god-level therapist, rebirth of severed limbs. With this skill, except for the head being lost, it cannot be reborn, even if only half of the body is left. As long as it is still alive, it can grow back. All the therapists had stars in their eyes and were extremely excited. This is also the most enviable and longed-for magic skill as a therapist. But Lin Moyu is much calmer. He has seen the technique of resurrection in the copy of the Godstone. The dead can be resurrected, not to mention the rebirth of severed limbs. There is also Antares. Antares can use it to revive Jiang Yi, an existence with only a soul left, which is equally miraculous. In comparison, the rebirth of Zhu Qingliu's severed limb seems not so unusual. Seeing that the situation has stabilized, Bai Yuan came to Lin Moyu. What happened? Lin Moyu glanced at the sky. Bai Yuan understood, and the two flew high into the sky. Some conversations, silent words do not want others to hear. Lin Moyu said in the cold wind, "It's the Haitian Devil King of the Abyss, and one of his god-level clones came to kill me. These people are just unlucky and have become scapegoats." Bai Yuan looked down and saw the corpse that was about to be buried by the wind and snow. "I'll take care of these things. Are you okay?" Lin Moyu shook his head and said it was all right. He was also looking at the corpses on the ground. These people died because of him, and he felt very sorry. They are all implicated by themselves, and they are responsible for their deaths. Bai Yuan sighed. "Don't think too much about it. The battle between us and the devil has not been a year or two, and this kind of thing happens from time to time. If it is really innocent, when the devil slaughters the city, those civilians are innocent." Lin Moyu understood the truth, and said in a low voice, "This is the second god-level avatar of Haitian Demon King. The first god-level avatar was accidentally poisoned by me when it was in the lower space." Bai Yuan understood that the hatred between the two had been condensed. Haitian Demon King is relatively low-key. I didn't expect to be so impulsive. Medium-level Demon King, there are only 2 god-level avatars in total, and you have killed them. I am probably going to die of anger. Lin Moyu said, "If I have the chance, I want to go to the abyss." Lin Moyu's words surprised Bai Yuan. He didn't expect Lin Moyu to have such an idea. It can be described as audacious. "The last time I went to Abyss World, it was because of an accident." Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu wanted to take the initiative to go there. As for what Lin Moyu wanted to do, he knew it all too well. At this time, there was a roar in the air, and the god Shada suddenly appeared. Bai Yuan grinned. "What's going on?" Meng Anwen appeared in front of Shinshata, glanced down, with a slightly serious expression. "Which Demon King is coming?" Lin Moyu recounted what happened before. Bai Yuan asked, "Aren't you busy setting up formations? Why are you here?" Meng Anwen said, "The avatar of the Succubus King came before, with a wisp of the Demon King's will. Bai Yuan was shocked suddenly. I'll go. The demon emperors will has come. Are you okay? Can I still stand here if I have something to do? Meng Anwen glared at Bai Yuan, wondering if this guy could speak. Bai Yuan laughed and said, that's right, you have got Xiata. As long as the demon emperor doesn't come in person, it shouldn't hurt you. Meng Anwen snorted softly, you underestimated the demon emperor, but you also underestimated me. Bai Yuan's expression changed slightly. From Meng Anwen's words, he heard different information. The tone became a little serious. Warcraft is so strong? Meng Anwen hummed, very strong, stronger than we thought. If the demon emperor is stronger than they imagined, then the human race emperor Di Huang, who is also a half-step super god, must also be stronger than they imagined. Bai Yuan couldn't help sighing softly. It seems that if you don't reach that step, you can't guess. What happened after that? Meng Anwen said, no matter how strong the demon emperor is, it is just a ray of consciousness, a source of water, but I can't stop it from escaping. Later, Jiang Yi arrived, or to be precise, his demon slayer sword arrived. Jiang Yi used the demon slayer sword to kill the god-level clone of the succubus king thousands of miles away, and at the same time killed the demon emperor's will. Bai Yuan exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Yi has come back to life? Not yet. Meng Anwen shook his head, and added another sentence, but it's coming soon. That person is really unpredictable. This world is too wonderful. Bai Yuan sighed again and again. Lin Moyu agrees with this sentence very much. Only when you truly understand the depth of this world, can you know how wonderful this world is. Countless secrets are hidden in it, and it is worth exploring constantly. Meng Anwen said, I felt another aura from the succubus king, knowing that this time the succubus king did not come alone. I guess another demon king should have come to find Xiaoyu, as long as Xiaoyu is fine. Then he looked at Bai Yuan again. At the same time, I also want to tell you that we are too weak. If we really face the demon emperor, we will have no power to resist. Bai Yuan looked solemnly at this moment. I understand. It is rare for Meng Anwen to speak so solemnly, and Yin Yuan understands the reason. To become stronger, not only Lin Moyu needs to continue to grow, but they also need to continue to grow stronger. Too long to live in ease. Indeed, in the past few decades, we have lived so comfortably that we have almost forgotten the desire to strive for strength. In this regard, Lao Yin has done better than us. It's rare for Bai Yuan not to refute. Yin Quanqing lives alone in the bloody place, constantly tempering. From a certain aspect, it has indeed surpassed the two of them. Meng Anwen said, I've thought about it. This time the soul melting formation is an opportunity. I want to be selfish. Bai Yuan raised his eyebrows. Okay, what do you want to do? Well. Meng Anwen roughly said what was on his mind. Meng Anwen prepared an astonishing plan. This plan is not small. It may kill people. It needs the cooperation of Bai Yuan and Zhu Qinglu. All the forces under him and Bai Yuan will also be mobilized, and the scale will be larger than the last time he wiped out the Demon Worship Association. After Bai Yuan finished listening, what about the other old fellows? Do you want them to come together? Meng Anwen thought for a while. Okay, you are in charge of contacting him and calling them all over, and I will tell you. Call Lao Yin back too, and he must not be forgotten about this matter. Good. Lin Moyu didn't speak at the side. He knew that Meng Anwen's personality and thinking had always focused on the overall situation. But this time, he was stimulated, and he decided to be selfish for once. Lin Moyu agrees with this very much. Antares once said that a god level is worth 100 top professionals. A half-step supergod can be compared to 100 gods. As for a supergod, no number of gods can compare. And this time, the plan is still centered on oneself. The biggest beneficiary is yourself. The larger the scale, the greater the benefits. Under Zhu Qingliu's treatment, those professionals who were already disabled and only half-breathed recovered quickly. The broken limbs are reborn, and the vitality is restored. In less than half an hour, he became alive and well again. It's just that those unlucky ones who were casually killed by Haitian Demon King never came back to life. Bai Yuan will let people deal with their funeral affairs. Lin Moyu thought of the lost resurrection skills. If it was in the last era, these people could still be resurrected. Lin Moyu's expression was slightly dignified, falling into Zhu Qingliu's eyes. She thought Lin Moyu was mourning for the dead. Zhu Qinglu said softly, Xiao Yu doesn't have to be too sad, their funeral will be arranged. Lin Moyu knew that Zhu Qinglu had misunderstood, but he didn't say anything. He has regrets and sorrows for these people, but not much. It's more of hatred of demons. If there is a chance, Lin Moyu must go into the abyss and massacre the demons again. Even if the ability is sufficient, destroy the entire abyss and exterminate the demon race. This is the belief that Lin Moyu has had since childhood. Bai Yuan called someone, took away the corpses, and began to deal with their affairs. Then Bai Yuan also started to implement Meng Anwen's plan. The scale of the plan this time is very large, much larger than before. Under Bai Yuan's mobilization, the army of the Xinxia Empire began to move. Lin Moyu knows that many 543 people may be involved this time, and many people may die. When the plan is in progress, Bai Yuan will explain everything clearly. If you don't want to, you can return it. Once you choose to agree and participate in it, you will become a dead man. Life and death have nothing to do. Of course, all those involved in the mission will benefit in the end. Lin Moyu also has his own business. He continues to brush copies. It's his job to upgrade as much as possible. When I met Meng Anwen before, Meng Anwen had already charged the cooling amulet for him, which was enough for Lin Moyu to upgrade to level 60. Bai Yuan's actions were very fast, and 2 days later, a large group of people came from outside the secret place with the soul-swallowing beast. There are tens of thousands of people in this black mass. And this is just the beginning of the troops. There are more people coming from behind. Most of them were soldiers, and some belonged to various families. They all knew what they were about to do, and they all had no hesitation. Bai Yuan appeared outside the secret area, and said loudly, You all know what you're about to face, right? No. Everyone shouted in unison. Bai Yuan nodded, Okay, some of you may die. I can't guarantee that each of you will survive. I can only promise you that even if you sacrifice yourself, your family and your clan will all be honored by your choice today. This is an opportunity for our human race. There was a similar opportunity thousands of years ago, but we didn't grasp it. But today, we must hold the opportunity firmly in our hands. This is our human race, the greatest opportunity for our Xinxia Empire. Bai Yuan's words mobilized everyone's emotions, and everyone's fighting spirit was high. Numerous tents have been set up on a large piece of land outside Mimi and turned into a military garrison. The scale of this residence is large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, and it can't be seen at a glance. The residence is newly built, also for this plan. At the same time, a large number of therapists are ready, and a large amount of food is also in place. Either the military will not move, and once it moves, it will be as swift as the wind. When everything was ready, following Bai Yuan's order, everyone entered the secret realm. The originally desolate secret realm suddenly became lively. A few people appeared beside Bai Yuan. They were all the patriarchs of the major families, as well as high-level military officials. Ning Tairan, Imo Xinghai, and Feng Chaman were all there. This time, not only the military, but also many people from the Qian family. Ning Tairan said in a low voice, Old Bai, you are sure that there is no problem. Although he agreed to Bai Yuan's plan, Ning Tairan was still a little uneasy. Not only him, but also Feng Chaman and Imo Xinghai. Bai Yuan said, This is Lao Meng's plan. You don't need to believe me, but you must believe him. Imo Xinghai said, Where did you get old? Bai Yuan said, He has more important things to do. Anyway, we follow the plan and do what we should do well. If you still want to go further, this is the best opportunity. If you miss this village, you won't have this store again. After hearing Bai Yuan's words, the few of them stopped talking. Several people followed into the secret realm, which was already full of people. Bai Yuan shouted in a deep voice, Everyone is ready, I'm going to start. Everyone stood in silence. Their preparation was to remain motionless and not to resist. These people have high and low levels, but without exception, no one exceeds level 70. In Meng Anwen's plan, the grade is not act, the higher the better. Most of the 100,000 people who entered the secret realm were between $30 and $0. Bai Yuan swung his fist, and the huge force penetrated into the ground, breaking the last barrier between the soul-swallowing beast and the secret realm. Not just one place, but hundreds of places. A gust of wind roared out, and a large number of soul-devouring beasts flew out. Every soul-swallowing beast has a ferocious face and looks extremely terrifying. The soul-devouring beast was howling, looking for a target. Use detection, don't resist. Bai Yuan gave an order, and everyone used the detection technique at the same time. The detection technique brought a breeze past the soul-devouring beast and established an inexplicable connection with the soul-devouring beast. The soul-devouring beasts immediately had a target, and along their unique soul channel, they directly penetrated into the souls of everyone. Someone trembled slightly, but then they didn't feel it anymore. The next second, someone suddenly screamed in panic. They felt that their strength was losing, and their arms and limbs seemed to start to wither. Many people's spirits instantly become sluggish and feel very weak. But without exception, no one felt pain. The soul-devouring beast has the ability to devour the soul silently, devouring all the energy that can be devoured. And it won't make you feel any pain. This ability is extremely terrifying. Bai Yuan's eyes flickered. The number of soul-devouring beasts far exceeded his imagination. Some people are not only possessed by one soul-devouring beast, but even have two Sanqi. Fortunately, Lao Ming has prepared enough people. There are 30,000 people here, and no one will come here continuously. Combining the people who were infected by the soul-devouring beast before, and the number of soul-devouring beasts that split during this period, it is estimated that there will be hundreds of thousands or even millions of soul-devouring beasts. Ning Tairan said in a deep voice, "I hope Lao Ming's plan will succeed." Feng Chang'an also said in a low voice, "We must succeed, otherwise we will become sinners through the ages." Bai Yuan clenched his fists tightly. It must be successful. He has been with Meng Anwen for many years, and knows how much Meng Anwen has been stimulated this time. He could realize that if he was present at that time, there would be no protection from the god Shada. The Demon Emperor can severely injure himself only by relying on the will of the first floor. Although Bai Yuan did not personally experience this feeling of powerlessness, he could still feel it. So when Meng Anwen proposed this plan, he agreed in less than 5 seconds. Bai Yuan long said when no more soul-devouring beasts appeared, "Everyone, leave the secret realm and do as previously planned." Under Bai Yuan's order, everyone left the secret realm. Especially the soldiers inside, neat and orderly. The excellent qualities of the soldiers are fully displayed at this moment. They entered the prearranged station. A large number of healers have been ready for a long time, and began to perform healing techniques to treat those who have been obviously injured. The healing technique contains life energy, which is also the energy that the soul devourer likes. Continuous use of healing can replenish the soul-devouring beasts, make them quiet, and make them feel profitable. In this way, the soul-devouring beast will not kill the host, but will parasitize for a long time. There are also some violent soul-devouring beasts among them, which require more powerful healers to take action. Bai Yuan said to Zhu Qinglu, "This time I will trouble you again." Zhu Qinglu smiled, "What are you talking about between us? This time I called all the best therapists in the family, and I promise nothing will happen." As a god-level therapist, Zhu Qinglu can be used by many people alone. She is also the backbone of the team of therapists. Bai Yuan watched everything going on in an orderly manner, thinking about Meng Anwen's plan in his heart. The plan is just 2 words, raise goo. In the Abyss world, in the palace of the Demon Emperor, the fire of the Abyss has never been extinguished for countless years. The Demon Emperor lay lazily on the throne of the palace, his eyes penetrated the endless void, as if he could see the world of the human race. A cup of drink filled with red liquid exudes fiery energy. This is the blood from the Dragon King, and it contains huge energy. But these days, it's only worthy of being its drink. It opened its mouth slowly, as if talking to itself. The consciousness has been cut off, but the information sent back is enough. It's the soul-swallowing beast again, and the human race still hasn't given up. Do you really think that another supergod can be born? Don't dream. The current era does not allow the emergence of supergods. An angry roar suddenly sounded outside the palace. The voice is hoarse, as if it has been restricted by some kind, and cannot really be uttered. Below the palace, the only place not shrouded in flames, a dragon king from the dragon clan was being locked there. The dragon blood in the demon emperor's cup comes from it. The demon emperor drank the dragon's blood in the cup and felt that it tasted good. After licking his lower lip, he tapped it lightly with his finger. An illusory knife suddenly appeared under the Dragon King's body. The illusory knife was so sharp that it cut through the solid skin of the Dragon King. A cloud of Dragon King's blood flew out and landed on Lin Zhong again. The Demon King began to savor it slowly again, and it said to itself again, Jian Yi is about to be resurrected, and the human race needs another half-step supergod. It's a pity, half-step supergod is only half-step supergod. After being dead for so many years, why do you want to come back alive? It would be nice if you just died. The soul melting formation should be a method obtained from Antares, but Antares still favors the human race. Lin Moyu is a bit funny. The Emperor issued a hunting order, but you are still alive. It seems that we have to wait for you to enter the deep space before we can kill you. I have little expectations. The Demon Emperor kept talking to himself, and his weak voice floated back and forth in the palace. Here it is, a lonely, deserted palace, where I don't know how many years. This is the only way it can relieve loneliness. Its eyes can see the entire abyss, and even stare at part of the Yuan battlefield. But so what? After looking at it for thousands of years, no matter how good the scenery is, I will get tired of seeing it. Over the years, there are not many things that can interest the Demon Emperor, and the appearance of Lin Moyu is one of them. As for the god-level powerhouses like Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen, it just issued a few orders in its spare time to tease them. The imprisoned Dragon King kept roaring, but its voice was covered by the fire of the abyss, and it could not be heard at all. Its eyes were already full of despair, and it fell into the hands of the Demon Emperor and could only become a food for blood. The Gu-raising plan is being carried out step by step. Meng Anwen was still arranging the formation nonstop. In the plan, the military and major families will mobilize hundreds of thousands of people to become containers for the soul-devouring beast. Let the soul-devouring beast become stronger in these people. The soul-devouring beast can absorb all kinds of power and finally transform them into soul power. In the end, together with the soul-melting formation, all the power of the soul will be absorbed by the formation. First will be Lin Moyu's power, enhancing Lin Moyu's soul. The soul power of tens of millions of soul-devouring beasts is so powerful that it is impossible for Lin Moyu to absorb them all. Based on Meng Anwen's estimation, Lin Moyu can only absorb 20 to 30% of it at most. The remaining soul power will be shared equally among them and used to boost their souls. The soul is one of the basic strengths of god-level powerhouses, and the strength of the soul can often determine their level of strength. In Meng Anwen's calculations, even if they were added to these god-level powerhouses, it would be impossible to absorb all the remaining soul energy. There may be some left over, and these will be fed back to all those who participated in this plan as compensation for them. This is Meng Anwen's plan, which seems a bit selfish, but he has to do so. They still want to go one step further, and the soul-devouring beast is an opportunity. There may be deaths in the plan, there may be sacrifices. But this is also helpless. What Meng Anwen can do is not to treat the victim's family badly and let them get enough rewards. Lin Moyu returned to Baishan Courtyard. The Baishan Courtyard was empty and looked a little desolate. In his memory, it was the first time that there was no one in Baishan Courtyard. Every time he came, Meng Anwen always lay there leisurely. He even once thought that Meng Anwen lived such a leisurely life without doing anything. Lin Moyu took his seat and poured himself a cup of tea. The tea is heated in hand and boils. After drinking a cup of hot tea, the whole person calmed down. He's finally level 60. Coming back this time, he awakened new skills as usual. It has been less than 2 years since I changed jobs. His cultivation speed is already astonishing. Except for Lin Mohan, almost no one can compare with it. Lin Moyu's flashing middle-level skill scroll, looking at the charming golden radiance from the scroll, said softly, "Teacher, I'm about to start." It was as if he was speaking to himself. In the past, Meng Anwen and Chu Yishuan were present for every awakening skill. This time, he wants to come by himself. The flashing mid-level skill scroll exploded with a bang. The golden light suddenly appeared, and the sky was full of stars, which was extremely brilliant. Lin Moyu was in the starlight, and began to feel the root of finding skills. Xinghui entered the body, mobilized the origin of the skill, and reached directly to the origin. Lin Moyu followed Xinghui all the way, and gradually saw the origin of the skill. He saw bright dots of light one by one, like stars in the night sky, which were skills that had been awakened and mastered. I also saw that there are still dots that have not been lit up, which are skills that have not been awakened. At this time, a point that has never been lit up is just around the corner. 0 for flowers, 0. Normally, only one of the flashing mid-level skill scrolls is enough to activate the skill. But in Lin Moyu's induction, it seems to be a little bit worse. Is it because of my own problems? Lin Moyu feels that this skill being activated seems a little unusual. The point of light representing skill, the day of comparison. A little bigger than normal skills. This skill is very strong. A flashing mid-level skill scroll is not enough to activate it. Lin Moyu had such an idea in his heart. Relying on his feeling, Lin Moyu activated 2 flashing intermediate skill scrolls without hesitation. Others use 1, he uses 3. If he didn't have enough skill scrolls, it would be too wasteful. De Xinghui entered the body and joined the ranks of activating skills. Lin Moyu was a little fascinated by the magical power contained in the skill scroll. It is this kind of power that finally activates skills and makes thousands of ordinary people become professionals. The starlight entering the body is getting bigger and bigger, and the energy is rapidly accumulating and becoming incomparably huge. These stars finally all rushed into the point representing the skill. That point started to glow from dimness, and finally was completely ignited, turning into the star in the night sky, extremely bright. Lin Moyu witnessed the whole process and felt extremely miraculous. When the light spot of the skill was activated, he seemed to understand something. There was some inexplicable connection between him and this skill. Compared with other skills, it seems that this newly activated skill can be more handy. With the activation of the skills, the star-like spots of light bloom brightly, illuminating every corner of the body and blending into every inch of flesh and blood. Acquired skill, Summon Skeleton King. Summon the Skeleton King, gather the skeletons in the undead army to summon the powerful Skeleton King. The Skeleton King will be formed by at least 10,000 skeleton members. This is a skill without levels, and there is no need to practice it level by level. Gather the skeletons of the undead army to summon the Skeleton King. The strength of the Skeleton King is determined by the number of skeletons used. The weakest one can summon the Skeleton King, which is made up of only 10,000 skeletons. The strongest is that there is no upper limit. Lin Moyu is now at level 60 and has 40 undead legions, each with 1230 skeletons and a total of 49,200 skeletons. Lin Moyu is looking forward to how strong the Skeleton King can be summoned by gathering so many skeletons. And can the summoned Skeleton King enjoy a 70-fold increase in the overall enhancement talent? This has to be tested to know. But Lin Moyu believes that he will not be too weak. My own skills are always getting stronger, and they can only become stronger and will not become weaker. Lin Moyu is confident. Suppressing the desire in my heart, I activated the 4th Shining Intermediate Skill Scroll. Starlight exploded again, covering Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was sitting in the starlight, with the breath of immortality wrapped around his body, solemn, like the god of death who came to the world. The fourth flashing medium-level skill scroll exploded, and a large amount of starlight penetrated into the body. Lin Moyu pursued Xinghui again, looking for the root of skills. Although so far, it is not clear to him what the significance of finding the root of skills is. However, both Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan valued it very much, obviously very important. Lin Moyu didn't understand, so he could only follow suit. I believe I will figure it out in the future. After the Xinghui entered his body, Lin Moyu followed him all the way, but finally found that Xinghui had disappeared. I didn't feel any skills being hooked. Hey, I don't feel it. Is there only one new skill at level 60? Impossible. Looking at all occupations in the history of the human race, there are at least 2 skills at level 60. Do I only have 1 skill? Lin Moyu was full of doubts, a little puzzled and unbelieving. I glanced at the flashing mid-level skill scrolls. I used up 4 of them, and now there are 9 left. With suspicion, Lin Moyu activated the 2 scrolls again. This time the starlight is more intense than before. Lin Moyu had already pulled himself together, paying attention to the movements of 783 Xinghui. The Xinghui enters the body and eventually disappears gradually. There is still no feeling of skills being hooked. Is it true that you have no skills? Lin Moyu thought in his heart. He didn't believe it, and activated 2 skill scrolls again. For flashing mid-level skill scrolls, extremely luxurious. The starlight was so strong that it almost enveloped Baishan Courtyard. The sunlight was blocked, and at this moment, the stars in Baishan Courtyard were shining brightly. Finally, that familiar feeling came out again. Sure enough, there are skills. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. His skill scrolls were not wasted. 5 skill scrolls, and finally saw the very deeply hidden skill. The big stars gathered together, gradually lighting up this skill. Then a skill display screen appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The skill display screen that I hadn't seen for a long time reappeared, and Lin Moyu realized that this skill was back to normal. All the skills that appeared on the demo screen before are very powerful. Summoning the elemental lich has almost become the most important skill for him to defeat the gods, even more important than the skill of original rune. This time, what skill will it be? Lin Moyu is full of expectations. Familiar picture, familiar battlefield. It was still the Necromancer in the robe. Lin Moyu didn't know whether to call him a Necromancer or a more powerful professional title. In front of him is a densely packed army of millions of undead. Not just ordinary skeletons, Lin Moyu also saw several huge special skeletons. These skeletons are wearing armor, holding big swords, and are over 1,000 meters tall. Skeleton King. For some reason, Lin Moyu instinctively recognized that these huge skeletons were the Skeletor King. These skeleton kings fought together with the skeletons, and their strength was extremely powerful. At this time, a group of dragons appeared in the sky. Not one head, but a group. It's not a professional like a dragon, but a real dragon. Each head is more than 100 meters in size. The dragon's body was burning with raging flames, and Lin Moyu was extremely frightened just from the breath. Every dragon is no weaker than Bai Yuan. They spew flames, roasting legions of the undead. The skeletons collapsed one after another, unable to parry. But Lin Moyu found that the skeleton after death turned into a ball of light and returned to the body of the Necromancer. In the next second, a large number of skeletons reappeared and joined the battle group again. The undead army is like an undead army, resurrected from the dead, and became a real undead army. The skill demonstration ends in a heart-pounding battle. Lin Moyu came to his senses. The skill has been fully activated, and the hidden skill spot is shining brightly. Its light also radiates the whole body, illuminating the entire skill space. With this momentary light, Lin Moyu saw several points in a deeper place. These points are incomparably deep, exuding a shocking atmosphere. The picture flashed away, just in time to be caught by Lin Moyu. That's the skill after the third turn. Acquired skill, Undead, passive. Undead, Passive members of the undead army will not die when they receive a fatal blow, and will return to the summoning space. After 1 second, they will fully recover and can rejoin the battle. Each undead can be resurrected twice within 5 minutes, and will die only if it dies for the 3rd time within 5 minutes. Lin Moyu's heart trembled. It turned out to be a passive skill, and it works on the undead army. You can revive twice with full blood within 5 minutes, and the 3rd death is the real death. Coupled with the undead aura of the undead lich, each undead has at least 3 chances to be reborn. In this way, the survivability of his own undead army has been increased several times. If you want to kill yourself, you must destroy the undead army at least 4 times. Not only the undead army has become stronger, but also himself has become much stronger. This skill didn't increase the combat power much, but it pushed the survivability of himself and the undead army to an unimaginable level. 2 skills, 1 active, 1 passive, 1 attack, 1 survival. These 2 skills Lin Moyu knows without testing. They must be very powerful. Will there be a 3rd skill? Although at the moment when the previous skills were lit, Lin Moyu took the opportunity to see that there were no other skills in the skill space. But just in case it was hidden deep, he failed to find it. Lin Moyu still activated 2 flashing skill scrolls. The star brilliance of the skill scroll entered the body and flowed continuously in the body. Lin Moyu tracked Xinghui's movements with his mental power, and found that Xinghui didn't gather at all, and quickly dissipated in his body. The starlight dissipated, and the feeling that the skills were hooked was not at all. Lin Moyu determined that he only has 2 skills at level 60. There are 5 or 6 kinds of skills at level 60 for the various occupations and skills of the human race. And some with few skills, such as the Great Knight of Sword and Shield, really only have 2 skills. The number of skills does not represent the strength of the profession. There are many occupations where one trick is popular all over the world. Lin Moyu knows that his profession is strong enough, and without talent, he can instantly kill other professionals of the same level. In the case of talent bonus, it is even more challenging for him to level up. Level 60 challenges the god level. This kind of thing has never happened in the history of the human race. Try it, how fishy it is to summon the Skeleton King. The passive skill of undead does not need to be tested, it can be understood directly from the literal meaning. The skill of summoning the Skeleton King needs to be tested to know its strength. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the undead army appeared collectively. The woods outside Baishan Courtyard were full of skeletons. A total of 49,200 skeletons filled every tenth of the gap in the forest. The lightning undead wings appeared behind Lin Moyu, and the skeletons rose into the sky one after another, forming a black cloud in the sky. First come 10,000. Lin Moyu decided to summon the weakest skeletron first. A ball of black light burst out from Lin Moyu's hand, and the sky suddenly darkened. Where Lin Moyu's will converged, a throne made entirely of white bones and skeletons appeared in the sky. The skeleton throne belongs to the Skeleton King's throne. A total of 10,000 skeletons turned into streamers and entered the throne. Then the figure of Skeleton King appeared on the throne. The Skeleton King took shape from the throne, and the breath billowed out, filled with black air. The undead breath of the undead system is more evil and colder than the breath of the abyss. With the howling wind, the temperature in a radius of tens of miles seemed to drop sharply, at least 10 degrees lower. The summer, which was still a bit hot, suddenly entered autumn. Composed of 10,002.1 skeletons, the Skeleton King is more than 10 meters tall and holds a huge bone sword. A cloak behind him swayed slowly in the dark wind, making a slight clicking sound. Upon closer inspection, the cloak is actually made up of tiny white bones, with an unknown red liquid flowing on it, like fresh blood. The cloak looks faintly bloody, very frightening. It's scary to look at. Lin Moyu didn't expect such a big movement. The appearance of the Skeleton King is enough to scare many professionals. It is much more terrifying than the demons in the Abyss world. Look at the properties. For your own summons, you don't need to use detection. Just think and see the properties. Skeleton King. Number of skeletons, 10,000. 105000. Agility 105000. Spirit 105000. Physique 105000. Skills: God Slashing, Elemental Riot, Absolute Defense. Characteristics: Vitality Enhancement, Attack Power Enhancement, Speed Enhancer. Seeing the powerful attributes of Skeleton King, Lin Moyu couldn't help being a little dazed. Proper World Boss Level Attributes. The single attribute is 1.05 million, the four-dimensional attribute is balanced, and the total attribute is 4.2 million. Comparable to level 80 World Boss. The most important thing is that the Skeleton King has the vitality not weaker than the World Boss. The attributes of the skeleton are not bad, especially in the state of blessing. The attributes even exceed boss. The only weakness is that the vitality is not strong enough to withstand powerful attacks. Even if the attributes are the same, the skeleton cannot be singled out with the boss. But now, the Skeleton King, formed by the gathering of 10,000 skeletons, not only has the attributes comparable to the World Boss, but also has the vitality comparable to the World Boss. Lin Moyu believes that Skeleton King is absolutely capable of single-handedly defeating any world boss of the same level. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, Lin Moyu's eyebrows kept beating, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He continued to check the 3 skills attached to Skeleton King. Junction, explosive damage of 10 times its own power attribute, causing a blow to a single body or range, with a cooling time of 1 minute. Elemental Riot, explode elemental damage equal to 10 times of its own mental attribute, deal damage to a single target or range, cooldown time 1 minute. Absolute Defense, immune to 99% of all damage, immune to all negative states, duration of 1 minute, cooldown time of 10 minutes. Heaven-defying skills. Possess the strongest skills of warriors, mages, and knights at the same time. Lin Moyu was again shocked by Skeleton King's skills. Skeleton King has a strong physical and elemental double strike ability. It also has absolute defense, which is similar to the ultra-limit defense skills of top knights. In this 1 minute, the Skeleton King is invincible. Lin Moyu looked at the majestic Skeleton King in the air, and muttered to himself, "This is just a Skeleton King made up of 10,000 skeletons. If you put all the skeletons together, is it possible to compete with the God-level powerhouse? Is it possible that I can have the ability to compete with a God-level Lich without using the elemental Lich to self-destruct?" Lin Moyu was a little excited when he thought of this. Immediately scattered the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King disintegrated into a ball of light, and 10,000 skeletons reappeared in the air. Then Lin Moyu cast his skill again, and the black light flickered in his hand. He wanted to gather all the skeletons together to summon the Skeleton King. But suddenly, the brow wrinkled. The Skeleton King cannot be summoned by 49,200 skeletons, it must be summoned by an integer number of skeletons in units of tens of thousands. Lin Moyu thought for a while, and released the 1230 skeletons in the summoning space. But still not working. The 1230 skeletons in the summoning space are just spares, and they are not members of the undead army. It seems that you can only use 40,000 skeletons for summoning, and you can only use 50,000 skeletons when you level up. But that's okay, I still have more than 9,000 skeletons to fight. Lin Moyu was not disappointed and turned to 40,000 skeletons for summoning. The sky suddenly darkened. Not only the Baishan courtyard, but also the sky in a radius of 100 miles became completely pitch black. There was a humming sound in the air, as if the undead were crying and wailing. Lin Moyu seemed to have seen a world belonging to the undead coming, and a skeleton throne that was even bigger than before appeared in the sky. 40,000 skeletons disappeared and gathered on the skeleton throne. A huge figure appeared on the skeleton throne. The wind was howling, and the trees on the ground were uprooted. A frightening atmosphere is spreading. The Skeleton King stood up from his throne, standing in the air like a giant. It is 20 meters tall, its shape has become larger, and its aura is completely different from before. It's close to the god level. Lin Moyu view property now. Skeleton King. Number of skeletons, 40,000. Power, 2100000. 2100000. Hashtag 2100000. Physique, 2100000. Skills, God Slashing, Elemental Riot, Absolute Defense. Characteristics, Vitality Enhancement, Attack Power Enhancement, Speed Enhancement. The total attribute has reached 8.8 million, which is only one step away from the God level. The symbol of a God level powerhouse is the tens of millions of attributes. The Skeleton King, which is composed of 40,000 skeletons, is not far from the God level with tens of millions of attributes. Lin Moyu even felt that the current Skeleton King is capable of confronting God-level powerhouses head-on, and even counter-killing them. After all, he still has the Strong Soldier skill. The Strength Soldier's skill on the back of his left hand began to flicker, and a beam of light fell on the Skeleton King. A pitch-black aura rose from the Skeleton King's body and shot straight into the sky, and a huge black vortex appeared in the sky. God level. With the blessing of the Strength Soldier skill, the attributes of the Skeleton King are greatly increased. But it didn't increase by 200% as usual, but it also broke through the limit of 10 million attributes and truly reached the God level. The Skeleton King's body was entwined with black energy, like two long black dragons circling back and forth on his body. In these 30 seconds, Skeleton King truly has God-level combat power. Lin Moyu clenched his fists. Without relying on the elemental lich, he finally possessed the ability to contend with the God-level powerhouse. My career is getting stronger and stronger. After mastering 2 new skills, Lin Moyu also took advantage of the opportunity to check his attributes. Name, Lin Moyu. Occupation, Necromancer, Unique. Level, 60, 0%. Power, 100946. Agility, 100946. 362380. Physical, 116946. Special attributes, Poison Element Immunity, Electric Element Immunity, Physical Damage Reduction by 50%, Fire Element Damage Reduction by 50%, Water Element Damage Reduction by 50%, Wind Element Damage Reduction by 50%, Light Element Damage Reduction by 80%, Vitality Increase by 50%. The total attribute reaches 681218, which is much higher than that of professionals of the same level. Even the level 60 Earth Knight, known as the profession with the highest attributes among all human professions, is only in the tens of 400,000 at level 60. Lin Moyu completely broke the record and performed miracles again. The skills have been fully enhanced, and the comprehensive increased talent has been upgraded again, from 60 times to 70 times. Lin Moyu is aware of his profession and is becoming stronger and stronger as his level rises. The undead army is growing rapidly, and the growth rate is also increasing. It will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. Lin Moyu is full of confidence in the future. Then, it's time to go to the middle dungeon on the Kunlun mountainside. Just right, you can also try the actual combat power of the Skeleton King. At level 60, the best leveling dungeon has changed from the first dungeon of Kunlun Shrine to the middle dungeon. The Skeleton King was scattered, and the undead army was put away. The sky and the earth were clear again, and Lin Moyu realized that the woods outside the Baishan courtyard were in a mess. A large number of trees have been uprooted, and the forest has been devastated. Lin Moyu patted his forehead. I was just busy testing my skills, and didn't pay attention to the woods. Trouble, the teacher will definitely kill me when he comes back. At this time, there was a wave of 807 fluctuations in the air, and Meng Anwen appeared in the air with the god Shada. Xiao Yu? What happened? At first glance, Meng Anwen thought there was a big battle here. He set up formations in the Baishan courtyard, and after receiving the warning from the formations, he put down what he was doing and hurried over. I thought there was an enemy coming to destroy it, but I didn't feel the enemy's breath. The undead breath here is still very strong. It belongs to Lin Moyu's breath. Lin Moyu smiled awkwardly. Teacher, I was testing my skills just now, and I accidentally made it like this. Meng Anwen breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine. He pointed his finger towards the woods, and Shinxiata buzzed, and beams of light shot out. The light is like a big hand, straightening all the fallen trees and refilling the soil for planting. In a blink of an eye, the woods returned to normal. After clearing the woods, Meng Anwen said to Lin Moyu, "It will take some time for the soul melting formation. Lao Bai's progress is going smoothly, and the number of hosts has exceeded 100,000. You also have to work hard to upgrade as much as possible before the big formation opens. The higher the level, the stronger the soul foundation, the more soul power you can absorb, and the more benefits you get." Lin Moyu nodded. "I understand, teacher. Please replenish your energy." Lin Moyu took out 4 advanced cooling amulets. Meng Anwen threw them into the Xinxia Tower and used the array in the Xinxia Tower to charge them. "You can go to Lao Bai. There are several old guys in his place, and they should all have high-level cooling amulets. Ask them to borrow it and save the trip back to refuel." Note, as usual, the attributes of the 60-level protagonist and summoned objects are placed in the work-related, and those who are interested can check it out by themselves. Don't use it in the text, too many words, a waste of everyone's money. The main peak of Kunlun Mountains towers into the clouds, tens of thousands of meters high. From the foot of the mountain to the halfway up the mountain, there is a long distance. At the beginning of the 100-meter climb to the peak, the wind became bitter. It's like a mage is constantly using wind skills, whistling and blowing, and the snow is flying all over the sky. People with weaker strength will be blown away by the wind, and their lives may even be in danger. Walking here, the line of sight distance is extremely compressed, and the degree of visibility is very small. Normally, no one would come here. Those who will advance to the mountainside are all professionals who have passed the test of the dungeon at the foot of the mountain. Lin Moyu walks here very easily. It should be said that he is not walking, but flying. The lightning undead wing took him and flew at a low altitude. The snow here is so thick that it goes up to your knees. Walking in the snow is not as labor-saving as flying. The wind and snow brought other people's conversations, and the professionals were still chatting while walking forward. It can be heard that there is excitement in the voice. "Fortunately, I passed the test before level 60, otherwise I wouldn't even be qualified to go to the dungeon in the middle of the mountain." "You are lucky. Even if you go to the middle dungeon, it's useless. You can't pass the test of the middle dungeon 127. "That's hard to say. Even if I can't pass now, I won't believe that I can't pass when I complete the 3rd rank at level 70. That's the year of the monkey. From level 60 to level 70, even if you level up a year, it will take at least 10 years. 1 level a year, you're dreaming. At our speed, it's not bad to be able to level up in 2 or 3 years." Along the way, Lin Moyu has heard similar words many times. Starting from level 60, the upgrade speed is greatly reduced again. For ordinary professionals, it is very fast to be able to advance to a level in a year. Many professionals can upgrade to level 25 within 1 year after the job change is completed. Then it took another 2 years to reach level 35. At this stage, you don't need much strength, just enough hard work. Some people are not afraid of hard work, and the upgrade speed is very fast, reaching level 35 in about a year. The stage from 35 to 40 will be relatively slow. One is that the experience requirements are high, the second is that there are fewer suitable dungeons, and the third is that there are more skills that need to be cultivated, which wastes a lot of time. After the second turn at level 40, with a suitable copy, the speed of leveling will be faster. Generally speaking, 1 year is enough to reach level 45. Then the leveling slowed down again, and it took about 2 years from level 45 to level 50. It will be even slower after level 50, and it is not bad to have a level in half a year to a year. For most ordinary professionals, it takes 5 to 7 years to reach level 50. And the children of those big families have abundant resources, and they work hard enough, so they can compress this period of time to about 3 years. After level 50, 1 level a year will become the norm. Generally speaking, those who can reach level 60 must be at least 35 years old, or even in their 40s. After all, not everyone will spend all their time on leveling. They usually have a lot of things to do. After level 60, it will be even slower, and the speed will be normal for 2 years. So Lin Moyu has seen many top level 73 rank professionals, most of whom are in their 50s and close to 60 years old. Sometimes the age of professionals is not easy to distinguish. Many professionals who have reached a level will look younger. Only those who concentrate on leveling without distractions, and who are children of big families with huge resources, can reach level 70 in their 30s. The goals of this kind of people are different. They hope to reach the pinnacle of professionals and become god-level powerhouses. Listening to what they said, Lin Moyu thought about himself again, with an unbearable smile on his lips. In less than 2 years, I have already reached level 60. It has done what others have done for more than 10 years. And my sister is even more terrifying. I don't know how many levels are now. I don't know where my sister went. Why did Senior Di Huang make my sister practice so anxiously? It even feels a bit counterproductive. Although Lin Mohan's leveling speed was very fast, Lin Moyu felt that he was a little too anxious. Di Huang was so anxious, as if something was about to happen. This feeling is not good, but Lin Moyu can't tell why. And now he doesn't know where Lin Mohan has gone, and he can't find it even if he tries to find it. As for asking Di Huang, he is not qualified. The wind and snow were getting bigger and bigger, and there seemed to be an inexplicable force acting on him in the air, and the pressure doubled. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sink a little bit. This is the pressure from the Kunlun Mountains. There were constant hummings in the ears, and the people in the same company also felt the sudden pressure. Someone said, "This is the first test for outsiders in the Kunlun Mountains. If you can't bear such a little pressure, you are not qualified to go to the mountainside." It is said that this is to eliminate those guys who have been taken with the first copy. That is, people who cheat can't get in at all. This pressure works on everyone. If the strength is really weak, the guy who relies on others to lead the dungeon through the first stage will show his true colors under this pressure. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. He knew that was not the case at all. He read a document in the royal family's secret library, and knew why there was such pressure in the Kunlun Mountains. The entire Kunlun Mountains is a natural formation, with a huge coercion. After more than 1,000 meters, this coercion will come and fall on everyone. And the higher you go, the stronger the coercion. The copy of the Kunlun Shrine in the middle section is located on the mountainside, with a height of more than 5,000 meters. The coercion there is quite astonishing. Let those who have passed the test brought by others have nothing to hide. Under that kind of coercion, those who are weak, let alone standing, are probably unconscious. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the coercion formed by this natural formation directly acts on the soul. Because his soul is too strong, this coercion is like a breeze blowing on his face. For others, this is not the case. He could hear heavy panting in the wind and snow, and many people walked more and more slowly. Gradually, some people fell behind. The breath no longer moves forward, unable to move forward 0. This was the case for the previous professional who barely passed the first dungeon at level 60. When I reached only 2,000 meters, I was unable to continue walking. There are many people like this. It doesn't mean that you can reach the mountainside after passing the test of the first dungeon. Due to the existence of natural formations, these people were screened a second time. When the actual entrance to the dungeon is reached, there will be a third screening, which is to form a team. The difficulty of the middle dungeon is much higher than that of the first dungeon. Normally, a full group of 24 people is needed to have a chance to clear it. If there is no fixed team, it is difficult for casual people to find a suitable team. Even if he found a team, Tian Yubaju would not be able to beat him. Normally, the teams that can attack the Kunlun Shrine in the middle are all fixed teams, organized and disciplined. Not only the strength of the single unit is strong enough, but also the equipment is good and the coordination is good. Although Lin Moyu didn't enter the dungeon, he probably knew that the middle part of the dungeon was difficult. It's not as easy as the first dungeon. Similarly, the experience of the middle dungeon is very high, which is suitable for leveling. And the middle dungeon will drop the top platinum level equipment. In the situation where legendary equipment cannot be obtained, and the number of quasi-legendary equipment is scarce, the top platinum level equipment is the best equipment for most professionals. Like several large guilds in the Empire, there are teams stationed here all year round, repeatedly brushing the dungeons. They are not as extravagant as Lin Moyu, and they are willing to use cooling guards. Not to mention the advanced ones, even the intermediate ones are reluctant to use them. You can only wait for the copy cooling time to end. The cooling time of Kunlun Shrine Dungeon is 24 hours, and it can be spawned once a day. But it is enough for them. 24 hours just let them rest and discuss tactics. After all, it takes about 10 hours to refresh a dungeon, and the battle is fierce and hard. It is impossible to do a continuous script like Lin Moyu. The coercion from the soul is getting stronger and stronger, and more people are left behind. But the wind and snow subsided at some point. Especially after exceeding the altitude of 4,000 meters, the wind and snow almost stopped. The scenery in the mountains can also be clearly seen in the line of sight. From here, you can see the sky-high snow scene. The sight is wide, the snow dances with silver snakes, magnificent and enchanting. Lin Moyu stopped here to enjoy the scenery, feeling a sense of grandeur for a while. Compared to the Abyss world, the scenery in my human world is much more beautiful. Lin Moyu couldn't help but let out an admiration. A sneer suddenly came from beside him. It seems that you have been to the Abyss. Lin Moyu looked at the other party, a professional in his 30s, wearing an exquisite mage robe, which fluttered in the wind. You can see a special logo on the cuffs. Generally, those with this logo are basically members of the guild. As for what kind of guild it is, Lin Moyu doesn't know it. Anyway, it's not Jialan and Dynasty. It doesn't matter to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was looking at him, and he was also looking at Lin Moyu with a hint of sneer. What are you pretending to do? Talk big, as if you have been to the Abyss. Lin Moyu turned his head and ignored him. He was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of person. Lin Moyu's ignorance seemed to be an irritation to him. His face changed slightly, and he was about to say something, but was pulled back by his companion. His companion shook his head at him, then dragged him away quickly. Lin Moyu ignored them. After looking at the scenery for a while, he got up and walked up again. The man was pulled aside by his companion, still a little unconvinced. Zhang Guang, what are you pulling me for? Zhang Guang shook his head. I'm not pulling you, I'm saving you. The man obviously didn't believe it. Save me? Are you kidding me? Zhang Guang looked serious. Yuan Kai, you are also a level 65 archmage. Are you just training your skills and becoming stupid? Yuan Kai shouted angrily. Zhang Guang, what the hell are you talking about? Zhang Guang looked at him like an idiot. Think about it for yourself. At the age of the other party, to come here, how strong is the other party? Even if that young man is not as good as you now, what about the future? Yuan Kai's expression changed slightly, and he had to say that Zhang Guang's words made sense. He really didn't think about it. I just saw the other party's young appearance and heard the other party's outrageous words, so I didn't think too much for a while. Zhang Guang patted him. Think about it carefully, and follow up after thinking about it. Said Zhang Guang continued to walk up. Soon he saw Lin Moyu, and he walked over quickly. Brother, what my companion just said was a bit offensive. Please don't pay attention. Lin Moyu looked at him and said lightly, it's all right. He didn't take it to heart at all. 02. What a big deal. If he doesn't even have such a little guts, then he is not Lin Moyu. Zhang Guang changed the subject, as if he wanted to get closer to Lin Moyu. Is brother also the Kunlun Shrine? The Kunlun Shrine he mentioned is naturally the middle section on the mountainside. Lin Moyu just nodded slightly as an answer. Zhang Guang said, brother, it's not easy to find a team alone. We belong to the Shanghai Guild and have a fixed dungeon team. Although we haven't achieved excellent results, it's still no problem to bring someone to pass the level. Brother, if you need me, you can find me. My name is Zhang Guang, a level 66 archer, and the second team of the Kunlun Shrine Raiders team of the Shanghai Guild. Lin Moyu hummed, okay. Zhang Guang chatted with Lin Moyu casually before leaving. Lin Moyu can tell that Zhang Guang is a smart person, and generally he is not very good at making enemies, and he may have many friends. From his few words, Lin Moyu could also tell that their Shanghai Guild was not strong. At least not as good as the Jialan Guild. Otherwise, you won't even get excellent grades. But they are not too weak, otherwise they would not dare to say that they will lead him to the end. Of course, you have to pay for this kind of carrying, and it is impossible to carry it for free. In the copy of 24 people, every position is indispensable. Being able to leave one or two vacant and bring in irrelevant people shows that the team's combat strength is not weak. This behavior is common across many replicas. Especially in high-level dungeons, many teams will bring people for a fee, and the fee is expensive. This kind of person who is led is also called the boss, and he doesn't have to do anything, just follow the book. The team earns money, and the boss who is brought in gains experience. Sometimes the boss will buy the equipment from the dungeon, so that he can earn more money. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing, shaking his head slightly. Guang obviously regarded himself as the boss. At the height of the last kilometer, the wind and snow weakened, especially at the last 500 meters, the wind and snow completely disappeared. The scenery along the way is picturesque, and Lin Moyu watched it while walking, and the picture is very good. He no longer flies, he steps into the snow with every step, feeling the chill of the ice and snow, which has a special taste. Lin Moyu wore a blouse and walked lightly all the way, which also attracted the attention of many people. Especially Lin Moyu regards the pressure of the soul as nothing, and the relaxed appearance of the whole body makes people feel that he is full of mystery. I don't believe what he pretends to do. The coercion here has no effect on him at all. Not far from Lin Moyu, the team of Shanghai Association is also advancing. Zhang Guang and Yuan Kai have returned to the team. Seeing Lin Moyu's appearance, Yuan Kai still showed disdain. At this time, there are only 300 or 400 meters away from the dungeon, and the dungeon vortex can already be seen. The coercion here is extremely high, and Yuan Kai is also struggling. In comparison, Lin Moyu didn't feel strenuous at all, and even had time to enjoy the scenery. Zhang Guang glanced at Yuan Kai. Don't say a few words. At the front of the line, a strong man covered in armor, with extremely sharp eyes, glanced at Lin Moyu, and said in a low voice, "This person is not simple." Yuan Kai said, "Captain, you must think too highly of him." He shook his head again, said something, and hurried on his own way. But Yuan Kai still didn't give up. "Captain, is it possible that our Shanghai Guild is still afraid of him?" The strong man still shook his head. "It's not that I'm afraid." After finishing speaking, the strong man stopped talking. Like Zhang Guang, he saw the extraordinariness of Lin Moyu. Although the Shanghai Guild is not weak, it is not too strong either. At most, it is at the same level as the Dynasty Guild, dominating a certain area. Compared with the Jialan Guild, it is not an order of magnitude at all. This kind of guild has its own way of life. People in the Shanghai Guild are more willing to make friends and make fewer powerful enemies. The area hundreds of meters in front of the dungeon was sunny and sunny. There is no snowfall here, and the ground is clean and crisp. The coercion still exists, but the huge soul coercion has played the role of training the soul instead. Over the years, countless people have come to the dungeon, and this place has long been the residence of all parties. All major guilds and universities have their own camps here. There is even a larger area that belongs to the military. The copy of Kunlun Shrine is also one of the places where the military trains soldiers. Lin Moyu walked straight towards the copy. He listened to Meng Anwen's words, and went to find Bai Yuan before coming. Through Bai Yuan's cheekiness, he borrowed a few high-level cooling amulets. Counting the original 4 pieces, there are now 10 high-level cooling amulets at the end. Enough for him to brush 500 dungeons. Even with his speed, it's enough to brush up for a while, and it's not a problem to upgrade to a few levels. Brother Lin. A hearty voice came. Lin Moyu turned his head and saw Jialan Gale. Some time ago when he was at the foot of the mountain, he didn't see Jialan Gale. Obviously this guy came here after passing the test. Jialan Gale is not weak, only level 60 is capable of getting here. Jialan Haifeng ran to Lin Moyu in 2 or 3 steps. Brother Lin, why are you here? Lin Moyu said, I'll brush the book. After hearing this, Jialan Jifeng laughed and said, it's a coincidence, we're also going to clear the book, there's still a spot in the team, I'll join you. Jialan Haifeng spoke very frankly, he thought that Lin Moyu should not go to the team to form a team. Then he said happily, don't get me wrong, I don't want you to be the boss, it's free. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, thank you, but I'm solo. Jialan Jifeng couldn't help but let out an exclamation, Brother Lin, did I hear you right, you said you only swipe? Lin Moyu repeated, well, you heard that right. Ha 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 ha. A slightly sharp laughter suddenly sounded from the side. Yuan Kai happened to hear Lin Moyu's words, and laughed loudly, it's so funny, you actually said you want to solo. Lin Moyu turned his head and looked, do you have any questions about 863? Yuan Kai held his stomach while laughing, no, I just heard a funny joke, so I couldn't help it. As he said that, he laughed again, young man, there must be a limit to talking big. Maybe you have good talent and can level up quickly. But you said you want to single-play the copy of Kunlun Shrine. Who do you think you are? Are you Lin Shenjiang? Jialan Galefeng shouted at Yuan Tian in a deep voice, shut up. The sound was deafening, interrupting Yuan Kai's laughter. Yuan Kai glared at Jialan Blast, what are you? At this time, a big hand stretched out from behind, grabbed Yuan Kai's neck, and picked him up like a chicken. Yuan Kai's captain held him in one hand, while apologizing to Jialan Jifeng, Master Jifeng, it's this guy who has no eyes, I apologize to you on his behalf. Jialan Haifeng waved his hand, it's okay, let him pay attention in the future, otherwise I will be rude next time. At this time, many members of the Jialan Guild had already stood up, looking over with unkind eyes. After a series of apologies, he grabbed Yuan Kai and quickly walked away. Lin Moyu doesn't care about this kind of clown-like character at all. Lin Moyu has always been unwilling to care too much, and once he cares about it, he will kill the killer neatly. Word of mouth is the most meaningless thing. Even if the quarrel is won, the other party will not lose a piece of meat. Jialan Haifeng said to Lin Moyu, Brother Lin, are you really going to solo? Lin Moyu nodded, yes. At this moment, Jialan Galefeng had sweat dripping from his forehead. Is your name Lin Moyu? Lin Moyu chuckled, wishing. Swipe, Jialan Haifeng immediately straightened his body, and was about to salute Lin Moyu, when another voice came from beside him, Lin Moyu, you are here too. Lin Moyu's ignorance seemed to be an irritation to him. His face changed slightly, and he was about to say something, but was pulled back by his companion. His companion shook his head at him, then dragged him away quickly. Lin Moyu ignored them. After looking at the scenery for a while, he got up and walked up again. The man was pulled aside by his companion, still a little unconvinced. Zhang Guang, what are you pulling me for? Zhang Guang shook his head, I'm not pulling you, I'm saving you. The man obviously didn't believe it. Save me? Are you kidding me? Zhang Guang looked serious. Yuan Kai, you are also a level 65 archmage, are you just training your skills and becoming stupid? Yuan Kai shouted angrily, Zhang Guang, what the hell are you talking about? Zhang Guang looked at him like an idiot, think about it for yourself, at the age of the other party, to come here, how strong is the other party? Even if that young man is not as good as you now, what about the future? Yuan Kai's expression changed slightly, and he had to say that Zhang Guang's words made sense. He really didn't think about it. I just saw the other party's young appearance and heard the other party's outrageous words, so I didn't think too much for a while. Zhang Guang patted him, think about it carefully, and follow up after thinking about it. Said Zhang Guang continued to walk up. Soon he saw Lin Moyu, and he walked over quickly, brother, what my companion just said was a bit offensive, please don't pay attention. Lin Moyu looked at him and said lightly, it's all right. He didn't take it to heart at all. 02. What a big deal. If he doesn't even have such a little guts, then he is not Lin Moyu. Zheng Guang changed the subject, as if he wanted to get closer to Lin Moyu. Is brother also the Kunlun Shrine? The Kunlun Shrine he mentioned is naturally the middle section on the mountainside. Lin Moyu just nodded slightly as an answer. Zheng Guang said, brother, it's not easy to find a team alone. We belong to the Shanghai Guild and have a fixed dungeon team. Although we haven't achieved excellent results, it's still no problem to bring someone to pass the level. Brother, if you need me, you can find me. My name is Zheng Guang, a level 66 archer, and the second team of the Kunlun Shrine Raiders team of the Shanghai Guild. Lin Moyu hummed, okay. Zheng Guang chatted with Lin Moyu casually before leaving. Lin Moyu can tell that Zheng Guang is a smart person, and generally he is not very good at making enemies, and he may have many friends. From his few words, Lin Moyu could also tell that their Shanghai Guild was not strong. At least not as good as the Jialan Guild. Otherwise, you won't even get excellent grades. But they are not too weak, otherwise they would not dare to say that they will lead him to the end. Of course, you have to pay for this kind of carrying, and it is impossible to carry it for free. In the copy of 24 people, every position is indispensable. Being able to leave one or two vacant and bring in irrelevant people shows that the team's combat strength is not weak. This behavior is common across many replicas. Especially in high-level dungeons, many teams will bring people for a fee, and the fee is expensive. This kind of person who is led is also called the boss, and he doesn't have to do anything, just follow the book. The team earns money, and the boss who is brought in gains experience. Sometimes the boss will buy the equipment from the dungeon, so that he can earn more money. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing, shaking his head slightly. Guang obviously regarded himself as the boss. At the height of the last kilometer, the wind and snow weakened, especially at the last 500 meters, the wind and snow completely disappeared. The scenery along the way is picturesque, and Lin Moyu watched it while walking, and the picture is very good. He no longer flies, he steps into the snow with every step, feeling the chill of the ice and snow, which has a special taste. Lin Moyu wore a blouse and walked lightly all the way, which also attracted the attention of many people. Especially Lin Moyu regards the pressure of the soul as nothing, and the relaxed appearance of the whole body makes people feel that he is full of mystery. I don't believe what he pretends to do. The coercion here has no effect on him at all. Not far from Lin Moyu, the team of Shanghai Association is also advancing. Zheng Guang and Yuan Kai have returned to the team. Seeing Lin Moyu's appearance, Yuan Kai still showed disdain. At this time, there are only 300 or 400 meters away from the dungeon, and the dungeon vortex can already be seen. The coercion here is extremely high, and Yuan Kai is also struggling. In comparison, Lin Moyu didn't feel strenuous at all, and even had time to enjoy the scenery. Zheng Guang glanced at Yuan Kai. Don't say a few words. At the front of the line, a strong man covered in armor, with extremely sharp eyes, glanced at Lin Moyu, and said in a low voice, "This person is not simple." Yuan Kai said, "Captain, you must think too highly of him." He shook his head again, said something, and hurried on his own way. But Yuan Kai still didn't give up. "Captain, is it possible that our Shanghai Guild is still afraid of him?" The strong man still shook his head. "It's not that I'm afraid." After finishing speaking, the strong man stopped talking. Like Zheng Guang, he saw the extraordinariness of Lin Moyu. Although the Shanghai Guild is not weak, it is not too strong either. At most, it is at the same level as the Dynasty Guild, dominating a certain area. Compared with the Jialan Guild, it is not an order of magnitude at all. This kind of guild has its own way of life. People in the Shanghai Guild are more willing to make friends and make fewer powerful enemies. The area hundreds of meters in front of the dungeon was sunny and sunny. There is no snowfall here, and the ground is clean and crisp. The coercion still exists, but the huge soul coercion has played the role of training the soul instead. Over the years, countless people have come to the dungeon, and this place has long been the resident of all parties. All major guilds and universities have their own camps here. There is even a larger area that belongs to the military. The copy of Kunlun Shrine is also one of the places where the military trains soldiers. Lin Moyu walked straight towards the copy. He listened to Meng Anwen's words and went to find Bai Yuan before coming. Through Bai Yuan's cheekiness, he borrowed a few high-level cooling amulets. Counting the original 4 pieces, there are now 10 high-level cooling amulets at the end. Enough for him to brush 500 dungeons. Even with his speed, it's enough to brush up for a while, and it's not a problem to upgrade to a few levels. Brother Lin. A hearty voice came. Lin Moyu turned his head and saw Jialan Gale. Some time ago when he was at the foot of the mountain, he didn't see Jialan Gale. Obviously this guy came here after passing the test. Jialan Gale is not weak, only level 60 is capable of getting here. Jialan Haifeng ran to Lin Moyu in 2 or 3 steps. Brother Lin, why are you here? Lin Moyu said, I'll brush the book. After hearing this, Jialan Jifeng laughed and said, it's a coincidence, we're also going to clear the book, there's still a spot in the team, I'll join you. Jialan Haifeng spoke very frankly, he thought that Lin Moyu should not go to the team to form a team. Then he said happily, don't get me wrong, I don't want you to be the boss, it's free. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, thank you, but I'm solo. Jialan Jifeng couldn't help but let out an exclamation, Brother Lin, did I hear you right, you said you only swipe? Lin Moyu repeated, well, you heard that right. Ha 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 ha. A slightly sharp laughter suddenly sounded from the side. Yuan Kai happened to hear Lin Moyu's words, and laughed loudly, it's so funny, you actually said you want to solo. Lin Moyu turned his head and looked, do you have any questions about 863? Yuan Kai held his stomach while laughing, no, I just heard a funny joke, so I couldn't help it. As he said that, he laughed again, young man, there must be a limit to talking big. Maybe you have good talent and can level up quickly. But you said you want to single-play the copy of Kunlun Shrine. Who do you think you are? Are you Lin Xinjiang? Jialan Galefoam shouted at Yuan Tian in a deep voice, shut up. The sound was deafening, interrupting Yuan Kai's laughter. Yuan Kai glared at Jialan Blast, what are you? At this time, a big hand stretched out from behind, grabbed Yuan Kai's neck, and picked him up like a chicken. Yuan Kai's captain held him in one hand, while apologizing to Jialan Jifeng, Master Jifeng, it's this guy who has no eyes, I apologize to you on his behalf. Jialan Haifeng waved his hand, it's okay, let him pay attention in the future, otherwise I will be rude next time. At this time, many members of the Jialan Guild had already stood up, looking over with unkind eyes. After a series of apologies, he grabbed Yuan Kai and quickly walked away. Lin Moyu doesn't care about this kind of clown-like character at all. Lin Moyu has always been unwilling to care too much, and once he cares about it, he will kill the killer neatly. Word of mouth is the most meaningless thing. Even if the quarrel is won, the other party will not lose a piece of meat. Jialan Haifeng said to Lin Moyu, Brother Lin, are you really going to solo? Lin Moyu nodded, yes. At this moment, Jialan Galefoam had sweat dripping from his forehead. Is your name Lin Moyu? Lin Moyu chuckled, wishing. Swipe, Jialan Haifeng immediately straightened his body, and was about to salute Lin Moyu, when another voice came from beside him, Lin Moyu, you are here too. With the rolling of Lin Moyu's mind, 40,000 skeletons disappeared at the same time. A terrifying skeleton king appeared on the skeleton throne. The Skeleton King's aura was astonishing, shaking the entire dungeon. The scenes that Lin Moyu had seen appeared again, as if another world had come here. It was a terrifying world full of death breath and belonging to the undead. The Skeleton King got up from his throne, and the blood-colored bone cloak behind him was hunting. Several monsters seemed to feel panic, and they all let out uneasy cries. The Skeleton King aimed at the Kunlun War Eagle in mid-air, and swung out the giant bone sword. A huge sword light hundreds of meters long pierced the sky, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. The Kunlun War Eagle was enveloped by the sword light, and before it could even let out a wail, it turned into nothingness in the sword light. Killing level 66 Kunlun War Eagle, experience *. The experience is very high, a full 13.2 million. Much higher than the outside world. It is not unreasonable that the Kunlun Shrine dungeon can be called the best leveling dungeon. The experience in the first stage of the dungeon is still normal, but in the middle stage, the experience has skyrocketed. It's no wonder there are so many teams, so many people are stationed outside the dungeon all year round, just for leveling. There was a soft bang, and as Lin Moyu slayed the first monster, a huge hourglass appeared in the depths of the dungeon. The same hourglass as the first dungeon at the foot of the mountain, only this time it goes faster. 8 hours, you need to get through this dungeon within 8 hours in order to be eligible to enter the high-level dungeon. For most teams, 8 hours is not easy. For example, the team of Shanghai Guild needs more than 12 hours to finish each time. But for Lin Moyu, 8 hours is too much. If it takes 778 hours for him to brush up once, how slow should his leveling speed be? The Skeleton King slashed out the Kunlun War Eagle with one sword, and then slashed out with the second sword. Another flash of sword light flashed, and the Kunlun Janxiong was beheaded. Then with the third sword, Kunlun Janzue was chopped into pieces. 3 swords eliminated 3 monsters that were beyond the level of ordinary bosses. It's not that the monsters in Kunlun Shrine are too weak, but that the Skeleton King is too strong. The Skeleton King is composed of 40,000 skeletons, and its attributes are close to God level. Dealing with monsters that are only over 60 levels, even boss-level monsters, is also an instant kill. Skeleton King opened the way ahead, and Lin Moyu went deep into the dungeon. Like the first dungeon, the terrain of the middle dungeon is still in the mountains. Wrapped in white snow, the Silver Land is the main theme in the dungeon. Looking at the towering peaks, I can't tell who is the main peak of Kunlun. At least for Lin Moyu, the mountain in the dungeon is more spiritual. It's a feeling that I can't explain clearly. Lin Moyu was in midair, looking down. There is a cloud and fog below, and the foot of the mountain can no longer be seen clearly. There is also a cloud and mist above the mountain peak, and the peak cannot be seen. The 3 dungeons, the initial section, the middle section, and the high section, split the entire mountain into 3 parts. He is now halfway up the mountain, belonging to the middle section. The dungeon is the main peak, which gives Lin Moyu a very strange feeling. As Lin Moyu officially stepped into the dungeon area, he stepped into it without any scruples, even without any scruples. Immediately caused a monster riot. A large number of monsters rushed over, but they were all blocked by the undead army. The Skeleton King stood at the front, one sword at a time, crisp and sharp. So far, Skeletron has not used skills. Just a normal attack is enough to kill these boss-level monsters. Others have to be careful, pull up a few at a time, eliminate them before moving on. Unlike Lin Moyu, who attracted a lot of attention at once. Try your skills. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he gave an order to the Skeleton King. Skill, Slay God. This skill can target a single target, or it can perform a range attack. The main thing is how to use it. When attacking in a range, the basic range is different, and the power will be weakened accordingly. When single targeted, it can burst out full damage. A sword slashed, and countless sword chi burst out. A large area is covered. The mountain peaks and the ground seemed to have been plowed once, and the snow rolled up, and then it was cut off by the sword energy. After a sword strike, there was a large space in front of the Skeleton King. Within a radius of 400 to 500 meters, none of the monsters survived. Lin Moyu's experience skyrocketed, and at least hundreds of boss-level monsters were killed with a single strike. The power is very good. Lin Moyu was pleasantly surprised. He was very satisfied with Skeleton King's performance. The team continued to move forward, and soon another monster rushed over. Lin Moyu looked at the large number of monsters rushing again, and with a slight thought, the second skill started. Skill, Elemental Riot. The Skeleton King locked the area with a radius of 1 kilometer in front of him, and all the monsters inside were shrouded in the Skeleton King's will. The cloak behind him suddenly lit up, and the elements in the area were in chaos at the same time. Amidst the loud noise, a shrouded mushroom cloud rose. Within the locked range, all the elements explode into chaos together. The power is extremely astonishing. The snow was completely melted in the explosion, exposing the pitch-black ground. Rocks flew across, and the entire Kunlun Mountains trembled. The firmness of the mountain surpassed Lin Moyu's imagination. In such an astonishing explosion, only a small hole less than 10 meters wide and 2 meters deep was blown out. If it were placed in other places, it is estimated that this mountain, Agbj, would be blown up on the spot. Lin Moyu has a new understanding of Kunlun Mountain. This mountain is surprisingly hard. The entire Kunlun Mountains is full of extraordinariness. It was so at first, and it is even more so now. A skill cleared a large area, and Lin Moyu's experience rose rapidly. From entering the dungeon to now, the experience has increased by 1.5%. And the copy is only halfway through. Skeleton King's 2 skills have been tested, and Lin Moyu is very satisfied. At the same time, Lin Moyu also found that since the appearance of Skeleton King, he seemed to be completely idle. In the past, for the sake of efficiency, I had to join the battle. But now, I don't seem to need to move. Whether you do it yourself or not has little impact on the efficiency of the script. Skeleton King can kill both alone and in groups, which is ridiculously strong. 1 skill per minute makes Skeleton King a ruthless killing machine. The undead army spent most of the time watching the show, watching Skeletron perform alone. The team advances all the way to slaughter the past. There is nothing strange to stop. For others, dungeons full of boss-level monsters are extremely difficult, and they will cause damage if they are not careful every day. Need to keep moving carefully. But for the Skeleton King, it is not difficult to take away a group of people with 1 knife and 1 skill. Until a fort appeared in sight. Above the fortress, a huge creature occupies it. Lin Moyu knew that he had reached the end of the copy. Glancing at the hourglass, since he entered the dungeon until now, the hourglass has only lost 1/20th of it. 5 minutes to half an hour. It is faster and more efficient than brushing the first copy. The experience value has increased by 3.9%, and it is estimated that after killing the boss, it can reach 4%. Swipe a copy, and the experience speed of increasing 4% is very fast. It only needs to be swiped 25 times to upgrade, and it doesn't even take a day. Much easier than level 59 to level 60. Lin Moyu said to himself, it is indeed one of the fastest upgrading dungeons, and it really has a lot of experience. If it is another team's last round, each person can increase the experience value by about 0.2%. It takes 500 brushes to level up. If you only rely on brushing this copy to upgrade, even if you brush it once a day, it will take nearly 2 years to upgrade to a level. Of course, other professionals will not just stare at dungeons. They are also looking for wild monsters to fight when they are resting. Although the experience is not as good as that of the dungeon, they can also be leveled. With the combination of the two, as long as you work hard enough, 1 year level is not a problem. Lin Moyu looked at the huge monster above the fort. The boss of the copy looks like a huge lion. It is already more than 10 meters high just by crawling. The breath of the boss is very powerful. Every breath can bring up a large snowstorm. Lin Moyu can feel its power. As a level 65 dungeon boss, this is a big guy that is difficult to deal with. It is estimated that its attributes have reached the level of a lord-level boss of the same level. It will be difficult for a team of 24 people to deal with it. But in front of Skeleton King, Lin Moyu said that it was not enough to watch. The Skeleton King has already taken off in the air, heading towards the boss. This time I didn't even bother to use the detection technique. The Skeleton King didn't even give the boss a chance to fully wake up. The long sword in his hand glowed, and the skill monomer was locked. Skill, Slay God. The two sides were separated by hundreds of meters, and a 1,000-meter-long huge sword energy swung out, blasting the boss and the fortress to pieces. Kill the Kunlun Lion King, experience plus ***. Title obtained, Lonely God of War. Obtain the Great Sword of the Lion King. Acquire the Lion King armor. He even got the title. It's been a long time. In Lin Moyu's memory, he has won the title twice. One was obtained in the copy of Dragon Sentinel, and the other was granted by Fong of the Xinxia Imperial Army. At that time, he hadn't changed his job for the second time, and the title of the copy of Dragon Sentinel gave him a great help. Played an extremely important role in his growth path. However, the title granted by the Xinxia Empire was declined by him because the attributes were not good enough. After the second turn, all equipment and titles are useless. Lin Moyu found that he was truly alone, and any auxiliary skills of other professionals had nothing to do with him. The bonus of equipment has nothing to do with me. I have a feeling of being out of place with this world. As for why, Lin Moyu didn't understand either. Now got the title again. What's the use? Check out the properties of the name. Lonely God of War, you are the lonely God of War. Your brilliance is admired by people, but it is also scary to approach. All attributes plus 50,000, all skills plus 2. Looking at this title, it is really strong. Lin Moyu admits that he is also very greedy. Attributes don't matter, what he is greedy for is the attribute of plus 2 for all skills. That is an attribute that can increase passive skills. The reason why boss jewelry is powerful is because there is this special attribute. And I am an insulator of equipment, so I can't use boss jewelry. Bored, Lin Moyu tried to use the title. Sure enough, it was unusable. The title is like a ball of light, staying in the spiritual world, but no matter how Lin Moyu drives it, it cannot be activated. It cannot be used, nor can it be given to others. What a waste! Lin Moyu sighed softly. Such a good attribute is equivalent to 2 pieces of boss jewelry. No matter which profession it is given to, as long as it is not an idiot, its combat power will increase greatly. But now such a good title falls on him who can't use it, I have to say, it's a bit funny. But looking back, it seems that no one else can get this title. The Lonely God of War, you can tell at a glance that you have to swipe a copy to get it. How many people can solo? Lin Moyu feels that the whole human race is afraid that no one can do it except himself. Even if his elder sister came, it would not work. The hourglass had long since disappeared, and there seemed to be an inexplicable aura about him. This is a kind of acknowledgement. He passed the test of the copy, was recognized by the copy, and is eligible to go to the next stage. Looking up towards the top of the mountain, the clouds and mist are curling up, and it's not time to go yet. Leveling. Now let's settle down and level up. Raise the level as much as possible to make the soul stronger. In order to obtain more benefits in the following soul melting formation. When Lin Moyu killed the boss, the vortex outside the dungeon suddenly burst into brilliant light. A ray of colorful light rushed into the sky, exploding brilliant fireworks in the air. Almost everyone in the various quarters raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Another team has passed the assessment. It's really strong. I don't know which forces team it is. Those big forces, the Great Guild, already have a complete set of tactics. They use powerful old people to lead newcomers to the dungeon, and the success rate is very high. I'm really envious. This is the benefit of a big power. It's hard for us scattered people. Mu Xianxian smiled. Great, the silent speech has passed. Jialan Blast Monster yelled, impossible. General Lin Shen entered in less than half an hour. Mu Xianxian was serious and serious. Nothing is impossible. He has been brushing the book very quickly. Basically, it will not take more than half an hour. Jialan Haifeng obviously didn't believe it. I still don't think so. His voice fell silent, and Lin Moyu appeared in front of the copy. The colorful rays of light in the sky hadn't dissipated yet. When Lin Moyu came out, the colorful rays of light fell on him, reflecting him like a godman. Lin Moyu didn't expect such a movement, but he didn't care, took out the cooling amulet to reset the copy, and then entered again. Everyone outside the copy was stunned. It was not a strong team that passed the dungeon, but a person. One person. Someone made a strange cry, and then the whole station exploded. It turned out to be a person. It's impossible. Could it be that the Kunlun Shrine also has a single-player mode? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. It is impossible for anyone in this world to be able to single-handedly copy Kunlun Shrine. I don't believe it either, let alone the Kunlun Shrine dungeon. Even if it's an ordinary hell dungeon, it's impossible for anyone to be able to do it alone. The garrison has been completely blown up, and no one believes it. The leader of the one-man station had to come out to maintain order. The leaders were relatively calm. Although they couldn't believe it, at least they didn't talk nonsense. And there are a few smart ones who have already begun to seek proof from the outside world. They have been stationed here all year round, and some people have been here for several years, and the news is relatively closed. They don't know what's going on outside. It must be correct to seek proof in advance. Yuan Kai's eyes widened at this time, and he couldn't believe it. This is impossible. This is definitely a mistake. Zheng Guan patted him on the shoulder. The copy can't be mistaken. The colorful rays of light fall on him. It means that he is the one who passed the test. I understand the rules of the dungeon, and you understand it too. There has never been a mistake. Also, do you remember what the third young master of the Jialan Guild called him just now? Yuan Kai's expression was not very good at this time. It seems to be Brother Lin. Zheng Guan chuckled. His surname is Lin, so young. Can't you guess his identity? Yuan Kai suddenly trembled all over and fell to the ground in fright, his face full of horror. Zheng Guan knew that he had already guessed, turned and walked away. Lin Moyu's identity is not difficult to guess, as long as there is a little clue to guess. 0. Asking for flowers. Zheng Guan thought it was a bit funny when he thought that before he revealed that he could let Lin Moyu come over to be the boss and take him to write books. What is the identity of the other party? Where will he need his help? It's really self-indulgent. Soon, messages came back one after another. Several well-connected leaders gathered the news and immediately confirmed Lin Moyu's identity. Everyone looked horrified. It turned out to be Lin Xinjiang. General Lin Xin is really powerful, and he finished the middle dungeon of Kunlun Shrine in half an hour. This is the first of its kind to create history again. Unexpectedly, during the few years I have been here, there will be such a talent in the academy. The person who said this was the team leader of Xiajing Academy here. He has been here for 4 years, and Lin Moyu counts as his junior. Whether it is his own school or the human race, he is proud to have such a talent. The news that Lin Moyu completed the dungeon in half an hour quickly spread throughout the station. Everyone was shocked and quickly accepted the result. I feel that since Lin Moyu brushed it, it is normal. As the youngest general in the history of the human race, he has created too many miracles. Now it's just one more miracle, nothing else. Many people focused their attention on the vortex of the dungeon, and they wanted to see how often Lin Moyu could complete the dungeon. Only 20 minutes later, Lin Moyu left the instance as the vortex of the instance twisted. I saw him calmly reset the copy at will, and then entered it again. 26 minutes. Someone shouted, and when he remembered, he found that Lin Moyu only took 26 minutes from entering the dungeon to exiting. This speed is too fast. Most teams have a full staff of 24 people, and it will take more than 10 hours. Even for those strong teams, it is difficult to compress the time to less than 7 hours. But Lin Moyu only took 26 minutes. The gap is hard to reason with. The gap in combat power has become so large that it is difficult to make up for it with numbers. Someone has calculated that even if a team of 240 people goes in, it may not be possible to complete the dungeon within half an hour. Worthy of being a forest god general, an existence that can kill gods. This kind of combat power is placed in a level 65 dungeon, and it must be instantly killed all the way. If you don't accept it, you can't do it. This is the gap. It is the good fortune of our Xinxia Empire, and the good fortune of the human race, to have God General Lin. Lin Moyu went in and out of the copy again and again, and the time finally stabilized at 25 minutes. Up and down each time no more than 10 seconds. Description: Lin Moyu has mastered the rhythm thoroughly. This kind of control over rhythm is sometimes more frightening than combat power. It shows that Lin Moyu's skills are extremely stable, and continuous battles have no effect on him. Every time Lin Moyu came out, he looked calm and breezy, without any fatigue, as if he could grow old forever. Just like this, Lin Moyu appeared outside the copy after only half a day, with an upgraded radiance. Lin Moyu kept brushing the dungeon, and Meng Anwen arranged the formation nonstop. The administration and military of each locality are fully cooperating. This time the Dongfang family made great efforts to cooperate with Meng Anwen, Bai Yuan, and other major families. It can be said that for this plan, most of the power of the Xinxia Empire has been mobilized. Such a big event cannot be concealed, and it soon spread to the ears of other forces. They sent people over to inquire about the news, but the Xinxia Empire managed itself like an iron plate, watertight. As a result, no news was found. Even if some news is obtained, it is ambiguous and difficult to distinguish between true and false. As the most powerful country in the world, the Xinxia Empire cannot be compared with those small countries and forces. It is almost impossible to infiltrate. Bai Yuan's camp was getting bigger and bigger, and the number of soul-devouring beasts exceeded expectations. The original camp, large enough to accommodate 100,000 people, is full, and larger camps have been built outside. Living professionals and architects were dispatched to quickly expand the camp. There was not enough therapists, so a large number of Formation 830 masters were called in to arrange the healing formation. A large number of pharmacists were also called to prepare the healing potion. The royal family also joined in and took out the medicinal materials in stock. The number of people parasitized by the soul-devouring beast quickly exceeded 200,000, and it is still increasing at an astonishing rate. The number of such infections will eventually increase geometrically, faster and faster, and control will become more and more difficult. It is estimated that after 1 month, the number of soul-swallowing beasts parasitized in the camp could reach 1 million. Looking at the whole world, only the Xinxia Empire can do this kind of thing. No other force has the ability to do such a thing. But no matter how careful Bai Yuan and the others are and how strict the control is, they still know that there must be a soul-devouring beast that has escaped. If it is within the territory of the Xinxia Empire, that's fine. When the soul-melting formation comes together, the soul-devouring beasts in the entire empire will be wiped out and become nourishment. If they fled to other countries, other forces, those forces can only ask for their own blessings. The Xinxia Empire can't control them. Bai Yuan once said a few words about this matter. The ancestors have a saying, people who are not of my race must have a different heart. The strength of us people is limited. It would be nice if we can control the people in our own country. Those hair, skin and eyes look different from ours, let them ask for more blessings. Why? On the bright side, one of the most powerful people in the Xinxia Empire. When Emperor Di was silent, Bai Yuan's words represented the highest will of the upper echelons of the Xinxia Empire. Generally speaking, no one will resist, and no one dares to resist. In the hearts of the people of the Xinxia Empire, Bai Yuan's authority is very high, even higher than that of the royal family. Some people may not know the name of the king, but they must not know the name of Baishan. Bai Yuan is in charge of the camp. Recently, he has been very busy and has a lot of things to deal with. But now he had to stop what he was doing. Ning Tairan was sitting in front of him with a serious expression. Bai Yuan asked, "Have you been to Chuanshan Island?" "Went, but did not find the old man." Bai Yuan frowned. "The old man won't leave Chuanshan Island easily. Where did he go?" "The old man on Chuanshan Island, the only half-step super-god of the human race, Lord Di Huang. He is farther than Bai Yi, and Ning Tairan and others are 2 generations older. He is a generation taller than Yi Hao. It is said to have lived for nearly 200 years. How old exactly, no one knows. There are not many people who even know of his existence. Perhaps the era that belonged to him has come to an end. In the past 100 years, he has hardly appeared in the public eye. But for a truly powerful professional, all god-level professionals know that there is such a character in the human race who is like a pincer. It is precisely because of his existence that demons dare not invade the human world on a large scale. But now, he's gone. No one knows where he went. Bai Yuan originally wanted to invite him to sit in this soul-melting formation. After all, the Demon Emperor had already made a move. If the Abyss Demon can get the news, the Dragon Clan will definitely get it too. Maybe the Dragon Emperor will do it too. If there is no half-step supergod level powerhouse as the town, he is afraid of accidents. Although he is strong, Meng Anwen is strong, but compared with the half-step supergod, he is still far behind. Bai Yuan said in a low voice, I originally wanted to go to the old man in a few days. It seems that you and I thought of going together. The old man is gone now. If he doesn't want to come out, we won't be able to find him. The only plan now is to see if you can contact Jiang Yi. Ning Tairan was shocked. Jiang Yi? Bai Yuan said, he is about to be resurrected. At least for now, he can manipulate the demon-slaying sword to kill Mo Shan Will. The dungeon evolved from his soul is in the dungeon hall under your control. Ning Tairan nodded silently. Okay, I understand. Bai Yuan thought for a while, don't spread the news of Di Huang's disappearance to the outside world. I know. Ning Tairan knew the seriousness of the matter, so naturally he would not talk nonsense. After Ning Tairan left, Bai Yuan went to find Meng Anwen and told him about Fang Di's disappearance. After thinking about it, Meng Anwen said in a low voice, let someone find Lin Mohan and see where she is. It's time to find Lao Yan, call him back. At least the three of us are here. If there is an accident, there is still a war. Force. The ancient battlefield, the upper space, and the core area. A streak of light pierced the sky at an astonishing speed. The space in the ancient battlefield roared endlessly, as if it could not bear the power of the streamer. The streamer is like a knife, cutting the space like a cloth, revealing the deep void. Di Huang's speed was as fast as lightning, and he took Lin Mohan towards the area where Antares was located. His body gleamed, and huge forces came from all directions and squeezed on him, trying to expel him from the ancient battlefield. As a half-step supergod, he is not allowed to stay in the upper space of the ancient battlefield. But Di Huang's strength is too amazing, he actually used his own strength to resist the expulsion of the 5 ancient battlefields. It's just that with the passage of time, the power of expulsion is rapidly increasing, and even he can't resist it for a long time. Lin Mohan's eyes were a little anxious, she didn't know what her teacher brought her here for. They entered the lower space from the deep space, and then went to the upper space, flew into the core area all the way, and went to the center. If it was her, she would have been expelled long ago. Di Huang didn't say a word, his expression was serious, and he flew tens of thousands of kilometers in 1 minute. Lin Mohan saw Antares and saw this frightening giant. Antares. Di Huang's voice boomed. At this time, the expulsion force was already extremely large, and Di Huang's side was full of space cracks. There are lightnings constantly breeding in the void, and the power of these lightnings is astonishing. Lin Mohan felt that any random bolt of lightning could kill him to pieces. Now the eternal space no longer wants to expel Emperor Di, but to kill him. It was also a little difficult for Di Huang to resist the lightning. Antares. Di Huang roared again, and Antares finally moved. It raised its eyelids and glanced at Di Huang. Then he snorted heavily. In an instant, the lightning disappeared and the space returned to normal. The power of Antares enveloped Di Huang and Lin Mohan, helping him evade the power on the ancient battlefield. With the power of Antares present, the laws of the ancient battlefield ignored Di Huang as if he did not exist. Di Huang breathed a sigh of relief and brought Lin Mohan down. Dear Lord Antares, I haven't seen you for many years. Di Yin greets you. Di Yin is Di Huang's real name, and he dare not call himself Di Huang in front of Antares. Antares said unhappily, you old guy is still alive 4.3, I thought you were dead. Di Yin didn't care, he chuckled, my deal with you hasn't been completed yet, how dare I die? There was a little look in Antares' eyes, so, you found the dragon? If Lin Moyu was present, he would definitely be able to hear the change in Antares' tone. In fact, Antares is already a little excited, Dragon Ball is very important to it. But Antares will not show it, so that he can have a bargaining chip. Di said, "Yes, I found it, so I came here to complete this deal with you." Antares thought for a while. "Yes, state your request." Di looked at Lin Mohan's words. "I would like to ask Master Antares to protect my disciple with a little bit of willpower, and protect her safe and sound before the half-step super god." Only then did Lin Mohan understand why his teacher brought him here. What an incredible existence this Antares is, obviously stronger than his teacher. The shock in Lin Mohan's eyes could not be concealed, and she also guessed why. "Teacher." Di Huang glanced at Lin Mohan and signaled her not to speak. Lin Mohan moved his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally fell silent. Di Huang spoke to Antares again. "My lord, I wonder if you agree to this transaction." He didn't talk about any other relationship with Antares, it was just a deal. He knew very well that the only thing that could impress Antares was the transaction, nothing else. Antares whispered, "Do you know what it means for me to split a little will? I can't interfere with the affairs of the human race, you should understand this rule." Di Huang smiled. This old man understands, but to Mr. Antares, giving a little bit of will is not considered meddling. Moreover, this old man only hopes that Mr. Antares can protect my disciple when he is in danger. As for how to protect, adults must have many ways. Antares' eyes showed thoughtfulness. How to protect this is a matter of knowledge. Taking a shot to destroy the enemy is protecting, and saving people is also protecting. As long as it doesn't do anything, it doesn't count as meddling. Antares stared at Di Huang. "Have you really decided to go there?" Di Huang nodded. "It's almost time. If you don't go, you won't have a chance." Antares sighed. "Yeah, you are almost 200 years old. If you don't go, you will have no chance. But even if you go, you are still close to death, and the chance is slim. This is my fate." Di Huang said the word fate with special emphasis, as if he had made a life and death decision. As he said, he had to go, and if he didn't go, he would have no chance. Even if it is close to death, this is fate. Antares hummed, "I agree to this deal. Give me the Dragon Ball, and I will protect your disciple until she becomes a half-step super god." Di Huang was overjoyed and immediately took out a box. There was shock in Lin Mohan's eyes. She had seen this box several times, and Di Huang regarded it as a treasure on weekdays, and she couldn't even touch it. When he asked what was in the box, Di Huang replied yes. Lin Mohan didn't understand it at the time, but now she understands that it contains her own life. It is something that can save one's own life. The box opens to reveal the Dragon Balls inside. It looked like a small bead and was inconspicuous, but there was desire in Antares' eyes. The Dragon Ball flew out of the box, flew into Antares' mouth, and was swallowed into his body. Antares' body, which was bigger than the mountain, trembled slightly, and there was a violent shock in the space. The entire space is like sea waves folded, rippling away layer by layer. The waves of space blow through the body like the wind, and Lin Mohan feels that his body is distorted. It's a feeling of being completely out of control, and it's very uncomfortable. Lin Mohan was horrified. This kind of existence was too terrifying. If you want to kill yourself, you don't even need to do it. Maybe one look is enough to kill yourself thousands of times. How could there be such a terrifying existence in the world? How many secrets there are in this world? With horror in her eyes, the existence of Antares exceeded her cognition. Since becoming Di Huang's disciple, as the only half-step super-god in the human race, Di Huang has a private library. Although the collection inside is not as rich as the Royal Secret Library, it has some knowledge that even the Royal Secret Library doesn't have. Some things can only be known when they reach a certain height. Di Huang is currently the only existence in the human race who has reached that level. Coupled with Di Huang's precepts and deeds, Lin Mohan knows a lot, beyond imagination. Over the past few years, Di Huang has given Lin Mohan a lot of knowledge, useful and useless. I was a little anxious from the beginning to the end. Lin Mohan didn't understand why he was so anxious, but now he finally understood. My teacher is leaving, going to a place where he is close to death. Di Huang said to Lin Mohan, when you leave as a teacher, there are 9 out of 10 chances that you won't be able to come back. You have to work hard and try to reach the half-step supergod. The human race can't live without a half-step supergod. Fortunately, Jiang Yi is about to be resurrected, and I can feel his soul as a teacher. With the protection of Master Antares, your safety should be fine. Di Huang's voice was full of exclamation and kindness. In these short few years, he has really given everything he has, without reservation. Antares completely absorbed and fused the Dragon Balls, and finally set his sights on Lin Mohan. To it, Lin Mohan was too insignificant and never noticed it. Now there was a hint of surprise in its eyes. Then Antares suddenly brought his head closer, sniffing Lin Mohan with his huge nose. Every breath it took was like a Category 18 hurricane, which made Lin Mohan almost unable to stand. Lin Mohan didn't dare to move, facing such an existence, she knew herself. However, Lin Mohan was not afraid. From the conversation between Di Huang and Antares just now, Lin Mohan already knew that the other party had no malice towards him. This kind of innocence is because I don't get into the eyes of the other party at all, and my own is too small. Antares' voice sounded, "You smell like him." Lin Mohan was taken aback. His taste? She couldn't understand this sentence, and Di Huang couldn't understand it either. Antares asked again, "What's your relationship with Lin Moyu?" Lin Mohan showed a strange face. Why did he suddenly mention his younger brother, and said loudly, "Moyu is my younger brother." Antares let out a long sigh. No wonder you have the smell of Boy Lin in your blood. It turns out to be a real sibling. Lin Mohan asked strangely, "My lord, do you know Moyu?" Antares snorted, "Of course I know, this brat is not a good guy." Lin Mohan didn't dare to make a sound. If someone else said that, she could still get angry, but now it is an existence like Antares who said this, so she can only listen to it. Antares snorted twice. "This stinky brat has a bad stomach, and you, as a sister, probably won't be much better. However, both of you have good talents. The brat is extremely powerful, and you level up fast enough. Both of you are pretty good." At this time, an illusory figure appeared in front of Antares, and a transparent Antares the size of a fist appeared in Lin Mohan's sight. "This is my will. It is usually asleep, and it can only wake up when you are in danger. According to the deal, I will protect you well, but I will not kill for you. So don't bother me normally." While scolding Lin Moyu, it still managed to separate a little bit of its will. Regardless of the scolding, the transaction still needs to be completed. Antares is very trustworthy. A trace of will turned into a transparent Antares, entered Lin Mohan's spiritual world, and fell into a deep sleep. Di Huang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. "Thank you, Lord Antares." Antares snorted, "It's just a deal between us, don't think I don't know, you have kept the Dragon Balls for hundreds of years. Although 100 years is just a matter of sleeping for this deity doesn't like your behavior very much. But forget it, I probably won't see you again in the future, the dead are the most important, so I won't care about you this time." Di Huang smiled, although Antares' words were not pleasant, but he did not dare to refute. What's more, what Antares said was the truth. No matter what the outcome of this trip, life or death, he would never come back. Lin Mohan's eyes were full of reluctance, and he was even more worried. "Old teacher 167, why don't you go?" Di Huang shook his head. "No, this step, the teacher must go." Antares said quietly, "If you go, you will have a narrow escape. If you don't go, you will die. Di Huang is 200 years old, and his time is approaching. If he doesn't try again, he will never have another chance. Instead of lingering, always try to fight before the hope disappears completely." Lin Mohan's eyes were moist, with tears in his eyes, and he didn't know what to say. Di Huang smiled. "Don't cry, you are a god-level powerhouse after all. No god-level powerhouse would shed tears. It's not hopeless for me to go as a teacher, although I'm close to death. Maybe in the future, when you are super god, you can still see me as a teacher. In the teacher's training room, there is a box under the stone table. You can open it when you reach the half-step super god level. It contains the world's biggest secret. At this time, Antares snorted again. You humans just like to cover things up. This is the case now, and it was the same in the last era. You can't say anything clearly. It's so troublesome to do this and that. Di Huang laughed. You won't understand. At this moment, he let go of everything, and his breath became calm and indifferent. Finally, I will trouble Lord Antares and give me a ride. Antares said, for the sake of your dying, let me send you off. After the words fell, a space-time channel suddenly appeared beside Di Huang. Di Huang saluted Antares with a smile. Thank you, sir. We are destined to see you again. Get out. Di Huang didn't stay any longer and stepped into the space-time channel. Teacher. Lin Mohan's tears could no longer be stopped, and the bits and pieces of the past 3 years kept pouring into his heart. Di Huang taught himself that he really did his best. Unexpectedly, they finally parted here. Antares' voice resounded muffledly. People are gone, there's no need to cry. I really don't understand your human race. Life is not long, and there are so many messy emotions. Lin Mohan looked at Antares and bowed slightly. Dear Lord Antares, can you tell me, where is the teacher? Antares shook his head. No. Resolutely refused. Antares didn't show any kindness. Lin Mohan's eyes were full of disappointment. She knew that if Antares refused to speak, she would not be able to force her. Lin Mohan stared directly at Antares with her big eyes. With moisture in his eyes, he just watched without saying a word. Antares also looked at Lin Mohan, blinked, and found that Lin Mohan was still looking at him. Only 10 seconds later, Antares retreated. Okay, I just told you, you two are equally annoying. Lin Mohan said quickly, thank you, my lord. Antares snorted, let me make it clear to you first, this deity is for Lin Boy's sake, and has nothing to do with your teacher is not that big a face. And the deity only said it once, whether you can understand it or not is up to you. Let's put it this way, the world is a cage. This cage used to have an external passage, but the rear passage was closed. It's becoming very difficult to break out of the cage, but someone has dug a hole, and if you can get out of the hole. Your teacher is going to drill the hole now, understand? Lin Mohan half understood. Is this hole dangerous? Didn't I say it before? It's close to death. But it's not like there's no chance at all. Once it succeeds, the sea and the sky will open up. Antares said casually. Lin Mohan wanted to speak, but Antares interrupted her. You are not as smart as your brother. If it was him, he wouldn't continue to ask. Of course, if you want to know more, come and make a deal with me. Finish my mission, bring what I need, and you will get what you need. Lin Mohan immediately said without thinking, what do you need? Antares said slightly contemptuously, you don't have the qualifications yet, let's wait until when you become a half-step super god. Lin Mohan knew it was true, because of Di Huang's matter, her thoughts were confused. Now that he has woken up, the breath on his body has also undergone some changes. His thoughts became clear again. It seems that in the eyes of adults, silent words are better. Antares said, indeed, he is very good, the best one I have ever seen. It is also because of him that this deity gives you the qualification to talk to this deity. Now, our conversation is over, you can go back. Wait until you become a half-step super god, and then negotiate a deal with the deity. As Antares closed his eyes again, Lin Mohan only felt that the world in front of him was completely dark. Then there was the feeling of teleportation. She was rushed into the space-time channel by an irresistible force. When she regained her sight, she found that she had returned to the world of the human race. A familiar smell came from the human world. Antares, what kind of existence is it? A gust of wind blew by, making Lin Mohan startled. In the spiritual world, she could sense that Antares was sleeping. Just awoke and protect oneself, how strong it must be. From Antares' words, Lin Mohan realized that it was somewhat familiar with Lin Moyu. And Lin Moyu's status in its eyes is completely different from others. Thinking of his younger brother, Lin Mohan's eyes shone brightly. Xiao Yu is awesome, sister will definitely protect you. And teacher, I believe you will be able to make it through, and we will meet again in the future. Quickly coming out of the sadness of Di Huang's departure, Lin Mohan regained her sister's identity. For Lin Moyu, for Di Huang, she has to become stronger. With her talent, she is destined to be able to upgrade rapidly and become stronger. She swore to go faster than anyone else. Lin Moyu took the trouble to brush the copy over and over again. From level 60 to level 61, it took only half a day. After level 61, the number of skeletons of the undead army reached 52890, exceeding the number of 50,000. Lin Moyu logically summoned Skeletron with 50,000 skeletons. The Skeleton King is composed of 50,000 skeletons, with a single attribute reaching 2.3 million and a total attribute of 9.2 million. The Skeleton King has become stronger, but he is still a little short of the god level with tens of millions of attributes. The increase in the number of skeletons does not increase the attributes proportionally. It seems that there is some kind of restriction that restricts the continued increase of attributes. The power of the Skeleton King is infinitely close to the god level, enough to be comparable to the 89-level world-class boss. If you run into a false god, it will be a battle. It's just a little less than the real god level. If the strength soldier's skill is strengthened, the Skeleton King can break through instantly and possess real god-level power within 30 seconds. As for how many levels can be reached, it needs to be verified in experiments, and Lin Moyu can't judge. Although Skeleton King has become stronger, his efficiency has been pushed to the limit, and he has not become faster. The monsters in the dungeon are strong, whether it is the previous Skeleton King or the current Skeleton King formed by gathering 50,000 skeletons, it is one knife. The difference is not huge. Lin Moyu also tried to summon 2 Skeletrons with a combination of 20,000 skeletons and 30,000 skeletons. But no matter what kind of Skeleton King, sometimes it is impossible to kill monsters with one blow. Efficiency also failed to improve much. Lin Moyu still maintains the efficiency of brushing every 25 minutes. After level 61, the experience requirements have increased again, and each time you brush the book, you can only increase the experience by about 3.6%. In the same way, you can upgrade to a level in half a day. Lin Moyu knows that level 60 to 65 should be the fastest level for him to upgrade. After level 65, the upgrade speed will be greatly reduced. But if you drop again, Bar is much faster than ordinary professionals. When others work very hard, it takes a year to advance to the next level. It may take 2 years if you don't work hard. And it may only take a few days for him to be promoted to the next level. This kind of speed is far more than 100 times that of others, so there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. Lin Moyu is tireless, holding 8 high-level cooling amulets, constantly cooling down copies, and constantly improving experience. The professionals outside the dungeon were stunned. In the past few days, they have witnessed what is called a miracle. They watched with their own eyes that Lin Moyu started from level 60 and soared all the way. The level was like riding a rocket. In just over 4 days, he went from level 60 to level 65. It wasn't until then that the speed of upgrading slowed down. After 4 days, Lin Moyu reached level 60. In just 9 days, Lin Moyu's level has risen from 60 to 66. In the eyes of others, this speed is even more miraculous than a miracle. At this time, no one dared to say anything, and it was impossible to doubt. The story of Lin Moyu's crazy upgrade in the middle dungeon of Kunlun Shrine has spread throughout the human world. Some people don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. Here at least, thousands of people witnessed it. In the past few days, no team has gone to the dungeon. Everyone is watching Lin Moyu copying the book by himself. Witness the miracle firsthand. After reaching level 66, Lin Moyu looked at the rest of the cooling talisman, and he could brush it 12 times. After level 66, each level up is less than 0, Qian Zhao 0.8% experience, and the remaining times are not enough to level up to level 67. It's been 10 days, and the teacher's arrangement is almost the same. Soul-swallowing beasts can't be raised unscrupulously, or the situation will be difficult to control. Go back after finishing the remaining times. Lin Moyu thought about it for a while and looked at the Blue Guild's residence not far away. In the past few days, a pair of big eyes have been paying attention to me. Mu Xianxian stayed close to each other for 10 days. Every time she came out, Lin Moyu could feel the other party's eyes in just 2 or 3 seconds. Lin Moyu could feel the heat in his eyes. He waved at Mu Xianxian, and in the next second, a beautiful shadow appeared in front of him. Silence! Mu Xianxian called out sweetly. Her smile is very simple, pure as white paper, very beautiful. Lin Moyu smiled. I'll take you to read the book, but it will be a bit boring and maybe a little tiring. Mu Xianxian shook her head. I won't be bored, and I'm not afraid of being tired. Then let's start. Lin Moyu gave Mu Xianxian an advanced cooling amulet, and the two entered the instance together. Jiangning Province, less than 100 kilometers away from Jiangning University. It was originally a mountain forest, but there is a secret realm here, which belongs to the Jiangning Academy and is used as a basic secret realm for testing new students. In just over a month, the mountains and forests outside Mimi were razed to the ground and turned into camps. A large number of people are stationed inside, including civilians, family members, and a large number of soldiers. There are a large number of healers active here. It can be said that more than 1/5 of the healers in the Xinxia Empire gather here. Each of the healing formations operates almost 24 hours a day. Now in the camp, the number of soul-devouring beast parasites has exceeded 500,000. And this is only a part of it. From the perspective of the entire empire, there are more parasites of the soul-devouring beast. For this reason, all the royal family mobilized and used all their power to deal with the parasites everywhere. The safety of personnel has been ensured as much as possible. Bai Yuan sat around the table with Ning Tairan, Imo Xinghai, Feng Chaman, and others. A person strode in from outside the door, and the Lord Dongfang Yi was the last to arrive and join them. The people here represent the most powerful force in the Xinxia Empire. The expressions on everyone's faces were slightly dignified, and Dongfang Yi said, "It's almost reached the limit, and it can't increase any more." Now the number of people parasitized by soul-devouring beasts in all provinces and cities exceeds 1 million, and the burden is overwhelming. If it is delayed for a few more days, I am afraid that there will be a large number of casualties. Although the Xinxia Empire is powerful, there are many professionals and healers. But there are always limits. Now the limit is approaching, and I can't hold on anymore. Feng Chaman was worried. This plan is too big. If it fails, the consequences will be disastrous. Imo Xinghai said, right now parasites of soul-devouring beasts are appearing one after another in various countries around the world. All forces, big and small countries, all feel that this matter has something to do with our Xinxia Empire. We want us to give an explanation. Bai Yuan snorted coldly, give them a fart, secretly transport our countrymen out by ourselves, we don't care about them anymore. Now I still want to ask us for an explanation and let them die. Recently, the Xinxia Empire is not at peace, and the various forces have no news, so they came up with bad ideas. He actually stole the person who was parasitized by the soul-swallowing beast. As a result, the soul-devouring beasts were exodus. Because Bai Yuan and the others couldn't move their hands away, even though they finally brought them back, the soul-devouring beasts had already spread outside. Imo Xinghai said, if they join forces, it will be troublesome. Although their accident happened late, the soul-devouring beast hasn't fully erupted yet, and I'm afraid it won't last long. Shu Yaoshan said in a deep voice, about this matter, Baishan and I have discussed it. When we have a big battle of soul melting, I will give them the formula of soul melting potion and let them refine the potion by themselves, and it can also solve the problem. Soul-swallowing beast. Imo Xinghai frowned. In this way, these forces don't want to produce many more geniuses. Shu Yaoshan chuckled, of course not, the old man gave me a revised formula. They can't even imagine the power of the soul that can only kill the soul beast. ABJ. Shu Yaoshan has researched the medicinal formula for so long, so naturally it is not without any effect. Hearing what he said, everyone was relieved. Bai Yuan added, the formula is precious and cannot be given casually. It has to be sold for money in exchange for resources. Yes, yes, sell money for resources. Bai Yuan's words immediately aroused everyone's agreement. For this plan, the Xinxia Empire did its best and consumed a lot of resources. Always find a place to make up for it. Teacher, I'm back. As the sound sounded, Lin Moyu flew into the house. Forest General. Everyone in the room greeted Lin Moyu one after another, treating each other equally. These days, what Lin Moyu did in the copy of Kunlun Shrine has been reported. Up to now, no one thinks that Lin Moyu can't become a god. At that time, whether it is military rank or level strength, they will not be inferior to them. Coupled with Lin Moyu's age, with his talent, it is normal for him to surpass them in the future. It's too late to make friends with this kind of person. Lin Moyu also clasped his fists in salute to everyone, hello, seniors, and the lord of the country. Bai Yuan asked, mentally speaking, preparations for the soul melting formation are about to be completed, and you are somewhat sure. Meng Anwen is the one who knows the soul melting formation best. After all, he is the one who set up the formation. The second is Lin Moyu, the main player. Antares once discussed the soul melting formation with Lin Moyu in detail, and Lin Moyu was very clear about the requirements. Lin Moyu said, 10%. Hearing Lin Moyu's answer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is indeed too big. If it fails to succeed, everyone present will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history without exception. Bai Yuan patted the table, okay, prepare well, one more day over there will be almost the same. Good. Everyone discussed again before dispersing. Only Bai Yuan, Lin Moyu, and Ning Tairan were left in the room. After Ning Tairan waited until everyone had left, he tapped his finger lightly and instantly blocked the room. When he did this, he naturally had something to say. The old man is indeed missing, and I have not been able to contact Jiang Yi. His soul secret realm is no longer in the instance hall. Lin Mohan. 11. Speaking of this, Ning Tairan glanced at Lin Moyu. I couldn't reach Moyu's sister either. Lin Moyu said, is the teacher looking for Di Huang and Ishin just in case? Bai Yuan looked at the formation outside. Some time ago, a ray of will from the Demon Emperor came over. With the power of the Demon Emperor, he should have known our plan. If it is determined, it may cause trouble to us regardless of the cost. The Demon Emperor is very powerful. If there is no old man, I am afraid there will be trouble. In addition to this, there is the Dragon Emperor. It is impossible for the Dragon Emperor to be ignorant of such a big movement. It has never acted, and it does not know what it is planning. Bai Yuan's worry is not unreasonable. There is no room for failure in their plan, and no room for failure in the soul melting formation. But at this time, Emperor Di disappeared, and Jiang Yi couldn't be contacted. This made Bai Yuan very worried, and he couldn't discuss this matter with others. Lin Moyu thought for a while, teacher, don't worry, God already knows the definition. The last time the Demon Emperor's will came, he was killed by the God of Righteousness from thousands of miles away. Maybe God of Righteousness has been resurrected, watching in the dark. Bai Yuan knew that what Lin Moyu said was just to comfort himself. No matter what, at this time we are already on the string, and we have to launch. After half a day, the formation is about to be completed. Lao Meng will conduct a final inspection. It should be tomorrow, the day after tomorrow at the latest, and the soul melting formation will be opened. Lin Moyu hummed, teacher, don't worry too much, the boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge, and it will happen. This will happen. Bai Yuan also said in a deep voice. At night, the stars sprinkle their starlight, illuminating the earth. Lin Moyu was sitting on the ground in the center of the camp. Beneath him was an extremely complex formation, the Great Soul Melting Formation. He is sitting in the center of the big formation. As the person who leads the formation, he will preside over the big formation here when Dafa starts. All soul power will be under his control. So Lin Moyu came to get familiar with the formation and sense every thread in the formation. He is not a formation master, and he does not understand formation techniques. But it doesn't prevent him from understanding the formation and getting familiar with the formation. Besides, Lin Moyu is also making preparations. The Devil Emperor, the Dragon Emperor, may all meet in court. That poisonous lich summoned with the blood of the poisonous god is not enough. The divine crystal of law may still play a role. Now there are 6 law god crystals, and each law god crystal has the power of law. According to Bai Yuan, the power of law is extremely powerful, and only high-level gods and god-level powerhouses above level 96 can touch this power. The reason why half-step supergods are powerful is because they have the power of powerful laws. Calculating in this way, the power of the Demon Emperor should also belong to the power of law. Only the law can fight the law. Lin Moyu's eyes were firm. You came across a distant space and crossed the border, so how much power can you exert? I used the crystal of the law to create an elemental lich. The power of self-destruction may not be as good as your body, but it will not be much worse when fighting you in the air. If Di Huangishan doesn't even make a move, this is one of my trump cards. If it doesn't work, it can only detonate the corpse of the poisonous god. A complete corpse of a god, the power would be astonishing. Lin Moyu has many cards in his hole, but these are the only ones who can fight against the Demon Emperor and Dragon Emperor. Having made up his mind, Lin Moyu's thoughts were complicated at this time, and he thought of Lin Mohan. I don't know where my sister has gone. If my sister can show up, I can get a part of the power of the soul. But with Emperor Di here, my sister's safety shouldn't be a problem. Lin Moyu sat motionless for 2 whole days. The huge spiritual power gradually spread towards each node through the large formation below him. The big formations are connected, and Lin Moyu uses spiritual power as a bridge to communicate with all the formation nodes. This is an incomparably huge formation, and there are more than 500 formation nodes alone, distributed in various locations of the Xinxia Empire. Once activated, the Xinxia Empire will be covered by a large formation. Except for a few places, there will be no dead ends. On this day, the camp that had been busy for more than a month suddenly became quiet. The healing circle was uniformly dismantled and all personnel evaluated. More than 500,000 people left en masse. Meng Anwen, who had been busy for more than a month, appeared in the air, and with him were all the high-ranking officials of the Xinxia Empire. They all looked serious, preparing a huge plan for more than a month, and it will finally start. Meng Anwen's voice resounded loudly, "Xiao Yu, you just control the formation, and leave the rest to us." Lin Moyu nodded, "Good." A good sound represents the beginning of the plan. The god Shada appeared above Meng Anwen's head, and the god Shada instantly became extremely huge, towering between the sky and the earth. Meng Anwen slapped Shenxiata with his palm, and Shenxiata burst out with colorful rays of light covering the earth. The earth suddenly lit up. A huge and majestic formation appeared on the ground, and the formation was filled with symbols in a radius of 10 miles. The dense array of lines is enough to make people dizzy at a glance. At this time, the formation was in operation, and colorful rays of light shot up into the sky, reflecting each other's splendor with Xinxia Tower. Meng Anwen activated the soul-melting formation with his own hands, and Lin Moyu was located in the center of the formation and became the main person in the formation. All the information of the formation is imprinted into Lin Moyu's spiritual world at this moment. Soul-melting formation, Qi. With Lin Moyu's soft shout, colorful rays of light shot up into the sky, and then exploded in the air, turning into countless sharp arrows and flying in all directions. Immediately afterwards, the nodes of the large formation densely covered in the Xinxia Empire lit up one after another, bursting into brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, a huge formation appeared in Lin Moyu's spiritual world. Along with the formation, there is also the territory of the entire Xinxia Empire. The formation enveloped the Xinxia Empire. As the leader of the formation, Lin Moyu used the power of the formation to see the entire Xinxia Empire. At this moment, he is like a supreme god, looking down at the empire. In the formation, countless light spots appeared, densely packed. Each point of light is a soul-devouring beast, representing a Xinxia person parasitized by the soul-devouring beast. And in some places, the light spots have become light clusters. There are too many soul-devouring beasts, and there are too many parasites. The number exceeds 2 million. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. This number completely exceeded his expectations. It was originally estimated that the number of soul-devouring beasts should be around 1 million. Unexpectedly, it has now exceeded 2 million. Thousands of years ago, the soul-devouring beast could be called a disaster, not without reason. But this time, they are fully prepared to turn disaster into opportunity. The soul-grinding plate is released, and the soul-swallowing beast is destroyed. With the thought of Lin Moyu, the formation changed suddenly, opening the second form. A huge millstone appeared in the sky above the Xinxia Empire. No matter where you are in the Xinxia Empire, you can see this millstone. The grinding disc rotates slowly, making a harsh friction sound. Countless people felt a stabbing pain in their heads at the same time, and then they heard waves of wailing. The sound was like a ghost crying. It was the scream of the soul-swallowing beast before it died. The soul-grinding disc in the soul-melting formation is the supreme weapon for attacking and killing soul-devouring beasts. Its appearance represented the doomsday of the soul-devouring beast. A large number of soul-devouring beasts died, turning into huge soul energy and pouring into the grinding plate. The soul-grinding disc became stronger and more powerful. More and more soul-devouring beasts were killed, and the soul energy was almost visible to the naked eye. From Lin Moyu's perspective, countless soul energies are like strips of light converging towards the grinding disc. The soul-grinding disc is not only a weapon, but also a container. Lin Moyu manipulated the formation as he wished, and launched a lure to kill all the soul-devouring beasts in the Xinxia Empire. Under the cover of the array, no one can escape. Meng Anwen and others guarded the four directions and firmly guarded Lin Moyu in the center. At this moment, no one is allowed to disturb. Yi Hao and his party, who were at odds with them, were surprisingly quiet this time. They didn't even ask what happened, and they didn't dare to interfere. After all, they are also members of the Xinxia Empire. When something happens to the Xinxia Empire, they will definitely stand on the side of the Xinxia Empire. From the activation of the formation to the obliteration of the soul-devouring beast by the soul-grinding plate, everything went smoothly. But the more this is the case, the more vigilant everyone is, not daring to relax in the slightest. A large number of soul-devouring beasts in the whole country have been wiped out, and the soul-grinding disc has become several times larger than it was at the beginning, and it is full of soul energy. The soul energy is dazzling, flowing like a precious gem liquid in the soul-grinding disc. There's a third left. Wait no more. According to the original plan, it is necessary to wait until all the soul-devouring beasts are wiped out before guiding out the soul energy in them. But Lin Moyu didn't want to wait any longer. He had a feeling that there might be accidents if he waited any longer. While controlling the soul-grinding disc to continue obliterating the soul-devouring beast, he has already extracted soul energy from the soul-grinding disc. A large amount of pure soul energy was extracted, and it first entered the body of the person in the main formation. As the leader of the formation, all soul energy must pass through him to flow out. Lin Moyu's soul began to grow. Originally, Lin Moyu's soul had been strong all the time. After absorbing a large amount of charm blue fire, the domain divine stone used the charm blue fire to temper Lin Moyu's soul all the time. Lin Moyu's soul is already very pure. But Lin Moyu knows that what the charm blue flame brings to him is the purity of the soul and the enhancement of the upper limit. If one compares one's soul to a container, my Lanhuo has enlarged, widened and deepened the container, increasing its capacity. My own container has grown a lot, but some parts are still empty and cannot be filled. 0. Asking for flowers. And now the soul energy that devours the soul beast that has been obliterated has become a filler. A large amount of soul energy flowed along the formation, and Lin Moyu was so excited that his soul seemed to have fallen into a puddle of fairy water, appearing extremely sober. Affected by external forces, experience plus asterisk asterisk. Affected by external forces, experience plus asterisk asterisk. Affected by external forces, experience plus asterisk asterisk. A lot of information jumped out, and experience began to grow rapidly. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect to gain soul energy. Not only the soul became stronger, but also the experience could be increased. The soul is strong and the mind is clear. Lin Moyu had a flash of inspiration and felt as if he had caught something. Could it be, the essence of upgrading is to upgrade the soul? Killing monsters to gain experience and level up, the essence of which is the soul force area. The higher the level, the stronger the soul. Conversely, the stronger the soul, the higher the level. Why can Jiang Yi create a secret realm with only his soul and survive for hundreds of years? 0. Why, the soul planted an imprint, and after death, the soul can return to resurrection. I seem to understand a little bit. Under the infusion of a lot of soul power, Lin Moyu's thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. All kinds of things that I couldn't understand before are now clear. There is a feeling of enlightenment. The soul energy is continuously injected, and the experience rises with the tide. After absorbing the soul energy, in just 1 minute, Lin Moyu's body glowed with an upgrade. He went from level 66 to level 67 smoothly. Experience is still growing. Lin Moyu is very clear that the upper limit of his soul is already very high, and now as long as he has enough soul energy, he can continuously promote himself to upgrade. Usually fighting monsters to upgrade and gain experience is actually gaining soul energy. If these soul energies are placed on others, it is not only as simple as raising the level, but also passively improves the essence of the soul and increases the upper limit of the soul. It is also true that the soul power of the soul-devouring beast can create a group of geniuses. It really is a big opportunity. It's just a genius created by relying on a small number of soul-devouring beasts, and at most it is at the god level. It's impossible to be a super god, and it's hard to be a half-step super god. If you want to elevate your soul to the level of a half-step super god, the soul energy you need is probably hard to estimate. Lin Moyu's thinking is getting clearer and clearer, and now he understands things that he didn't understand before. These soul energies can help Meng Anwen and others improve the essence of their souls, increase their upper limit of souls, and allow them to reach a higher level. The soul grinding disc is still growing. Lin Moyu's speed of absorbing soul energy cannot compare to the speed at which the soul grinding disc destroys the soul swallowing beast to gain energy. Another 2 minutes later, Lin Moyu's body once again shone with an upgraded light. He upgraded again, from level 67 to level 68. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A pitch-black spacetime passage suddenly appeared. A huge spacetime channel suddenly appeared in the sky. Thunder and lightning flashed in the human world. Not only the Xinxia Empire, but the entire human world erupted with dazzling lightning. Lightning interweaves into an eggshell, which protects the human world. But now, someone wants to break the eggshell from the outside world and invade by force. Coming! Bai Yuan roared angrily. Meng Anwen had already made his move 1 step ahead of him. The god shadow was shining, and countless runes appeared on the tower. Meng Anwen has fully activated the god shadow, and the god shadow roared endlessly, rippling and distorting the space. As one of the 3 divine towers of the Xinxia Empire, a legendary weapon, the Xinxia Tower is in charge of formations. In terms of attack, it is only under the Demon Extinguishing Tower. It's just that there is currently no owner of the Demon Extinguishing Tower, and no one can exert its full power. Under the control of Meng Anwen, the god Xiata can exert 80% to 90% of its power, which is very powerful. A large number of lightning bolts above the sky were attracted by Xinxiata and blasted into the spacetime channel with Xinxiata as a bridge. The spacetime channel instantly became unstable and began to distort. The roar of 977 came from the spacetime channel, and all the god-level powerhouses present all changed their faces when they heard the roar. Bai Yuan's expression changed drastically. "You're crazy, you actually attracted the desolate beast here." Ning Tairan looked very ugly. "Who is so mad? Is it the Dragon Emperor or the Demon Emperor?" Feng Chang'an said in a deep voice, "No matter who it is, the price to be paid for doing this is not small, it is truly insane." Contrary to everyone's imagination, the other end of the time-space channel is neither the Dragon King of the Dragon Realm nor the Demon King of the Abyss. The other end of the spacetime channel is actually connected to the wasteland. The breath of the desolate beast has already come out from the spacetime channel, and the continuous lightning attack of God Shatta can't stop it, it can only delay it. They all knew that desolate beasts could not be killed, that's why they had such expressions. Any desolate beast entering the human world would be a great disaster. In the dragon realm, the Dragon Emperor stands above the void like a terrifying god. Its terrifying power spreads wantonly throughout the entire dragon realm. On the land of the dragon clan below it, there is also an extremely huge formation in motion. The Dragon Emperor laughed wildly, "Idiots of the human race, why should I do it myself? The Emperor only needs to connect the desolate land with your human race, and then it is the time for the Emperor to watch the show." In the formation, a huge spacetime channel has been formed. The spacetime channel connects the wasteland and the human world. Boom! Lightning shot out from the void and hit the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's laughter stopped abruptly, and blood spewed from his mouth. Forcibly open the spacetime channel to connect the two worlds, especially the human world. It will inevitably suffer backlash and pay a price. This is also one of the reasons why the Demon Emperor is unwilling to come here by himself. The price will not be too small. Lightning fell one after another, and each lightning bolt carried a strong force of law, which made the Dragon Emperor vomit blood. But the Dragon Emperor still didn't give up, and always maintained the formation and the spacetime channel. After a while, Yin Huang was covered all over. But its appearance became more and more hideous. It just looked scary, but it didn't suffer any serious injuries. Such a small price is completely acceptable. The one-shot revenge 1,000 years ago, this emperor wants to avenge it this time. Destroy the human race first, and then destroy the abyss. Demon Emperor, you will be next. The Dragon Emperor became more and more crazy, and his laughter shook the sky. The desolate beast's breath became more and more intense, and in less than a minute, the penetrating breath had completely spread. Even in the dark passage of time and space, I saw light. The lights like spirit lanterns are the eyes of wild beasts. Meng Anwen manipulated Shinshata to attack with all his strength, but he reached the limit. Bai Yuan and the others are ready. Roar! Accompanied by earth-shattering roars, a huge head popped out. Do it! Bai Yuan shouted angrily at the same time, and punched out. This punch changed the color of the world and distorted the space. A colorful ball of light flew out of Ning Tyrant's hand. The ball of light is not big, but the power of the elements contained in it is thrilling. Feng Chimeon slashed out with a sword, and a black line was torn out of the space. This sword may not seem powerful, but its attack power is shocking. The unicorn beside Imo Shanghai spewed out a beam of light, which landed directly on the head of the desolate beast. No matter who it is, they have shown their full strength without reservation at this time. The desolate beast's head was almost smashed, and it flew back to the spacetime channel with a scream. But among the people present, no one was happy. There were more than one desolate beast. If one was driven back, the second and third would appear. They could only repel the desolate beast, and wanted to kill it, but they were a little bit short. Sure enough, the second head poked out, and then the third, and the fourth kept appearing. More and more desolate beasts rushed over. Absolutely don't let them come here. If you hit them back, the spacetime channel cannot be maintained all the time. If you hit them, they will all be sent back. Full strength, Lao Meng, see if you can destroy the spacetime channel. Everyone roared angrily, burning with anxiety. If desolate beasts were allowed to break into the human world, it would really be a disaster. Meng Anwen has long been trying to destroy the spacetime energy channel, but this time-space channel is extremely strong and difficult to destroy. With more and more desolate beasts, everyone is under increasing pressure. There are bright eyes everywhere in the darkness of the spacetime channel, and the desolate beasts have huddled together, making it difficult to repel them. White light flashed, and a stream of soul energy flew in, rushing straight into the bodies of everyone. Everyone feels that their souls are like bathing in a clear spring, very comfortable. Even the worry has subsided a lot. Lin Moyu is now wearing Baixia, and he has reached level 69. The soul energy is still sufficient, but he can no longer absorb zero. If you continue to absorb it, it is very likely to reach level 70 directly. Level 70 is about to face the third turn, but now is not the time. Antares told him to let him stop at level 69 and go back to the core area to find it. I didn't say why specifically. It is said that it is related to whether I can become a super god in the future. Lin Moyu naturally didn't dare to ignore it, so when the level reached 69, he stopped, and instead passed the soul energy to Meng Anwen and others. The injection of soul energy seemed to give everyone a shot in the arm. The situation that was about to collapse was stabilized again. But in the face of more and more desolate beasts, everyone gradually became powerless. With the crisp sound of the soul-grinding disc, the soul-melting formation changed its shape again. All the soul-swallowing beasts in the Xinxia Empire were wiped out, and there were not a single one left. Lin Moyu no longer needs to be distracted to control the soul-grinding disc. Now he only needs to export the soul energy from the soul-grinding disc. Take yourself as the center, and send the soul energy to everyone continuously. Part of his spirit was also emptied out. At this time, people thundered in the sky again, lightning danced like 10,000 snakes, and a space-time channel appeared in the sky again. The fire of the abyss is burning fiercely, and a magnificent and huge palace can be seen through the passage of time and space. Surrounded by dark green flames, the palace looked eerie. Especially under the palace, a dragon king of the dragon clan is being chained, roaring endlessly. Magic Emperor! Feng Chaman let out a low snort. The desolate beasts on one side have not been resolved, and the demon emperor also came to join in the fun. One wave is not flat, and another wave rises again. Trouble is growing. The demon emperor's palace appeared, the iron chain waved, and the locked dragon king flew out immediately. Then its whole body burst into flames. The fire of the abyss ignites it, burns the flesh, and melts the soul. The Dragon King overflowed with energy amidst the screams, and these energies have become the power to maintain the space-time channel. A large amount of lightning roared, and the defense of the human race also counterattacked, all of which were blocked by the Queen's palace. In addition to being the residence of the Demon Emperor, the Demon Emperor's palace is also an extremely powerful weapon. The devil's laughter sounded from the palace, and then a giant hand reached out and entered the human world. Amid the lightning roar, the Demon Emperor's hand grabbed the soul-grinding plate. It wants to occupy the soul-grinding disc and take away all the soul energy in it. With a move in Lin Moyu's heart, all the undead army appeared. Then the black wind in the air hit, and a huge skeleton throne appeared. Lin Moyu continued to upgrade several levels, and the undead army remained at level 66. 70,000 skeletons make up the Skeleton King. Under the gaze of everyone, the huge Skeleton King with a figure of more than 20 meters stood up from the skeleton throne. The back of Lin Moyu's left hand is shining, and the skill of Strength Soldiers has been activated. The Skeleton King's aura soared, breaking through the limit in an instant, reaching the god level. Everyone was shocked. The appearance of the skeleton throne was really sudden, and the bursts of black wind were like another world full of death descending. When the Skeleton King stood up from the throne, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The Skeleton King is composed of 70,000 skeletons, and any attribute is as high as 2,400,000, with a total of 9.6 million attributes. It is already very close to the god level. Coupled with Lin Moyu's Strength Soldier skill launched immediately, the attribute broke through the limit and directly reached the god level, not even an ordinary god level. But just this is not enough. The Skeleton King is facing the Demon Emperor. Even through the space-time channel, the Demon Emperor's power is invincible. Only a half-step super god can resist the Demon Emperor. But now that Di Huang is not here, many people feel that the Skeleton King is still not enough. But Lin Moyu doesn't think so. Strong Soldier, is the skill just to make the attribute break through the god level? Of course it's not that simple. Lin Moyu pays more attention to its 500% extra damage effect. The Skeleton Kings will merge with Lin Moyu's will, firmly locking the Demon Emperor's superstar. Skill, Slay God. Skill, Elemental Riot. Both skills are activated at the same time. These two skills can be used for both group attack and single kill, and the single kill is more powerful. Genshin, explosive damage of 10 times its own power attribute, hitting a single target or range, cooldown time 0 to 1 minute. Elemental Riot, explode elemental damage equal to 10 times of its own mental attribute, deal damage to a single target or range, cooldown time 1 minute. Genshin can explode 10 times the damage of its own strength attribute. At this time, in the state of Strong Soldier, the strength attribute of the Skeleton King has reached 3 million. The attribute has reached an astonishing state, even if most of the gods, the pure strength attribute may not be better than the Skeleton King. It's just that after breaking through to the god level, the effect of the Strong Soldier skill obviously began to weaken. It is no longer the normal increase of 200%, restricted. Similarly, the true power of a skill cannot be measured by literal attributes, otherwise 10 times 3 million, that is equivalent to 30 million power. Even the Demon Emperor does not have such a high power. After the god level, the strength and power of the skills depend on the degree of mastery of the skills, the degree of fusion and other factors. Sometimes if the attribute is increased by 1/10, the attack power may be doubled. But even so, Lin Moyu has put all his hopes on the skill of killing gods. The skill of killing gods is combined with the 500% extra damage of the skill of Chang Lu. It is already the limit that Skeleton King can achieve. This is true for god slashing, and so is elemental chaos. A sword light slashed out, and the terrifying sword light over 1,000 meters really tore apart the space. There was a loud crash, and a large piece of dark void rags was torn out of the sky. Feng Chaman was stunned. Even he would never be able to swing this sword. This sword of the skeleton has already exceeded his limit. Lin Moyu's strength also surpassed his imagination. The sword light landed on the palm of the Demon Emperor. This is the second collision between Lin Moyu and the Demon Emperor. The first time in the ancient city of Xinxia, with the help of the ancient tower of Xinxia, the Demon Emperor barely retreated. But this time the Demon Emperor came prepared. Lin Moyu didn't know what to do. The divine crystal of law is already in his hand, and if this blow fails, he is also prepared to desperately plan. The sword light roared, and the sky was completely brightened. Then the elements became extremely chaotic and exploded in the palm of the Demon Emperor. The two skills, one physics and one element, cooperate with each other to exert a very strong power zone. The Demon Emperor's giant palm trembled several times, and cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on it. Just when Lin Moyu felt that something was going on, the Demon Emperor's giant palm clenched tightly, and with a loud bang, all the attacks were crushed into pieces. After only a second of pause, the Demon Emperor's giant palm grabbed towards the soul-grinding plate again. A bit disappointing, but to be expected. The Skeleton King charged up with a huge sword, its cloak fluttered, turned into a white light and hit the Demon Emperor's giant palm. At the same time, the whole body erupted with brilliant silver, with golden brilliance in the silver, resplendent and gorgeous. Absolute defense, immune to 99% of all damage, immune to all negative states, duration of 1 minute, cooldown time of 10 minutes. Skeleton King casts the last skill, Absolute Defense. This skill is stronger than the ultimate defense of the night. Within 1 minute, Lin Moyu felt that the Skeleton King must be invincible. The Skeleton King is about 20 meters high, but it still looks a little small in front of the giant palm. The Demon Emperor grasped it, and squeezed it hard. Boom! The Skeleton King exploded. Lin Moyu was shocked. Even the soul energy that was being transmitted in his hand stopped. How come? He couldn't believe it. Are you petrified? Are you dumbfounded? Ha 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 ha. Antares' voice suddenly sounded in his mind. How did Antares come here? Lin Moyu was a little dazed. Don't be in a daze, I'm just a wool attached to this chick. Following the voice of Antares, Lin Moyu saw a beautiful figure. A fire phoenix appeared in the air, and a woman in red stood on top of the fire phoenix. There are no words to describe the beauty of her at this moment. Lin Moyu holds double swords and steps on a fire phoenix with an unparalleled heroic posture. Fengxiang. With a loud shout that resounded through the heaven and earth, Huofeng bumped into the giant palm of the Demon Emperor with a crisp cry. The Demon Emperor's huge palm suddenly shrank, and the entire palm was shrouded in flames. The fire phoenix is so powerful that it can actually burn the Demon Emperor. Lin Moyu only noticed at this moment that his sister Lin Mohan was already a god-level powerhouse. This leveling speed is also second to none, becoming a god in 3 years, which has never been seen in the history of the human race. Lin Moyu doesn't know if there is a god who became a god in 3 years in the previous era. At least Lin Mohan is the only one in this era. Lin Mohan crossed her swords, and flames danced wildly around her. She danced lightly in the flames. That kind of picture was so beautiful that it was shocking. Just looking at it will make people sink into it. The charm technique of the succubus is weak in front of Lin Mohan. Dance of the Dragon. The 100-meter fire dragon rolled up in the air and hit the Demon Emperor's giant palm. The Demon Emperor's palm was shrunk again, but then it remained the same. Lin Mohan's 2 skills seem gorgeous and powerful, but the effect is not as good as that of Skeleton King. The 2 attacks of Skeleton King are really effective, completely beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. It's just that with the last blow, the absolute defense was instantly broken, which also exceeded Lin Moyu's imagination. Only now, Lin Moyu has no time to think. After a few seconds, the cloudy wind rose again in the sky, and the huge skeleton throne reappeared. Skeletron appears on the Skeletor throne. Although the Demon King killed the Skeleton King is actually composed of 70,000 skeletons. The 70,000 skeletons did not die, but were reborn in the summoning space and fully recovered. Lin Moyu used them again to summon Skeletron. The Skeleton King appeared for the second time, and the Strength Soldier skill still works, and there are still more than 20 seconds left. To do so many things before, it only took 2 or 3 seconds before and after. After resummoning the Skeleton King, all skills are refreshed. The reappearance of the Skeleton King also attracted the Demon Emperor's attention, and a light Hay 167 came from the Demon Emperor's palace. Skeleton King swung his sword again. Use, Slay God. Skill, Elemental Riot. 2 reappeared. And the Demon Emperor's giant palm did not passively accept the attack this time, and shook it towards the Skeleton King. The skills fell on the giant palm of the Demon Emperor, and the cracks became more intense, and it was about to break. The God-slaying light and the riot of elements caused the Demon Emperor's giant palm to suffer a little damage. The Demon Emperor's giant palm also held the Skeleton King tightly, and then clenched tightly. The Skeleton King's whole body shone with light, with gold and the silver, and the absolute defense had already been cast. There was still a loud bang, and the Skeleton King was crushed again. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Moyu decisively connected a link of soul power to Lin Mohan. A large amount of soul power is injected into the past. Lin Mohan didn't resist, because he accepted it. And Terry's voice came again, "It's useless, your skills are fundamentally different from the power of the Demon King." Lin Moyu asked, "Why?" "This is the power of law. No matter how strong your attribute is, no matter how strong your defense is, it will be useless if you increase it 10 times. In the face of the power of the Demon Emperor's law, no matter how strong your skeleton defense is, it will be instantly shattered." And Terry's words extinguished Lin Moyu's last hope. The enemies he encountered in the past, even in battles of many levels, were eventually pushed by him with great strength, or grinded by numbers. But obviously, now facing the level of the Demon Emperor, his tactics are completely ineffective. "I can't believe it." The skeletons were resurrected again, and the Skeleton King appeared for the 3rd time. This time Lin Moyu summoned the Undead Lich, and the aura of Undead can also bring the skeletons a chance to be reborn again. He has to try again. If it really doesn't work, then he will use the magic crystal. The Skeleton King reappeared, wielding the same skill, shocking everyone again. Lin Moyu summoned Skeleton King 3 times in a row, indicating that his skill can be used repeatedly, even without a cooldown time. In a state of ignorance, everyone present has already listed Lin Moyu's strength as the same level as himself. No longer just sitting on an equal footing with himself as a god general, but on an equal footing with himself in terms of strength. Lin Moyu's status in their minds has risen infinitely. After all, he is only level 69 now, and he hasn't even completed the third round. There are infinite possibilities in the future. The Skeleton King swung God slashing again, and at the same time, the elemental riot exploded. Under Lin Moyu and Lin Mohan's two brothers and sisters attacking in turn, the surface of the Demon Emperor's giant palm was completely shattered. The surface collapsed, exposing the core of the giant palm. Inside are intertwined brilliant rays of light, exuding an unusual aura. Breath of Law. Lin Moyu's heart tightened, knowing that this is where the Demon Emperor's giant palm is truly terrifying. Boy Lin, you see, this is the power of law. Laws can infinitely magnify attributes. Even if there are only 1 million attributes, they can exert the power of 5 million or 6 million attributes. If there is no law, if you are given 5 million strength attributes, you can only exert half of your strength. The law is strengthening and sublimation. Lin Moyu has already understood this truth. Attributes are important, but at the level of the Demon Emperor, the law is even more important. The attribute is the foundation, and the law is the sublimation. I have attributes that do not follow the law, so I can't fight against it. The Demon Emperor's giant palm slapped the Skeleton King to death again. The undead army appeared beside Lin Moyu, and the indestructible halos on his feet shattered. This is the last time they died. You can't die for the time being. If you do it again, you will die for real. Little brother, back off. Lin Mohan yelled coquettishly, and on her twin swords, two orbs lit up at the same time. The orb is usually inlaid on the hilt of the sword. It looks like a decoration. But now that the two orbs lighted up at the same time, they realized that the two orbs were not decorations. Earth Fire Bead. Bai Yuan let out a soft cry, obviously recognizing the origin of these two orbs. Lin Moyu has also heard of the Earth Fire Orb, a legendary treasure. It is said that they possess the power of flames in the center of the earth, and if you use any of them and embed them on a weapon, you can turn a quasi-legendary weapon into a legendary weapon. And now Lin Mohan has a pair, two Earth Fire Orbs in his hand. Only Lin Mohan knows how much power the combination of the two can exert. The Earth Fire Beads burst into hot flames, turning Lin Mohan's twin swords into flame swords. The two swords intersected, and there was a clear ding, and Lin Mohan was also shrouded in flames. Countless fiery swords appeared in the air, flying towards the giant palm of the Southern Emperor. Skill, flying swords. Lin Moyu has seen this skill before. With the blessing of two Earth Fire Orbs, this skill becomes even more powerful. And in the fire sword, there seems to be a power of law. Boy Lin, your sister used the power of the Earth Fire Bead to exert a little bit of rule power. But it's far from enough. The power of such a little law is far worse than that of the Demon Emperor. Lin Moyu also saw it. Although Lin Mohan's sword is strong, it is still not as good as the Demon Emperor's giant palm. The sky is full of flames, and the flames carry the breath of law, burning the world. Thousands of flaming swords fell on the Demon Emperor's giant palm like raindrops, twisting continuously when he struck out. The power of the law collided, and there was not much movement, but the creation space was constantly changing, as if it was about to collapse at any time. It is hard for outsiders to imagine how strong the power in the collision is, and they can only feel it when they reach the first level. Wan Jian Feiwu could only block the Demon Emperor's giant palm for less than 2 seconds. Only 6 or 7 seconds have passed since the giant palm of the Demon Emperor was shot. Lin Moyu and Lin Mohan have tried their best, but they still can't stop it. But it is impossible to snatch away the soul-grinding disc. There is still more than half of the soul energy in it, and Lin Moyu is sending it out continuously, sending it to the souls of the god-level powerhouses. If the soul-grinding disc is robbed now, their loss will be too great. And what will the Demon Emperor do after he gets the soul-grinding disc? The answer is self-evident. The Demon Emperor also took a fancy to the power of the soul and the soul-grinding disc. Lin Moyu held the Law God crystal and prepared to summon the elemental lich. A beam of sword light shot from afar, at an unimaginably fast speed. A pitch-black long sword spanned hundreds of miles in an instant, slashing across the giant palm of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's huge palm trembled violently, and both fingers were cut off. This sword is extremely powerful, and it also contains the fierce and unparalleled power of law. It can be said that this sword is stronger than all the previous efforts of Lin Moyu and Lin Mohan. The demon-slaying sword is the demon-slaying sword of the righteous God. The God of righteousness has indeed come. No, the God of justice didn't come. What came was the Devil Slayer sword. It seems that God of righteousness has not been fully resurrected. Everyone understands in their hearts and understands what is going on at once. The voice of the Demon Emperor came from the Demon Emperor's palace. Jiang Yi, you still want to stop me in this half-dead state, so go ahead and dream. Jiang Yi's voice also came from the demon-killing sword. Try it and you will know. Unless you come in person, Jiang will not let you succeed today. Then the Emperor will kill you again. The severed finger was reborn, the law roared, and the giant sword was suddenly thrown towards the Demon Slayer sword. The Demon Slayer sword swished away, slashed backwards, and collided with the Demon Emperor's giant palm. With Jiang Yi intervening, the Demon Emperor's giant palm would not be able to get the soul-grinding disc for a while. On the other side, Bai Yuan and the others have reached their limit. At this time, the passageway was full of desolate beasts, and some desolate beasts had already protruded more than half of their bodies. Although these desolate beasts are not very strong, at most they are at the level of false gods. But they have the characteristic of being hard to kill. Even if Bai Yuan and others join forces, they can't kill any wild beast. Seeing that he was about to be unstoppable, Meng Anwen shouted in a deep voice, "When they come out, you focus them together, and I'll see if I can trap them with a formation. If you can't kill it, then trap it, and then think of a way." Everyone is ready. God's shadow will not attack anymore. Meng Anwen made countless handprints. The speed was as fast as lightning. Thousands of runes flew out and fell into the Shinsha Tower. He used the God Shata as a bridge to arrange formations. This time it is not a killing formation, it is mainly used to trap wild beasts. Ordinary formations are definitely different, and he intends to use the God Shata as the eye of the formation to suppress. The soul energy is being continuously input, and the soul is being strengthened. Meng Anwen found that he could form formations and form seals faster than before, which is the benefit of soul enhancement. This time the soul-devouring beast is the next great opportunity. If they can absorb all the remaining soul energy, then all of them may formally step into the 96th level and become high-level god-level powerhouses. At that time, when you come into contact with the power of law, your strength will increase greatly. But it will take time, and what needs to be solved right now is the desolate beast. Jiang Yi has already made a move on the Demon Emperor's side. Even if he is not an opponent, he can at least delay it for a while. It should be enough for Lin Moyu to pass the soul energy out of the soul grinder. When they reach level 96 and have the power of law, it shouldn't be a big problem to go back and kill wild beasts. Meng Anwen has already thought of countermeasures. After it is released in a while, you must guard it. I'll seal them with God Shata. Bai Yuan said, "Okay, as long as the king of wild beasts doesn't come." A terrifying roar came from the space-time channel. Bai Yuan gave himself a big mouth. It was really a crow's mouth. He could say whatever he wanted. Bai Yuan shouted loudly, "Lao Meng, can you trap the king of wild beasts?" "Sleepy, what the hell?" Meng Anwen's face was extremely ugly. Bai Li Nuoso is far from this crow's mouth and cannot be saved. If the king of desolate beasts came to the human world, then the human world might really be over. Wild beasts are hard to kill, especially the king of wild beasts. Feng Chang'an sighed softly, "If the king of wild beasts really comes, I will sacrifice my ancestor's sword and perish with it. I hope everyone take good care of my Feng family." Feng Chang'an was absolutely decisive. Mo Xinghai was not too hypocritical. "Your ancestral sword may not be enough. There is also my Mo family's holy horn. Count the town magic seal of my Ning family." Bai Yuan shouted loudly, "You old fellows, whoever bullies me Bai has no ancestors, right Yang?" Feng Chang'an laughed and said, "Bai Shen, if we are gone, our family will be taken care of by you. The ancestors of these people all have killing weapons left behind, but once the killing weapons are used, they can kill both the enemy and themselves. This is something that belongs to Jin, and it will not be used until the last moment. You old guys, it's too early to say life or death." The voice came loudly, and Yin Quancheng flew from far away with a big knife in his hand. Kilometers away, cut out with one blow. The 1,000-meter knife light flashed in front of the space-time passage, and the desolate beast, which had already protruded half of its body, was cut in two by the knife light. Yin Quancheng's knife is as arrogant as his men. This knife carried a cold murderous aura in the cold light. Cut the desolate beast in two with a single knife across 1,000 meters, and kill it directly. Feng Chang'an and the others were shocked. They found that Yin Quan's aura had changed. "Crazy Yin, you took that step." Bai Yuan couldn't believe it. Meng Anwen glanced at him. "Nonsense, haven't you seen the power of law in Lao Yan's knife?" Yin Quancheng laughed loudly. "Old brothers, Crazy Yin, are one step ahead of you this time. The law of killing, I understand." Lin Moyu also felt the difference in Yin Quancheng. Although his aura was not much stronger than that of Meng Anwen and others, he exuded a distinctive aura. Just this trace of breath made him like a star shining in the night sky, making it hard to ignore. Yin Quancheng stabbed twice again, with a murderous aura sweeping across, and the light of the saber crisscrossing, beheading the desolate beast that just poked out. And Terry's voice sounded again, "See, this is the power of the law. Desolate beasts are not difficult to kill. As long as you can use the power of the law, you can kill them." Lin Moyu thought, "So, if I use the magic crystal, I can also kill them?" And Terry's nodded, "That's right, your law crystal is the essence of the life of the God of Thunder. Although the God of Thunder has just touched the high-level gods, its attributes are somewhat special. If you have its law God crystal, the explosive power is equivalent to a 97-level God-level powerhouse. It is stronger than this guy who wields a knife." Lin Moyu knew what Terry said. The situation seemed to have stabilized. Jiang Yi blocked the Demon Emperor. Although the Demon Emperor was very strong, he was not much stronger than Jiang Yi when fighting across the border. 947 The two are evenly matched, and neither can do anything to the other. Jiang Yi's voice came from the sword. "Devil Emperor, I haven't seen you for many years, but you haven't become stronger. You have let Jiang down so much by standing still for hundreds of years. You know what a fart." There seemed to be a little irritation in the voice of the Demon Emperor. Jiang Yi laughed loudly. "If you know what to do, so what if you don't know? Your space-time channel has not lasted long, and someone Jiang will play with you again." On the other side, Yin Quancheng slashed and killed the desolate beast. Similarly, Lin Moyu also felt a huge aura approaching. The king of wild beasts is coming. Antares, can Yin Quancheng defeat the king of wild beasts? Lin Moyu's heart tightened, with a feeling of imminent danger. Antares spoke disdainfully, "With him? Of course he can't beat him. The weakest wild beast king has level 97. Even if this guy fights to the death, he probably can only delay for a while." Lin Moyu's heart tightened. It seems that he must not be allowed to come here. Is there any way to destroy the space-time channel? Since the king of desolate beasts can't be stopped, the only way to blow up the space-time channel is... Antares laughed and said, "This space-time channel was built by the Dragon Emperor using formations and its own law power. It is not so easy to blow up. Meng Anwen tried to destroy the space-time channel from the very beginning, but failed. The space-time channel is extremely solid and unmoving. Lin Moyu holds the law of God crystal. Is this okay?" Antares laughed. "It's not enough, it's a little bit worse." Lin Moyu didn't even think about it. "Help me." "Why?" Antares said arrogantly. Lin Moyu seemed to be able to see what it looks like now. He raised his head proudly, as if I don't care about you. Lin Moyu didn't argue with it, and said directly, "You are my friend, please help me." "You." Antares was speechless for a moment. Lin Moyu's words seemed to hit its weakness. For many years, he has been alone in the core area for countless years, never having any friends or anything like that. Because everyone in this world is too weak in its eyes. There is no one worthy of being its friend. If it had done anything over the years, besides sleeping, it was raising an ancient bird. Now, Lin Moyu said that he was his friend, which made Antares feel differently. After a few seconds of silence, the aura of the king of wild beasts became stronger and stronger. Lin Mohan's face also became extremely serious. She knew that the space-time channel was the king of wild beasts, and she also knew how strong the king of wild beasts was. Di Huang even took her to the desolate land and saw the king of desolate beasts with his own eyes. If the king of wild beasts came here, it would definitely be a catastrophe. Lin Mohan came to Lin Moyu's side. If the king of wild beasts comes out, you should leave here quickly. Lin Moyu didn't answer, but just glanced at Lin Mohan, and then said lightly, it shouldn't be necessary. Antares, help me. Lin Moyu yelled at Antares again. At this moment, Lin Moyu found that the divine crystal of law in his hand suddenly lit up. It wasn't the divine crystal of law that he activated, but a force that appeared out of thin air and revived the divine crystal of law. Lin Moyu was overjoyed, knowing that Antares made the move. Do not hesitate to use your skills. Summon the Elementalic. For a moment, thunder and lightning flashed, and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. A lich covered in lightning appeared beside Lin Moyu. It was only 2 meters tall, but it looked like a lightning giant, majestic and powerful. Everyone's attention was attracted, and they didn't know what the lightning man that Lin Moyu had suddenly summoned was. They felt tremendous pressure. This lightning-like summoner was extremely powerful and extremely unstable. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the Thunder Lich appeared in front of the time-space channel as if teleporting, and then plunged into it. A second later, there was a roar in the space-time channel. The channel suddenly became unstable, and then began to twist. After only 2 seconds, it began to crumble and collapse. Meng Anwen was overjoyed. As long as the space-time channel is destroyed, the king of desolate beasts will not be able to come out. Okay, great. The space-time channel is about to collapse. Very good, General Lin Shen is amazing. Everyone was extremely excited and felt that the crisis was about to pass. The angrily roar of the king of desolate beasts came from the passage, but it was instantly drowned out by the roar of thunder and lightning. On the other side, the giant palm of the demon emperor, who was fighting with Jiang Yi's devil-killing sword, trembled violently, stopped the fight and shrank back. The space-time channel is also closed. Antares' disdainful voice sounded, this guy has a keen sense, he sensed my breath, and escaped. Antares did it very covertly, but still leaked a trace of breath more or less. Lin Moyu said, you are too strong, so the demon emperor is afraid of you. Antares snorted, you don't understand. Now that the matter was settled, Lin Moyu felt relieved, and smiled in his heart, you tell me, don't I understand? I'll come to you in a few days. Well, you're level 69, it's time to come. After Antares finished speaking, there was no movement, and Lin Moyu knew that this guy had left. The conversation between the two, apart from the two, no outsider can know. Even Lin Mohan, who was possessed by Antares' will, didn't know it. When the troubles are over, there may still be nearly half of the souls in the soul-grinding disc. Lin Moyu began to manipulate the soul grinder with all his heart, sending the soul energy there. Both Yin Quanqing and Lin Mohan were involved. Yin Quanqing put away his sword. I broke through to level 96 after all kinds of difficulties. You guys actually took shortcuts. I despise you. The disaster is over, and now the real harvest is beginning, and everyone is in a good mood. Ning Tyran laughed and said, although you despise it, we will not lose a piece of meat anyway. Bai Yuan snorted, that's right, don't think that we are one step ahead of us, we will soon catch up. Meng Anwen shook his head, you used to be able to chase, but now that you have Zhu Qinglu, I'm afraid you don't have time to chase. Yin Quanqing was taken aback, you and Zhu Qinglu are on good terms? Bai Yuan said, why, is there a problem? Yin Quanqing suddenly burst into laughter. Don't you think women are troublesome, and you forgot what you said? Bai Yuan became thick-skinned and inhuman. I don't remember what I said. The two started bickering again, whether it's lively when you come and I go. But it can also be seen that the two of them are very relaxed. Lin Moyu completely relaxed. Sister, where have you been recently? Lin Mohan said, Master Lao took me for special training. Lin Moyu knew that if it wasn't for high-intensity special training, no matter how talented Lin Mohan was, he wouldn't be able to reach the god level so quickly. Lin Moyu didn't ask in detail. It's unnecessary. As long as Lin Mohan lives well, it will be fine. Lin Mohan not only lived well, but also lived very well. This is only 22 years old to reach the god level, unprecedented. Meng Anwen came over and asked, Miss Lin, where's Lord Di Huang? Lin Mohan sighed, and said in a voice that only Meng Anwen could hear, the teacher is gone. Meng Anwen was slightly startled, guessed something, and sighed, I see. The soul energy is like flowing water, pouring smoothly into all the god-level powerhouses present. Everyone is glowing slightly, their souls are being strengthened, even sublimated. Like Meng Anwen, Bai Yuan, Ning Tairan and others who are already level 95, their souls are not weak, and they are even only half a step away from reaching level 96. Now, under the infusion of a lot of soul energy, they have already started to take this half step. And relatively weaker like Dongfang Yi, whose soul is powerful and sublimated, will benefit them even more. Dongfang Yi had a face full of enjoyment. At this moment he felt that all the previous sacrifices were worth it. The original potential has almost been exhausted, and it is extremely difficult to go further, but now I have the motivation to move forward again. Among them, the one who benefited the most was Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan has just reached level 90, and is only 22 years old this year, so young. Her soul is full of vitality, like a newly grown tree, with infinite possibilities. Under the watering of soul energy, the new tree of Lin Mohan became more and more powerful, and the possibilities of the future became infinite. Di Huang is full of expectations for Lin Mohan, and believes that she can become a half-step super god, and it won't take too long. In this regard, Antares did not have any objection, which shows that Antares also recognized Lin Mohan's potential. It shouldn't be difficult for Lin Mohan to become a half-step super god. Someone's body is full of light, and the energy of the soul begins to overflow. His soul has been saturated, and he can no longer absorb the soul energy area. Lin Moyu disconnected the connection and did not continue to perfuse. Everyone has a different upper limit, different potential, and the amount of soul energy that can be absorbed is also different. Soon, the souls of these strong men entered a state of saturation. Lin Moyu's control over the soul grinding disc also became easier. Through the soul energy, Lin Moyu also judged the potential of these people. Meng Anwen, Yin Quanqing, and Bai Yuan are indeed the most talented among them. The three of them have absorbed a lot of soul energy, surpassing Feng Chanan and others. As for people like Dongfang Yi, they belong to the second echelon. But none of these people can compare to Lin Mohan, and the energy absorbed by Lin Mohan is much stronger than them. After everyone has absorbed their soul energy, the energy in the soul grinder has not been exhausted. There's a fifth left. Lin Moyu made a calculation, and the formation changed with his heart. The remaining soul energy in the grinding disc began to pouring out towards the entire Xinxia Empire. Those who became parasites of the soul-devouring beast have received feedback at this moment. They feel as if they are bathing in the rain, and they are indescribably comfortable. Under Lin Moyu's control, the remaining souls are not evenly distributed to everyone. If you have good talent, you can absorb more. Those with poor talent should absorb less. Lin Moyu fully controlled the formation, trying to be as nuanced as possible. Lin Mohan looked at his younger brother's serious appearance, with joy in his eyes. Xiao Yu has really grown up and can be independent. No matter how Lin Moyu is, in her eyes, he is always her younger brother and the closest person. For Lin Moyu, she would give everything, including her life. Little brother, my sister will definitely level up as quickly as possible. No matter what dangers arise, my sister will stand in front. The world of dragons, because of the Emperor's body. The appearance looks scary, but it is actually some flesh wounds. It trembled all over and turned blue. The formation under him stopped functioning a long time ago, the space-time channel was blown up, and the formation it worked so hard to arrange also collapsed. A large number of precious materials in the formation were blasted to pieces at the same time, leaving nothing behind. In order to arrange this formation, it paid a lot of money, because it just used up the rare materials. At the same time, in order to maintain the formation and open up the passage between the two worlds, it was always struck by lightning during the operation of the formation. Although the injury is not serious, but the appearance is extremely embarrassing. Seeing that the King of Desolate Beasts is about to come to the human world, the space-time channel has been blown up. All arrangements were destroyed. At that moment, it was so angry that it even had the urge to enter the human world by itself. Lin Moyu, it's you again, the Emperor will kill you. Come here, organize the army, and prepare to attack the human race. Its order was passed on, and the entire Dragon Clan burst into action. But suddenly, the sky of the Dragon Clan was like a torn sack, and Slaw was ripped out with a huge hole. This opening spans thousands of kilometers, revealing an incomparably pitch-black void. As soon as the hole appeared, thunder and lightning flashed, and an astonishing suction force broke out. A large number of members of the Dragon Clan were sucked in by the mouth, and fell into the void amidst the screams, life and death unknown. A huge and slightly transparent claw protruded from the void and slapped towards the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was also angry at this time, and with a roar, he also punched out to meet him. There was a loud bang, and the Emperor was thrown back to the ground like a meteorite. A huge crater hundreds of meters deep was smashed on the ground, and all the bones in his body seemed to be falling apart, and he couldn't get up for a long time. It looked horrified. Master Antares, why did you attack me? Antares' voice sounded in the air, leading wild beasts to attack the human race world and breaking the rules of the three races. This time is just a small warning. If there is another time, this deity will slaughter your entire clan. Antares' voice was cold and ruthless, making one's body chill. After a while, the dragon world finally returned to normal, and the Spacemaker disappeared without a trace. In the Abyss world, the flames of the Demon Emperor's palace are still burning. The Demon Emperor sat on the exquisite throne, with thoughtful eyes. Antares got involved anyway. The Emperor's induction is not wrong, it is indeed the breath of Antares. According to the rules, Antares should not interfere with the affairs between our three races. Why this time? That idiot Dragon Emperor still wants to lure the King of Desolate Beasts here. Do you really think that the human race has no ability to deal with the King of Desolate Beasts? If you do this kind of thing, if you offend Antares, you will have a hard time. It was talking to itself, and picked up the wine glass. The wine glass is empty, and there is no more dragon blood. Thinking that the Dragon King he had captured had been blown into a blood mist, the Demon Emperor slowly got up and walked out. 0 for flowers. 0. Catch only a medium-sized Dragon King this time. The taste of this kind of dragon blood will be better. In words, it has disappeared into the palace. This incident is just a trivial matter for the Demon Emperor, and he didn't pay much for embarrassing the human race. As for the soul-grinding disc, it doesn't make much difference whether it grabs it or not. When it reaches this level, external soul energy is useless to it. Just like Jiang Yi and Di Huang, they don't need these soul energies at all. Their own souls are strong enough, and external forces do not help them much. The soul-grinding disc in the air disappeared, and the soul-melting formation also stopped. Dongfang Yi issued an order when the formation stopped. Seal the country. That's right, it's the closure of the country. The domestic soul-devouring beasts have been resolved, and what needs to be done now is to prevent foreign soul-devouring beasts from re-entering the empire. This was conceived from the very beginning, and sufficient preparations have been made for it. Following Dongfang Yi's order, a large number of people appeared on the border of the Xinxia Empire, and all the border areas were sealed off. Among them are soldiers, administrative personnel, some universities, local forces, and so on. Above the border, the formation began to operate. All intruders will be found. It doesn't matter whether you enter the Xinxia Empire from the air or the sea, or from the mountains, or even from the ground. The formation sealed the sky and locked the earth, completely independent to Xinxia Empire. As the strongest empire, the Xinxia Empire will truly be watertight once it is fully operational. At the same time, the Xinxia Empire also declared its strength to the whole world. Even the border territories that are usually disputed, this time the Xinxia Empire unceremoniously included all of them within its own borders. Whichever force dares to waste, then do it directly, without any politeness. Bai Yuan said to Xu Yaoshan, "From now on, Elder Xu is up to you." Xu Yaoshan laughed. His old face was full of smiles. The formula of the potion has been improved a long time ago, and a large number of red stones are also prepared. If those guys want it, they can only buy it with money. Bai Yuan said, "You should discuss this matter with the owner of Dongfang. The price must not be lowered. Especially the red stone, they can't get it. Red stone is the main material for the potion to treat the soul-swallowing beast, and it can only be produced in the secret increase of Jiangning Academy. Even if other forces got the prescription, they had to purchase materials from the Xinxia Empire to prepare the medicine. Then the price is negotiable. The loss of the Xinxia Empire this time is not small, and it must be made up for." Meng Enwen said, "Those who died in this plan must be well compensated, especially their families must be taken care of. These people are heroes. I also pay attention to the people who participated in this plan. It is very likely that there will be talented people among them, and all of them can be absorbed into various institutions of higher learning. It seems that now is the real beginning of the plan, and what happened before is just a foreshadowing." A group of god-level powerhouses were constantly discussing what might happen next. Without exception, no one is not with a laughing group. When the Xinxia Empire was operating the soul-melting formation, the soul-grinding disc shocked the whole world. Various forces and countless strong men are guessing what the Xinxia Empire is going to do. But at that time, the Xinxia Empire was already difficult to enter, and the god-level powerhouses from all sides did not dare to take the risk of offending the Xinxia Empire. But now, the Xinxia Empire has closed the country, and it is even more impossible to come in. All the god-level powerhouses and the high-level officials of the empire are discussing the next step-by-step plan. Lin Moyu doesn't care about this. He has already understood from the previous battles that everything is fake, only strength is real. All plans, without the foundation of strength, are as fragile as paper shells. This time, if the Demon Emperor or Dragon Emperor came to the human race world in person, or the King of Wild Beasts really ran into the human world, so many plans will come to naught. Jian Yi hadn't been resurrected yet, and Di Huang left again. At this time, the human world was actually extremely weak. The human race needs strong power, and Lin Moyu needs it too. In the ancient battlefield, the upper level is empty. Lin Moyu flew into the core area 677. He cut through the sky and flew towards where Antares was. Among the professionals below level 70, Lin Moyu is the only one who dares to fly so recklessly in the core area. Looking at the ground passing by his body, Lin Moyu knew that it would not be so easy for him to come back after 3 rounds. But Lin Moyu also knows that Antares must have a solution, and he can ask him later. Soon, flames appeared in front of his eyes. Ancient Lawn Bird flew over in a flaming robe. It barked twice toward Lin Moyu, then flew under Lin Moyu, and led Lin Moyu forward again. It kept making noises, as if it disliked Lin Moyu's flying too slowly. Lin Moyu smiled. "Don't be disgusted, I really don't fly as fast as you, so it's okay if I admit defeat." Ancient Lawn Bird chirped twice. It was considered to have recognized Lin Moyu's words, and then put away his nagging. This is the second time Ancient Lawn Bird has carried Lin Moyu, and the relationship between the two has improved a lot. Half an hour later, Lin Moyu saw Antares. Antares usually sleeps when he has nothing to do, and he doesn't bother to move. Lin Moyu had never seen it when it was fully up. It just lay on its stomach like this, and its whole body was astonishingly large, like a mountain. In fact, what Lin Moyu saw was only Antares' head, and its whole body was covered by thick fog, making it difficult to see clearly. Antares, here I come. Seeing that Antares didn't respond, Lin Moyu called again. After calling 3 times in a row, Antares opened his eyelids. Lin Moyu felt a little funny. He knew that Antares had heard it a long time ago, but he just wanted to be more arrogant and make himself scream twice. Lin Moyu didn't mind either. Since you want me to eat more, then eat more, just act with you. Antares glanced lazily over Lin Moyu. You're level 69. It seems that the soul melting formation has brought you a lot of benefits. Lin Moyu could have been promoted to level 70 and had a 3rd job change. But because of Antares' prior instructions, he didn't continue to upgrade and stopped at level 69. After that, they bid farewell to Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan and came to the core area. Yin Quanqing said that he was going to slaughter a bloodthirsty python and take the brains of the bloodthirsty python to prepare for Lin Moyu's 3rd turn. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan are also going to arrange a corresponding formation for Lin Moyu. But they were all rejected by Lin Moyu, also because of Antares' words. Antares told Lin Moyu that if you want to become a super god more smoothly, you must prepare before the 3rd turn. Wait until level 70, it may be too late. But Antares didn't say anything about it. Lin Moyu said, you know what? I have a lot of questions for you right now. Antares narrowed his eyes. What else do you want to ask? You haven't asked enough last time. Lin Moyu shook his head. I found that the higher the level, the less I know about this world. Recently, I entered the copy of the Godstone and learned some things that outsiders don't know. But also because of this, I find that I don't understand the world more and more. Antares laughed and said, that's because you are not standing high enough. When you reach the real top of the mountain, you will find it. Seeing that Antares stopped talking suddenly, Lin Moyu knew what this guy was thinking, and asked in cooperation, what did you find? You'll find out. Antares was still playing tricks. This time Lin Moyu was not in a hurry and just watched him quietly. Antares laughed and said, on the top of the mountain, there are naturally higher mountains, and there is also the sky. Lin Moyu smiled. Do you want to say that there are mountains beyond the mountains, and sky beyond the sky? Antares murmured, this sentence seems a bit familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Lin Moyu does have a lot of questions in his mind now, but he knows that Antares will not answer some questions directly. It may be because of certain rules that Antares cannot speak. However, in the chat between the two, some information can be revealed more or less. Lin Moyu said, I entered the copy of the Godstone and met a stone spirit, which is the manager of the copy, and I got some things at the same time. Under the gaze of Antares, Lin Moyu took out a skill stone. Antares' pupils shrank suddenly. Skilled Godstone, something from the last era. 217. Sure enough, Antares really knew about the previous era. Lin Moyu nodded. Shirling told me that the previous era was destroyed, but not because of its own problems. The copy of the Godstone remained because of some special reasons. Antares said with disdain, those idiots only put gold on their faces. It's obviously their own problem, and they still refuse to admit it. However, you said that the last era was destroyed, but it is not entirely true. The so-called copy of the Godstone is actually just a factory in the previous era. I guess there should be a lot of talent Godstones in it. Lin Moyu was surprised that Antares knew more than he thought. At the same time, he also got some information. Is the copy of the Godstone just a factory? At this time, Antares said, it is not entirely true to say that it is a factory. It still has some dungeon functions, which should have been modified. As for the stone spirit you mentioned, it is just a tool spirit, which is not very useful. Lin Moyu said, I saw the charm blue flower in the copy of the Godstone, and then the domain Godstone absorbed some of the charm blue destroyer. The light from Antares' eyes enveloped Lin Moyu, and he spoke again after a few seconds. That's right, you do have the breath of charm blue fire in your soul. But this thing can only increase the upper limit of a small amount of souls, and it is not very useful. In their era, this kind of thing was everywhere, and it was not a good thing. Lin Moyu asked, I can feel the power of that era, far stronger than ours. But why? Antares laughed and said, what a powerful fart, I told you I was helping an idiot. It's obviously a promising era, but I've been played to death by myself. My deity persuaded me again and again, but it was of no use at all. When I see those guys in the future, I must give them a good meal. There was a lot of resentment in Antares' words, and Lin Moyu understood that Antares seemed to have a lot of intersection with some people in that era. And some people from that era are still alive. Can live through an era, that strength needless to say. At least 4.1 is a super god, and it is not an ordinary super god. But such a strong era is broken, what will happen to my own era? Antares saw Lin Moyu's scruples. You don't have to think too much, every era is different, your era may not be worse than them. The specific reason, when you reach the corresponding level, the deity will naturally tell you. Even if I tell you now, it's useless. For example, if you want to know where Dian has gone and what he is doing, the deity will tell you, is it useful? Lin Moyu nodded. Antares is willing to talk to himself in this way, which is already a face for himself. Perhaps Antares had really considered himself a friend. Lin Moyu said, okay, then tell me when I reach that level. Now you can tell me why I can't go directly to level 70 for 3 rotations. Because a triple turn like that isn't perfect, Antares said. If you want to become the strongest super god and pave the way for the future, you need a perfect 3 turns. Antares spoke more casually, but there was also a bit of seriousness in it. Lin Moyu can feel it. In this world, there are not many things that can make Antares serious. Antares has always looked aloof in playing in the world. Even existences like the Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor are nothing in the eyes of Antares. Lin Moyu doesn't know what kind of level Antares is, but he certainly won't be weaker than a super god. Antares is a kind of detachment in this world. It is bound to be difficult to make it serious. Lin Moyu listened attentively and was very serious. Antares didn't continue to play tricks this time. I once told you that there are 3 ways to become a super god. The first is to use formations. This is the simplest and the worst. Lin Moyu nodded, indeed. Why is the use of formations the worst? Because it is the use of external force. Even if you break through to become a super god, once you lose the help of external forces, your strength will drop sharply, and you will be the weakest category of super gods. Antares said, in fact, this kind of problem does not only appear when becoming a super god. It is also the same when turning 3. It's not a problem to use formations for professional awakening, because the formations at that time were just a switch that opened the door for professionals. Using arrays to transfer jobs a second time is a bit of a problem, but it's not a big deal. Because the soul was still 0-2 weak at that time, and the skills were still weak, basically not even the basics. But the third rank is not enough. For those who want to become a super god, the third rank is a job transfer to lay the foundation. The deeper and more solid the foundation, the greater the possibility of becoming a super god. The array is always an external force, and the external force will affect your foundation, and eventually affect you to become a super god. Lin Moyu asked, so, it is possible to perform 3 transfers without using the job transfer circle? Antares laughed and said, of course, if you have to rely on formations, where did the first professional of the human race come from? Where was the first god-level powerhouse before changing to a magic formation? Here. Lin Moyu thought about this problem for the first time, and it was exactly as Antares said. How did the human race complete the job transfer before there was no formation? So, we have all entered a misunderstanding. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice. Antares shook his head. It can't be called a misunderstanding. If there is no formation, the number of professionals in this world will decrease by 99%. So this kind of thing has advantages and disadvantages. At least if there are more professionals, the probability of god-level professionals will be higher. Humans can only survive in the face of demons and dragons. So, this is a choice made for survival, and it is not a choice made by your era. It was already like this in the last era. If it is said that we have taken the wrong path, then we have already taken the wrong path in the last era. Lin Moyu was completely silent, which was unexpected. Antares talked a lot again, and finally let Lin Moyu fully understand. The way of the human race is both right and wrong. That's right, a large number of professionals have been produced. In the current human world, almost everyone is a professional, the difference is only the difference in occupation. The mistake is to give up another elite route. This is where Antares is complaining. Lin Moyu heard from its complaints that there were super gods in the last era, and there were more than one. It's just that those super gods are too weak. Yes, that's right, because of it. Because they gave up the elite route and won by numbers. Although several super gods were born among them, in the mouth of Antares, they were all too weak. Antares once said that a real strong man is better than hundreds of strong men. Just like this time, if it wasn't for Jiang Yi's attack, no one could stop the Demon Emperor's giant palm. Even if it's by a Yuan, they can't all go together. Lin Moyu has no right to speak about this, but he intuitively thinks that Antares is right. After listening to Antares' theory, Lin Moyu couldn't help asking, then what should I do to complete the third revolution? Lin Moyu has never tried to perform 3 turns without relying on formations. It is estimated that even if you ask Meng Anwen, you will not know. Even the deepest secret library in the royal family, there will be no records. Antares said, you got the charm blue flame. Although it's not a high-end item, it's just right for you. The charm blue fire has enhanced your soul origin, which has increased your soul limit a lot. You just happened to meet the soul-devouring beast, and you got a lot of pure soul energy. You are now level 69, but your soul essence has almost reached the level of a god. With such a powerful soul as the foundation, it's not difficult for you to turn 3. However, before the third transfer, you must first figure out what the essence of the job transfer is. Antares spoke in great detail, and Lin Moyu listened very carefully. He took every word Antares said by heart. After listening, he understood what the elite route is. It is actually very difficult to change jobs without relying on formations, and the requirements are extremely strict. It can be said that there may not be one person who meets the requirements among 100,000 people. At least among the people Lin Moyu knows, no one can meet this requirement. Even Meng Anwen and others back then couldn't do it. The first thing is to have a strong soul. When you are less than level 70, you must have soul power comparable to level 80 or above. Because only when the soul is strong, can one touch the skill space and the origin of the skill. Lin Moyu thought of how Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan were so excited when they heard that they could touch the skill space and see the skill light spots when they awakened their skills. That's because they know the soul is powerful. But they don't know better than Antares. One is to know what it is, and the other is to know why it is, and to stand up and see. Now that Lin Moyu has combined the information from both parties, he already knows why. You only need to use soul power to enter the skill space without using the skill scroll. Guide the light spots representing skills out of it, and introduce them into the soul. Soul energy will increase, and his level will also increase accordingly. After guiding the skills to reach level 70, and then resonate with certain laws between heaven and earth, you can start the third round. It is the start of 3 rotations, not the completion of 3 rotations. Lin Moyu thought about Antares' words carefully, and Antares' voice was like a tape recorder, constantly playing back in his mind. Guiding skills into the soul is the preparation work that must be completed before the third round. If there is no fusion skill in the soul, it is impossible to attract the resonance of the law. After completing 3 rounds, another level begins. You have to constantly transfer skills into the soul. The weak can only move a few skills into the soul. Slightly stronger ones can move at least 5 skills. And the real strong can introduce all skills into the soul. Lin Moyu understands the gap. Introducing skills into the soul is something only gods can do. After level 80, comprehend the essence of skills, touch the skill space, and then slowly introduce skills into the soul during the process of upgrading to level 433. Once a skill enters the soul, it is a half-step God level. And if you can introduce 2 skills, you can become a real God level. Then continue to comprehend the skills, let the skills integrate with your own soul, and become stronger and stronger. What Lin Moyu has to do now is to integrate the skill spots into the soul and advance. Before the 3rd turn, he stepped out of what he had to do to become a God-level powerhouse. One can imagine the difficulty, as well as the strength and weakness. Once successful, Lin Moyu can become an invincible powerhouse at the same level even without relying on any talent. Even without relying on talent, level 70 singled out over level 80 is not a problem. According to Antares, a strong man who can guide more than 3 skill spots into the soul has the ability to single out the world boss of the same level. This is to single out the world boss of the same level without calculating the talent. When Antares said this, Lin Moyu was shocked. But what Antares said next ruined Lin Moyu's outlook again. He found that he knew too little about the world. There is too little understanding of the entire career system. There are too many secrets in this world, and I have only touched the tip of the iceberg. Antares raised his head high, with arrogance. Even if all the skill points are moved to the soul, it is only a top-notch powerhouse, but it is still far away from the most powerful one. The real strongest person can move his talent into his soul. You probably don't even know where your talent is. Lin Moyu stared at Antares with wide eyes, moving his talent into his soul. This kind of thing is unheard of. As far as he knows, after becoming a God level, although the previous talents will not disappear, they will be weakened to varying degrees. This also led to a situation where the difference in strength among God level powerhouses at the same level would not be too great. Although there are some strengths and weaknesses, the gap between the same level is very small. The talent before becoming a God level is different, and the gap between the same level is actually very large. But once they reached the God level, the gap began to narrow. Not only the gap caused by talent has become smaller, but even the gap between occupations has also become smaller. On the contrary, the role of equipment began to be highlighted. Antares laughed and said, "How about it, you're stunned? Moving the talent into the soul can completely preserve the talent. Have you never heard of such a thing? It's right if you haven't heard of it. This method has been used by no one in the last era. The result is that the power of the entire era has been used to produce a few super gods, but all of them are weak chickens." Lin Moyu was excited at this moment. His eyes sparkled. "Antares, teach me." Antares shook his head, but did not agree. Lin Moyu thought that Antares could not teach. Are there any restrictions? Are there any rules? Antares still shook his head. No, this can't be taught. Everyone has different talents, and the way they want to perceive is also different. You can only do it by yourself, and it's very difficult. The one who can succeed is Miao Miao Tianji. It is very difficult to transfer skills to the soul, and there is no one in a million who can become a God-level person. But even so, in the mouth of Antares, it was still a piece of cake, without difficulty at all. God level is nothing in its eyes. Even Antares said it was very difficult to transfer talent to the soul, so needless to say, it was really difficult. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, "I know it's difficult, but I have tried my best." Antares laughed, "As long as you can do it before you become a god. And you have another chance to feel the talent. Don't you have the Divine Stone of Talent? Activate the Divine Stone of Talent at the 3rd turn, and follow the guidance of the Divine Stone of Talent. Maybe you can increase the chance a little." Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. This is indeed an opportunity. Maybe it can only increase the probability a little bit, but it is better than nothing. The difference between 0% and 1% is infinite. Lin Moyu lowered his heart and saluted Antares. "Thank you." Antares snorted, "No need, I'm just bored, I just wanted to talk to you casually." Its attitude is full of tsundere. Lin Moyu secretly amused. This guy seems to be a bit cute. Lin Moyu laughed. "I have another question." "Yeah, let it go if you have farts, and I'm going to bed after you fart." Lin Moyu said, "Skill God Stone, when should I use it?" Antares hummed, "This thing is useless to you." "Huh?" Lin Moyu stared at Antares blankly. At that time, Shirling asked him to grab the flying skill godstone. Obviously, in Shirling's mind, the skill godstone is a good thing. At least compared to the talent godstone, the skill godstone is much more precious. It's not like the talent stones are piled up into rockery. And Terry said in a deep voice, if you change jobs by relying on formations and follow the path of most people, the skill godstone can indeed enhance your skills. But you have to go another way. You have to move your skills into your soul. The strength of your skills is determined by the strength of your soul. Foreign objects like skill godstones are harmful and not beneficial to you. Lin Moyu believed in Terry's words, and he put away the skill godstone. Although useless to oneself, it is a very good treasure to others. Thanks, I see. And Terry's hummed, and slowly closed his eyes. I'm going to sleep, don't bother me if I'm fine. Lin Moyu laughed, I wish you a sweet dream. In the next second, and Terry's heavy breathing sounded like a howling wind, one after another. And Terry's has said enough, what it said to Lin Moyu may have been spoken for thousands of years. Even if Antares didn't really admit it, in fact it already regarded Lin Moyu as a friend. Lin Moyu understood this. He sat down beside Antares and began to find his own skill space according to the method Antares said. As for safety, there is no safer place in the whole world than here. No matter whether it is the Demon Emperor or the Dragon Emperor, no one dares to behave wildly in front of Antares. Lin Moyu is no stranger to skill space. Every professional has a skill space. Generally speaking, only after reaching level 80 and becoming a top professional can the existence of the skill space be sensed. There are also some top-level professionals who are less than level 80, and they can also sense the skill space. Such professionals have stronger souls than other professionals, and the probability of them reaching a higher level is higher. For Lin Moyu, at level 50, he has already initially sensed the skill space. At level 60, I even entered the skill space, and I could clearly see the skill spots. But these 2 times were with the help of skill scrolls, not by their own ability to enter. Now his soul is several times stronger than before, and his senses are more sensitive. Lin Moyu is confident that he can find his own skill space without relying on any external force. The skill space is both nothingness and reality, and it is not easy to find it. The power of the soul flows through the whole body like flowing water. Lin Moyu recalled the day when the skill scrolls were scattered, the starlight entered the body, entered the skill space, and activated the feeling of the skill light spots. Through Antares, Lin Moyu already knew that the starlight of the skill scroll is actually a power of law. Its essence is also somewhat similar to soul energy. So even without a skill scroll, relying on your own soul energy, you can still find a skill space. Antares also revealed a few words inadvertently. It seems that there is a generation of people who believe that they never rely on external things. No matter the job transfer circle or the skill scroll, there is none. Skills can also be awakened, and they are stronger. The soul energy is like a trickling stream, flowing all over the first corner of the body, looking for the void and real skill space. Without guidance, it's hard. It is more difficult than imagined. Lin Moyu sat for 10 days without moving. For 10 days, the soul energy has been surging and flowing, but nothing has been obtained. Lin Moyu did not give up. It was not enough to make him give up after only 10 days. Unless the skill space does not exist, Lin Moyu will not waste time doing useless work. But he has entered the skill space, and more than once. It is impossible for Lin Moyu to give up. Soul energy is still flowing throughout every corner of the body. Lin Moyu is still searching, tirelessly. It was another 10 days in a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Antares opened his eyes silently and glanced at Lin Moyu. Finding that Lin Moyu didn't give up, he couldn't help showing satisfaction in his eyes. A mere 10 days is nothing to it. Take a nap casually and sleep for a while, it may be years and decades. But for a human race, especially a young human race like Lin Moyu, sitting dry for 10 or 20 days is not a short time. In the blink of an eye, it was another 10 days. Lin Moyu has been sitting for a month. Finding the skill space is more difficult than Lin Moyu imagined. Without the help of law power, it is really difficult. For a month, Lin Moyu never gave up, always looking for it, without stopping. Antares opened his eyes several times, and his satisfaction became more and more intense. Soon. Antares felt the change of Lin Moyu's breath, and the soul energy also changed accordingly. Sometimes, Li Wanghao flows like a stream, and sometimes like a river. Lin Moyu seemed to have realized something, constantly adjusting his soul frequency. After 20 days of unsuccessful searching, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a possibility. Perhaps the skill space is constantly changing, otherwise he couldn't have failed to find it in 20 days. In 20 days, his soul energy has flowed to every corner of his body, and every crack has been searched, but he has not found it. There is only one possibility: the position of the skill space is not fixed. Moreover, Lin Moyu felt that it may be necessary to use different intensities of soul energy to find the skill space. Just like the radio used in the previous life, only when it is adjusted to the corresponding frequency can the corresponding program be listened to. When the energy of the soul changed, Antares once opened his eyes. If Lin Moyu could see Antares' eyes at that time, he would know that his guess was right. As Lin Moyu continued to adjust his soul energy, another 5 days passed. After Lin Moyu sat for 35 days, finally, a strange fluctuation emerged from his body. Lin Moyu trembled all over, his brows twitching constantly. Skill space, found it. The skill space is almost fantasy. What I found through the skill scroll is very different from what I found now. At that time, Lin Moyu had a feeling of being in the fog, and he couldn't fully see his skill space. At that time, I saw some light spots inside, which looked a bit like a sky full of stars. Lin Moyu knew that these dots represented his skills. Each point of light is strong or weak, with different brightness and color, representing different skills. However, Lin Moyu only saw light spots at that time, and he couldn't see what the skill space looked like at all. This time, he finally saw clearly. This is a world like a starry sky in the universe. His soul energy poured into it, and his consciousness also entered along with it. In the seemingly virtual and real world of skill space, Lin Moyu gradually takes shape in it, transforming into a body shape and forming a soul body. The moment he appeared, the entire skill space vibrated violently. The skill spot, which was originally stationary, suddenly moved. They revolved slowly around Lin Moyu's soul body. In the skill space like the stars of the universe, Lin Moyu feels as if he has become the main body of this world. It's like the planets in the solar system revolving around the sun, and I have become the sun at this time. That's right, the stars. The skill star core has another name in the mouth of Antares, called the skill star core. Lin Moyu feels that this name is more appropriate. The center of the light spot is really like a star that has not grown up, so it is very appropriate to be called the star core. Except for original rune, skills, the killing domain of the domain Godstone, and the power of divinity, all other skills are in 270, even passive skills. Lin Moyu counted, and there are a total of 19 skill star cores that have been activated, representing his own 19 skills. He was so blessed that he knew what he was going to do next. The door of the skill space has been knocked open, and the soul energy is being passed on continuously. The next thing to do is how to take these skill star cores out. Bring them from the skill space to your own soul world, and integrate with your own soul. Knocking on the door is only the first step, and the next step may be even more difficult. Lin Moyu knew that it would not be easy to bring the skill star core back to his soul. Perhaps it is more difficult than knocking on the door of the skill space. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many professionals with more than 80 levels, and they would end up stagnant. More and more soul energy entered the skill space, spreading towards the nearest skill star core. As for which skill to choose, Lin Moyu didn't think much about it. Lin Moyu is thinking of emptying all skill star cores, so he doesn't have to care which skill he transports. Lin Moyu soon realized where the first difficulty was. The skill star core seems small but really big, and a large amount of soul energy pours in, like a mud cow entering the sea without feeling it. Except for the brighter skill star core, there is no change. Now that it has started, Lin Moyu will not stop. He can naturally do what others can do. Since 1 point of soul energy is not enough, then 10, 100, 10,000 points. The huge soul energy was mobilized, completely, breaking through the gate of the skill space like a mighty wave, rushing towards the selected skill star core. Finally, the skill star core responded. The skill star core became brighter and brighter after being infused with soul energy, and Lin Moyu found that there was a corresponding connection between himself and it. Lin Moyu clearly felt what his chosen skill was. Damage transfer. My first passive skill. It is also a life-saving skill. Along the way, the damage was transferred, and this passive skill played an unimaginable role. Without this skill, Lin Moyu felt that he might have died long ago. How important this skill is self-evident. If I had to choose between this skill and my own comprehensive enhancement talent, I would choose it without hesitation. Without a comprehensive increase, the big deal is to be more careful, level up a little bit, and avoid leapfrog challenges. As long as he can live without incident, he will always be blessed. But if there is no damage transfer skill, it is difficult to guarantee one's own life. Countless times when faced with powerful dangers, they relied on it to save their lives. Lin Moyu is very happy to be able to choose this skill for the first time. After the soul energy completely enveloped it, Lin Moyu began to try to take it out of the skill space. Lin Moyu was deeply surprised by the huge weight, and his soul continued to exert force, only allowing it to move a little distance. Is this the second difficulty? Really heavy. That being the case, only a larger soul energy can be used. The aura on Lin Moyu's body was constantly changing, which alarmed Antares again. This kid, it's already started. Antares murmured, its voice only he could hear. It knows that Lin Moyu has already started to move the skill star core. This kid's skills are very strong, and it will be very difficult to move. Would you like to help him? Antares thought for a while, but didn't make a move. Let the brat feel how difficult it is, let him beg me, and I'll do it again. Otherwise, the brat doesn't know how big the sky is, and thinks it's easy. Antares hummed. What Lin Moyu is doing now is what those who are ready to attack the God-level powerhouse will do. This is Lin Moyu's road, unique in this era. It is not easy to move the skill star core, and the stronger the skill, the more difficult it is to move. Lin Moyu's skills are all strong, and there are almost no weak skills. Especially the God-level powerful passive skills like damage transfer are ridiculously strong. Lin Moyu had used all his soul energy to force it to move a little. But since he can move, Lin Moyu will not give up. The channel between the soul and the light spot has been opened, and what he has to do now is to move the skills along the channel, from the skill space to his own soul world. Lin Moyu worked tirelessly, moving little by little. The soul has exhausted its strength to feed. Take a break when you are tired, and continue when you are well rested. This kind of exhaustion is not physical exhaustion, but spiritual exhaustion. At this time, the power of divinity up to level 60 played a huge role. Originally, Lin Moyu felt that after possessing the talent of comprehensive connection, he would no longer lack mental power. The role of divine power is also limited to keeping him from feeling physically exhausted, so that every time he upgrades, his attributes will increase even more. It has lost its due effect on the recovery of mental power. But that doesn't seem to be the case at all. The power of divinity can not only restore spiritual power, but also restore soul power. The recovery speed of one's own soul is dozens of times faster than that of ordinary people. 6,900% mental power recovery speed, 6,900% fatigue recovery speed, the same recovery speed on the soul. In this way, Lin Moyu's skill-moving job is much easier. He also finally understands how difficult it is to become a god. Even if those people's soul power can move their skills, they will rest every 2 steps, and it will take a long time to recover. Moving a little bit takes a lot of time. And under the blessing of the power of divinity, his soul recovered fast enough and moved fast enough. In this way, Lin Moyu worked tirelessly and kept moving. After 5 days, I finally moved the skill star core representing damage transfer out of the skill space. The moment the skill star core left the skill, a strange breath came out. If there are outsiders present, they will definitely find that the aura that appears on Lin Moyu's body belongs to the half-step god level aura. Some top professionals at level 89 are starting to hit the god level. When they move a skill out of their own skill space, there will be such an aura. This breath is also called demigod breath. Lin Moyu is clearly only level 69 now, and he already has a demigod aura. If someone else sees it, their jaws will definitely drop. This situation has completely broken the normal cognition. There was a smile in Terry's eyes. It was really done by the brat. Originally, it still wanted to wait for Lin Moyu to retreat in spite of the difficulties, and trapped it. But unexpectedly, Lin Moyu did it in just a few days. Then it blinked its huge eyes again. No, why is this kid's soul recovering so fast? It smelled Lin Moyu again, and finally murmured, "It seems to smell like divine power." By the way, this kid must have obtained the power of divinity. But even with the power of divinity, it's impossible to be so fast. What would take others many years to do, how could this brat complete it in a few days? There must be something weird about this kid. He must be hiding something from me. He will have to torture him later. And Terry stared at Lin Moyu with bad intentions. A whip seemed to appear above its head, and Lin Moyu couldn't help shivering at the same time. Since the skill star core left the skill space, it suddenly became lighter, and it became easier to move. Along the passage built by Lin Moyu with the soul, the skill star core is moving towards the soul world. At this time, its revealed form is a small bead, which shines brightly like a star from a distance. Taking a closer look, all the light was removed, and this small bead was so similar to the Dragon Ball that Antares was looking for. Lin Moyu couldn't help guessing, could it be that the Dragon Ball Antares was looking for was its skills? It seems impossible, unbelievable. If the skill is not in the skill space, it will be in the soul. How could it be possible to live in the outside world? And strictly speaking, skills are an illusory thing, and it is impossible to leave. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out, and Lin Moyu didn't bother to think about it. After another 3 full days of hard work, on the 38th day, the bead containing the damage transfer skill appeared in Lin Moyu's soul. Boom! The soul vibrated violently, and Lin Moyu couldn't help shaking. A lot of soul energy is rushing towards the skill beads. The skill beads produced a huge suction force, continuously sucking Lin Moyu's soul energy. That posture seemed to want to suck Lin Moyu's soul into the king. Lin Moyu knew this was an inevitable process, so he didn't panic. When it is full, it will merge with its own soul, and the whole moving process is over. Suck it, the more the better. Lin Moyu sent the soul energy there, and let it absorb it. The more you absorb, the higher the degree of fusion, the stronger the effect of the skill, and many magical things will happen. Some skills will be more powerful. The cooling time of some skills will be shortened or even disappear. This is also the reason why god-level powerhouses are powerful in combat. Their souls have been fused with their skills, and the higher the degree of fusion, the stronger their skills. Lin Moyu is now sending soul energy to the skill star core without hesitation, in order to enhance the fusion between himself and the skill. After absorbing a large amount of soul energy, the radiance of the skill star core became brighter and brighter, and the connection with Lin Moyu became closer. Finally, after reaching a limit, there was a soft sound. The skill star core no longer absorbs soul energy. Immediately afterwards, it exploded with a bang, and a huge amount of energy exploded out of it. Get soul energy, experience plus 1000000. Get soul energy, experience plus 1000000. In an instant, a large amount of information jumped out. Lin Moyu gained a lot of experience just like in the soul melting formation. This is the feedback from the star core. The energy absorbed by it goes through a series of steps such as refining and purification, and finally feeds back to Lin Yu. Lin Moyu's experience increased from 1% of level 69 to 50% in the blink of an eye. The experience instantly increases by 50%, which is more than the experience obtained by killing the Demon King's god-level clone. Lin Moyu saw the skill star core after the explosion. At this time, the shape of the skill star core has changed. It was a little bigger than before, and the radiance was a little golden, full of Lin Moyu's soul. Half of the star core has been rendered golden. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. Half of the skills became golden, and the fusion degree reached 50%. Generally speaking, if the skill star core has just been moved to the soul, the fusion degree rarely exceeds 20%. It takes a long time to cultivate in order to improve the degree of integration. My fusion rate exceeded 50% all at once, and I can only say that the soul energy I gave was too sufficient. With his own energy supply regardless of the cost, the degree of fusion has also been greatly improved. Lin Moyu quickly checked the skills. More than 50% fusion, skills will inevitably change. Damage transfer, fusion rate 50%, all damage received by the owner will be doubled, and then the summoned object will bear it. Lin Moyu's face was full of joy, and his skills really changed. Originally, all the damage was transferred to the summoned object. Now it is to weaken all the damage that you have suffered, and then transfer it to the summoned object. It is equivalent to double the damage reduction. Your own security is greatly increased. Passive skills are the most difficult to improve, and Lin Moyu's passive skills have not changed since the beginning. This passive skill can't be practiced even if you want to practice it. Lin Moyu also knows that it is not only himself, but also other professionals. Passive skills are the hardest to improve. Most professionals will not be able to upgrade their passive skills throughout their lives. Some can be improved by relying on the attributes of equipment such as boss jewelry. But some passive skills have no level at all. Even boss jewelry can't be improved. For example, the skill, damage transfer, originally had no level. Even adding a level to it would not change anything. Only when professionals become god level and integrate the skill star core into their souls, as the fusion degree increases, the passive skills will increase accordingly. Skill changes are pretty awesome. At this time, Lin Moyu thought of his talent. Previously, damage transfer skill had no specific data. There are 10 functions in it. Now that there is an attribute that reduces damage by double, then talent may be able to play a role. But you still have to try to know that talents are not effective for all skills. How? Antares' voice sounded, interrupting Lin Moyu's thoughts. Lin Moyu opened his eyes and saw the giant eyes of Antares. Very good, one of my passive skills has been enhanced. Antares snorted, asked. Lin Moyu was in a very good mood at this time. Although it took nearly 40 days, the result was very gratifying and worth it. Lin Moyu told Antares about the changes in his passive skills. After Antares finished listening, he gradually fell into deep thought. With thoughtful eyes, Lin Moyu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Antares said, "How do I feel? Where have you heard of this skill of yours?" Lin Moyu was taken aback for a moment. He was a new profession, and it was the only one at that. 0. Ask for flowers. Many skills are unique and have never appeared before. Where would Antares have heard of? However, Antares didn't get too entangled in this question, and quickly asked about other things. Let me ask you, what level is your divine power? Lin Moyu said, level 69. Antares' head slammed into the ground, and the ground rumbled like an earthquake. There are even deep cracks in many places. This is the first time Lin Moyu met Antares, and he felt even more strange. Is there any problem? Antares glared at Lin Moyu. Impossible. How could you have a level 69 divine power? Shinjo Ding has its rules. It is impossible to let the power of divinity exceed level 10. After Antares mentioned it, Lin Moyu remembered the Shinjo Ding. Since getting it in the divine mystic realm, it has remained silent. After a long time, it was forgotten. 0. Seeing the Shinjo Ding motionless in the corner of the spiritual world, only every time he upgrades, a little divine energy will fly out from it to improve his divine power. Lin Moyu said, "The Shinjo Ding is also in my hand." Boom! Antares hit his head on the ground again, unable to believe it. "What did you say? The divine crystal is in your hands?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Well, but I can't take it out." Antares didn't even want to lift his head now, and just threw it on the ground full of cracks. "It's no wonder you can get it out. It's really strange. Why did the Shinjo Ding go with you?" Lin Moyu shook his head to express that he didn't know. He didn't know at the time, anyway. After waking up, Shinjo Ding followed him. It's just that there has been no movement since then. Lin Moyu asked, "Is there anything special about the Shinjo Ding? It must be unusual for the Shinjo Ding to make Antares lose his composure like this. You'll understand when you become a super god." Antares didn't say much, obviously unwilling to say it. Lin Moyu didn't ask any further questions. Once Antares didn't want to say anything, he couldn't get an answer if he asked again. Antares said, "You can continue. With your current soul power, you can move out another skill star core." Lin Moyu said, "With 2 skill star cores, will I become a god?" Normally, taking out 2 skill star cores can step into the god level. It's just that the second skill star core is much more difficult than the first one. At that time, Mo Xinghe, the dean of the Creation Academy, was stuck at this step for many years. Until I saw the leg bone of the beast god once, and got some insights, the soul energy increased rapidly. This allowed him to immediately step into the god level. Antares broke Lin Moyu's fantasy. "You really dare to think. You are different from them. Others start to move skills at level 89, and you start at level 69. Don't even think about reaching the god level. At most, you will have a little bit of skill power that only the god level has. Move, hurry up and find something for the deity." Scholar. Lin Moyu started moving skills again. This time it went much smoother. At least there was no need to waste time and effort to find skill space. The door of the skill space has been knocked open, and it is firmly locked by the soul. What Lin Moyu has to do is to move out the skill star core inside and move it into his soul. At this moment, he is like a brick mover, moving bricks from one point to another. With his soul strength, what he can currently bear is 2 skill star cores. His soul strength is equivalent to that of a level 90 god-level powerhouse, which is the current limit. As the level increases, the soul becomes stronger and stronger, so that more and more skill star cores can be moved out slowly, until all of them are moved out, and the skill space is emptied. Antares looked at Lin Moyu's efforts to move the bricks, with deep doubts in his eyes. Strange, why did Shinjo Ding choose Brat? Is there something about this brat that I don't understand? What's so special about the brat? Is there anything in this world that the deity doesn't understand? Antares stared at Lin Moyu, unable to understand. 410. There are many things it doesn't understand, but it will never admit it. Antares couldn't remember how many years he had been here. Although he was asleep most of the time, most of the things that happened in the world couldn't be hidden from him. It has many avatars, so many that it can't even remember it. But the appearance of Lin Moyu still surprised him. For so many years, the only one who can surprise him is Lin Moyu, the only one. Don't think about it if you don't understand it. Antares closed his eyes again and began to fall asleep. Part of its attention was still on Lin Moyu, and it felt more and more that this guy was a little strange, a kind of weirdness that he couldn't understand. Recently, the entire human world has exploded. The disaster of the soul-devouring beast began to erupt all over the world. The forces of all parties finally found the information of the soul-devouring beast from the ancient materials. Just a few words, but let them feel panic. They also finally understood what the Xinxia Empire did before. Originally, they had nothing to do, but the ridiculous thing is that he brought the disaster out of the Xinxia Empire. Now that the Xinxia Empire is closed, no one can enter. There is only one channel to communicate with the Xinxia Empire. They sought help from the Xinxia Empire, but were resolutely rejected. It's useless to say anything nice. The forces of all parties unite to put pressure on the Xinxia Empire. They have forgotten who is the real boss. When will the Xinxia Empire be afraid? Seeing that the pressure was ineffective, the forces of all parties united to save themselves. But whether it's potions or formations, they don't have the ability, nor do they have enough background. It's nothing more than knowing the name of the soul-devouring beast, and it can't be compared with the Xinxia Empire. This is the gap, a soul-devouring beast disaster, which made all parties deeply realize the gap between themselves and the Xinxia Empire. Finally, the forces of all parties began to give in and began to call for help. After more than 10 days of delay, the Xinxia Empire finally showed their cards. Soul-melting potion. The Xinxia Empire can sell them the formula of the soul-melting potion, but the price is not cheap. Gold coins are not needed, and a lot of material treasures are needed to exchange. At the same time, the Xinxia Empire can also supply the main redstone material needed for the soul-melting potion, and the price is not low either. Moreover, there is a quota for redstone, and only forces that have purchased the formula of the soul-melting potion are eligible to purchase a certain amount. This is also to prevent second-hand reselling of medicinal formulas. The Xinxia Empire also clearly told them that the longer the time dragged on, the more difficult it would be for the soul-devouring beast to solve. Every few days, the number of people parasitized by the soul-devouring beast will double. The forces and countries of all parties have no choice but to agree to the various requests of the Xinxia Empire in order to solve the soul-swallowing beast as soon as possible. It is really the power of the whole country to fund the purchase of pharmaceutical formulas and materials. Some forces themselves do not have high-level pharmacists, so the Xinxia Empire also specializes in selling finished soul-melting medicines. Of course, the price is even more expensive. This time, the Xinxia Empire lost a lot, so they made up their minds and wanted to take a huge sum of money. Who asked you to deliver it to your door? Otherwise, many countries far away overseas would not be affected by the soul-swallowing beast at all. Self-inflicted can't live, curiosity killed the cat. These days, Dongfang Yi is in a good mood. The treasury, which was originally consumed hugely, began to become full again, and it was better than before. Not only that, but the strength is also increasing. The soul becomes stronger, the degree of skill fusion becomes higher, and the strength naturally becomes stronger. This is especially true for Bai Yuan, Meng Anwen, and others. Meng Anwen was originally only one step away from level 96. Level 96 is a threshold. In addition to carrying the star core of the skill, one also needs to comprehend the corresponding laws and integrate it into the skill. What Meng Anwen comprehended was the law of formation, and he was always short of it. This time, after the soul was strengthened, this finishing touch was considered a step past. He is now realizing that the law is getting closer and closer to level 96 every day. The same is true for Bai Yuan. Although his progress is a little behind Meng Anwen's, it is only a matter of time before he reaches level 96. A soul-devouring beast is a huge opportunity for the Xinxia Empire. As long as there are a few high-level gods in the Xinxia Empire, the throne of the world's most powerful country will be completely secured. For a small country like the Cherry Blossom Country, it would be useless even if the God of Intention was awakened if all the cards were played out. The God of Mind can only explode in a short period of time with a combat power equivalent to level 98, which is indeed stronger than level 96. But God-level powerhouses at level 96, who also master the laws, are actually at the same level. If you can't beat it, you can always hold on for a while. As long as it survives for a while, the country of cherry blossoms is waiting to be destroyed. What's more, it is impossible for the Xinxia Empire to have only one high-level god of level 96. Bujia Jiangyi is also about to be resurrected. At that time, whichever force is disobedient can completely beat it. It is conceivable that before long, all countries will kneel at the feet of the Xinxia Empire. Lin Moyu exhausted the power of his soul, relied on the power of divinity to recover quickly, and moved the skill star core over and over again. The second skill star core is much more difficult than the first one. It's not that the skills are stronger, but that the restraint of the skill space on it is increasing. As the skill star cores are moved out one by one, the binding force of the skill space on the remaining skill star cores will only become stronger and stronger. It gets harder the further you get to the back. Although it was difficult, Lin Moyu was full of confidence. He believes that sooner or later he will empty the skill space and incorporate all skill star cores into the soul. In addition, there are more difficult talent bricks waiting for him. If you can't even move the skill space, how can you talk about moving talents? Finally, after more than 10 days of unremitting efforts, the second skill star core was moved out of the skill space. The moment he moved away, Lin Moyu felt light all over. Without the constraints of the skill space, the skill star core suddenly became lighter. This time it is not passive skills, but active skills. It is Lin Moyu's strongest killer skill for a while, Corpse Explosion. After the Elemental Lich came out, the frequency of using this skill was greatly reduced. Although Corpse Explosion is powerful, it has too many restrictions. Fresh corpses are needed, and only when the corpses are strong enough can this skill exert its powerful power. When facing some too powerful enemies, there will be no corpses around. Corpse Explosion is actually more suitable for group killing. But now there is the Skeleton King, and the Skeleton King's 2 group attack skills are enough to replace the Corpse Burst. Therefore, this once magical skill has been shelved by Lin Moyu recently and is rarely used. It is used less, but Lin Moyu always has expectations for the skill of 3.8. I don't know what kind of changes will happen after merging with the soul. After all, this skill is only level 7, only a little higher than the Lightning Undead Wing. It's just that this skill is too difficult to practice. When the second skill star core settled in the soul, the whole soul shook again. This shock lasted for a long time, for half a day, without stopping. When shaking, the star core of the Corpse Burst skill continuously devours soul energy. It is even crazier than the previous damage transfer skill star core absorption. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, just let him suck it up. The power of divinity played a great role again, with a full 6,900% recovery ability, making the recovery speed of the soul amazing. Lin Moyu's whole body was full of breath, which woke up Antares. Antares whispered, "This skill seems a bit strong." For some reason, it sensed a hint of danger from Lin Moyu's breath. It seems that the skills that Lin Moyu is merging now can cause damage to it. Knowing that it was impossible, Antares was extremely surprised. Antares looked curiously at Lin Moyu, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. It really wants to know what kind of skill can make Lin Moyu, who is not yet level 70, cause damage to an existence like it. To put it bluntly, even if the half-step super-god of the human race, the Demon Emperor of the Abyss, and the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan shot together, it would not be able to hurt it. This still refers to the situation where it does not fight back. The reason why it looks down on these guys is because these guys can't even break through their own defenses. But now, it feels that Lin Moyu's skill may hurt itself. It trusts its feelings to be right. Then it thought of a question. According to this, the attack power of Lin Moyu's skill may kill the Demon Emperor and others. In Antares' cognition, it would not be a problem to kill the Demon Emperor and others with his own skills. Thinking about it that way made it even more surprising. Lin Moyu's aura finally began to calm down, and the skill star core's absorption of soul energy has come to an end. Antares didn't sleep anymore. It wanted to ask Lin Moyu what kind of skill it was. The last skill has already made it amazing enough. What kind of trouble is going to happen this time? You brat, don't worry. Like the first one, the second skill star core exploded after absorbing the energy of the soul. And they got in touch with the first skill star core, attracted each other, and began to rotate around Lin Moyu's soul. Get soul energy, experience plus 1000000. Get soul energy, experience plus 1000000. Get soul energy, experience plus 1000000. The message 02 is beating wildly, and the skill star core regurgitates soul energy, which greatly improves the experience. Lin Moyu didn't care about the experience. He saw the golden light on the star core of the corpse burst skill, only about 1/5 of it. Compared with the first 50% fusion, it is much worse. Relying on the powerful recovery ability brought by the power of divinity, Lin Moyu really stuffed his soul energy into it no matter the cost. But even so, the fusion rate is only about 20%. Corpse Explosion was extremely difficult to upgrade in the past, but I didn't expect that it is still difficult to upgrade now that it has been fused into the soul. After the skill star core enters the soul, it no longer depends on the level, but only on the degree of fusion. Looking at the difficult to improve fusion rate in front of him, Lin Moyu could only accept it calmly. The corpse explodes, 20% fusion rate, detonates the corpse or wreckage, and causes damage equal to 20% of the corpse's life value to the designated target within 100 meters. After checking the changed skills, Lin Moyu was lost in thought. The change of this skill is a bit strange. The range has been greatly increased, from 7 meters to 100 meters. And this 100 meters should not be the limit, it can be increased in the future. The power has been reduced from 40% to 20%, which is fully doubled. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu felt that this change has advantages and disadvantages. But overall, the pros outweigh the cons. Lin Moyu knows that his talent can have an impact on the corpse burst skill. Then the range changes from 100 meters to 7,000 meters. This range is very large and can cover the entire battlefield, even the sky is within the skill strike range. There is no need to throw corpses into the sky in order to attack enemies in the air as before. The second is that you can lock the enemy and let yourself choose which enemies to bear the attack. No longer deals damage to non-teammates within range as before. In this way, I am no longer afraid of accidentally hurting my own people. These two changes make the corpse burst skill more flexible. Although the power has been doubled, after the boost can be increased, it still has 14 times the power of a corpse. Lin Moyu was stunned. He realized that he was wrong. Shocked, Lin Moyu opened his eyes. There was an unconcealable shock in his eyes. Antares has been paying attention to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's eyes make him realize that Lin Moyu also seems to be stunned by his own skills. What kind of skill is it? Antares was extremely curious. Boy, which skill did you transfer this time? Lin Moyu didn't answer. Antares, help me do some experiments. Is it an experiment on skills? Antares asked. Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Good. Driven by curiosity, Antares agreed without hesitation. Lin Moyu didn't expect Antares to agree so happily. He is usually very lazy, and he has to discuss everything carefully. Lin Moyu was about to test when suddenly a white light rose from his body. Lin Moyu has been upgraded from level 69 to level 70. Moved 2 skill star cores, and still consumed a lot of soul power. The skill star core and the soul are fused, and the soul power is given back, which becomes Lin Moyu's experience value. He completed the upgrade without knowing it. Level 70, every 3 turns. The third transfer. Antares said in a deep voice, don't take the test yet, change jobs first. Do as I say. Lin Moyu nodded, good. Job change is more important than anything else, and the skill test can be done at any time, so don't worry. Lin Moyu, who just got up, sat cross-legged again, adjusting his state to the best. The thoughts in my mind are like electricity, and the recent experience flashes in my mind. Starting from level 60, he seems to have entered the fast lane of upgrading. The upgrade was basically completed in no time. Calculated before and after, including the carrying skill star, it only took a little over 2 months to reach level 60 to 70. Compared with others, who can only upgrade to a level in 1 or 2 years, he is simply on a rocket. It's finally time for 3 turns. It does not rely on formations, does not rely on external forces, and does not use anything except the innate God Stone. This 3-turn method has never appeared in this era. Lin Moyu asked Antares, since he didn't rely on external force, why did he use the talent stone? And Terry's answer is that not relying on external forces means not relying on external forces, but the advantages of such things as the innate Godstone outweigh the disadvantages. At a negligible price, no damage to the future, in exchange for an extremely helpful talent. That is of course a good thing. At that time, and Terry said that some people really don't even need the talent stone, and want to awaken their talent by themselves. It is said that the talent I have awakened is even better than the talent obtained by using the talent stone. But this statement has not been confirmed, and that person has not been able to awaken his talent. There is only one third turn, and there is only one chance to awaken the talent, and there is no possibility of repeating it. So in general, it is better to use the talent Godstone. Lin Moyu remembered this sentence, but had a different opinion. I have my own system, although the system rarely appears. But every time it appears, it can play a huge role. Fusion skills, fusion talents, the system only does these two things. The existence of the system is a secret that Lin Moyu will never tell anyone. And Terry's didn't know either. Lin Moyu had his own ideas. His ideal state is to awaken a talent by himself, and then obtain a talent through the talent Godstone. Then the system can fuse the two talents, and perhaps obtain another God-level talent. This is the most perfect state imagined by Lin Moyu. Thoughts are so electric, these thoughts just pass by in a flash. Lin Moyu imagined it beautifully, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly for a few days. And Terry's felt strange. The job transfer hadn't started yet. Why was this guy laughing? The breath in Lin Moyu's whole body rose wildly and began to surge violently. The energy in the whole body began to rush towards the sky like a riot, forming a column of colorful smoke. Immediately afterwards, 860 soul energy was also integrated into it, and the energy became more intense. The huge energy seems to trigger a certain law between heaven and earth, and using the law can stimulate Lin Moyu's career change. Originally, it was supposed to be driven by the formation, but now Lin Moyu has to use his own strength to move. The difficulty gap between them is very large. Use the formation to induce the law to descend, and the law acts on the formation, and then transmits it to the job changer through the formation. Among them, there is an extra conversion process, and there will be losses, and the effect is not as good as directly using the self-induced law to come. This is what Terry said, with the help of external forces. Lin Moyu's power keeps rising. He believed that no professional had such a powerful attribute energy like him when he just reached level 70. Especially the power of the soul, even more incomparable with him. With the combination of the two, if even he can't induce the law to descend, it means that this road is really difficult to walk through. And Terry's also looked at Lin Moyu, with expectation in his eyes. Even in ancient times, among the strongest people, there were not many who could induce the law to come down by their own power. I'm sorry, I lied to you, they are not fake, but they have seniors around to help activate the law. But if you want to become the strongest person, become the strongest super god, or even reach a higher level, you must do so. And Terry's didn't intend to make a move at all. If it made a move now, it would be harming Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's whole body is incomparably bright, and the light is soaring into the sky, as if it wants to pierce the sky. At this moment, all the attributes seem to be gathering signs. In the soul, the two skill star cores also erupted with brilliant light, swallowing out soul energy to help their masters. Clang! The Shinjo cauldron, which had remained silent for a long time, suddenly let out a soft sound. A ray of light suddenly fell from the sky. The law roars. The roaring sound of the law was extremely beautiful, and Lin Moyu felt every inch of his muscles and every drop of blood cheering. So this is the law. It's amazing. Whether it was the first job change or the second job change before. All through arrays. The law first came to the formation, not directly acting on oneself. In addition, the previous soul is far less powerful than now, and the induction is not so sharp. There is a huge difference in feelings between the two. Lin Moyu carefully felt the wonderful feeling brought by the law, and the power of the law entered every cell of the body like the warm spring breeze. No matter in the previous life or in this life, I have never been so comfortable as at this moment. Lin Moyu is a little intoxicated by the application of the law. Don't be intoxicated, there will be more time to get in touch with the law in the future. And Terry's words interrupted Lin Moyu's feelings and pulled him back to reality. Lin Moyu stabilized his thoughts, let himself calm down again, and officially started the third job change. Now it has just attracted the resonance of the law, and a trace of the law has been drawn, but the law has not been fully activated. He continued to work hard, especially the 2 skill star cores in his soul were shining, bursting out with incomparable areas of force. The law keeps coming, and it starts to accumulate until a certain limit is broken. The glow of the sun is coming, and the law is more intense than before. Lin Moyu found himself seeing a starry sky. There are still 17 skill star cores shining in the starry sky, and he also saw a few skill star cores that have not been activated and are still dim. Skill space? Lin Moyu was a little dazed. Why did he suddenly enter the skill space? Looking left and right, and Terry's is also there. No, it's not that I entered the skill space, but the skill space appeared outside. Not right, this is the projection of the skill space. And Terry's voice rang in his ears, how about it, did you see the skill space? Lin Moyu nodded slightly. And Terry's laughed and said, this road is not easy, but there are many benefits. Because your skill space has been opened before the job change, so when you change jobs, through the influence of the law, you can see everything in an all-round way. To your skill space. When you change jobs, if you have the spare capacity, you can count how many skills you have. But I don't think there will be many more. I estimate level 70, level 80, and there are at most 3 or 5 skills. Lin Moyu nodded, he was already counting. The skill cores that have not been activated are extremely dim, hidden in the dark world, and it is not easy to count them. And Terry said, I will send you to a place where the laws are more primitive and will be of greater benefit to you. As he said that, the sky and the earth changed, and with Lin Moyu as the center, the space within a radius of 100 meters changed rapidly. And Terry's uses its mighty power to forcibly connect one world with Lin Moyu. It seems that Lin Moyu is still by Antares' side, but Lin Moyu is already in another world. This method is many times stronger than the Dragon Emperor. There is no need for a space-time channel, and forcing the 2 worlds to connect is like a miracle. Desolation. Lin Moyu was startled. He didn't expect Antares to get himself into a deserted place. During the second round, Bai Yuan brought him to the barren land, saying that the barren land could help him complete the second round more easily. Now he has understood that the law of the wasteland is more primitive and more powerful. The roar of beasts came from my ears, and for an uninvited guest like Lin Moyu, it was like a meteorite being dropped in the peaceful world of the deserted land. Lin Moyu's aura is so conspicuous in the eyes of desolate beast. In particular, the glow of law descending from the sky is more like a guiding light. A pair of shining eyes appeared in the darkness, with a bloodthirsty aura. Desolate beast. Lin Moyu knew that the desolate beast was coming, and his whole body tensed up slightly, ready to fight. And Terry said, you do your best to change jobs, and leave the rest to me. Lin Moyu was determined, and said in a low voice, thank you. He began to change his profession with all his strength, leading more laws into his body. Although the law is powerful, Lin Moyu didn't dare to absorb too much at one time. He finally received the law at a steady speed. The power of law flows in his body. Lin Moyu must remember this feeling and the breath of law. After entering the body, the law is divided into 3. Part of it merged into the body, and Lin Moyu's attributes began to increase dramatically. Part of it goes into the soul, allowing the soul to grow. The other part entered the skill space, looking for the skill star core, preparing to ignite the star core, and awaken the skill. This process is more clear than the feeling of turning around. There is always a feeling of confusion when changing jobs through formations, and everything depends on luck. But now Lin Moyu can clearly feel the effect of the law in his body. The attributes of the whole body are constantly increasing. The third job change at level 70 is a big leap for all professionals. Attributes will be greatly improved. According to the information Lin Moyu has, all attributes can be doubled. Legendary level professionals will also break through the million mark at level 70. And as for myself, as early as level 66, the total attribute has exceeded 1 million. Lin Moyu doesn't know how many attributes he can achieve after completing the third job change. Your own path is unique. Except for the Divine Stone of Talent, there is nothing foreign. Even the Elemental Godstone that I worked so hard to prepare before was discarded. If you want to sublimate your skills, you must rely on your own strength. Lin Moyu constantly receives and guides the laws, absorbing as many laws as possible. Lin Moyu has completely fallen into the rhythm of his job change, and no longer cares about external things. What wild beasts and the like, with Antares, there is no need to worry about it. The more the law absorbs, the more the attributes become stronger, and all the attributes are almost doubled. Soon, the attributes hit the upper limit. Then, Lin Moyu injected more law energy into the soul. The soul is shining, and the law is roaring. The soul is rapidly strengthened under the baptism of the law. This is an essential change, becoming different from before, as if stepping on a new level. Occupation has also undergone magical changes under the influence of the law. The name has changed. The undead monarch became the undead holy king. From the original necromancer to the undead monarch. Now he has changed from an undead monarch to an undead holy king. Lin Moyu felt as if he saw a world of undead creatures with attributes. There are countless skeletons inside, bones everywhere, bone dragons soaring in the sky, headless horsemen on the ground, and undead liches galloping. And I am the master of this undead world, the supreme king. Career upgraded. Lin Moyu is clearly aware that his career has been sublimated. The qualitative change of the soul and the sublimation of the job also brought changes in the physical attributes. The attributes that had already reached the upper limit began to rise again. Attributes start to build up again. Lin Moyu was delighted that he did it. Without using the formation, he completed the job change, and even completed the professional sublimation. In the process of changing jobs, he absorbed a lot of law power, and he remembered this feeling, which will have unimaginable benefits for the future. The beast's roar sounded again, and the roar was close at hand. The desolate beast has arrived. Lin Moyu ignored it. With Antares here, he is absolutely safe. Although the transfer was successful, it was not completely over yet. Then there will be awakening skills, and the Divine Talent Stone appeared in Lin Moyu's hand, and the Divine Talent Stone burst out with dazzling light and then exploded, covering Lin Moyu with a sky full of stars. Xinghui also has some kind of law power, which got into the body of Lin Mo, Nuada's language. Grab it! The voice of Antares sounded in his mind. Lin Moyu knew what he was going to do. It can be said that now is the most important moment. He wants to follow the starlight brought by the Talent God Stone, and in the process of awakening the talent, try to find the world that belongs to the talent. Even if you can't find it, you have to grasp a clue so that you can find the world of talent in the future. Only in this way can the talent be moved into the soul. Not to mention how strong the talent has become, at least it can maintain the current state, which is countless times more than other professionals. After becoming a god level, talent gradually weakens, and the gap between god levels continues to narrow. But if he still has the talent before becoming a god level, he is also an invincible existence in the god level. Lin Moyu's soul kept vibrating, and he stared at every bit of starlight that entered his body from the Talent Godstone, never letting go of it. Xinghui danced through the body, and finally gathered together, entered the spiritual world, and passed through the soul. Then they flew towards the deepest place in the spiritual world. Lin Moyu followed closely, never falling behind. Gradually, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It turned out to be here. De-awakening talents. The law has magical power, enough to make anyone obsessed with it. From the beginning of the job change, Lin Moyu mustered the strength of the whole body, integrated the power of the soul, and stimulated the energy of the skill star core. The combination of the three kinds of power is gathered to form a more magnificent energy than the formation, which bursts out and attracts the resonance of the law. The law comes to change jobs, quickly reaches the attribute limit, and then breaks through the limit, triggering professional sublimation. According to what Terry said, nothing fake, he did it. Now that the talent Godstone is activated, Lin Moyu started to do this thing that has more advantages than disadvantages. Lin Moyu traced along the starlight transformed from the divine stone of talent. The world of genius finally opened a crack to him. Through the gap, Lin Moyu saw two flames. The flames are burning fiercely, and the two flames are shining with purple brilliance, full of mysterious and noble atmosphere. The two flames are both extraordinary, shrouded in the breath of law, as if the king is in the world, high above, looking down on all living beings. The two purple flames represent his two talents. Unique God-level talent, comprehensive increase. It is one of the sources of his powerful combat power. Without this talent, no matter how strong the skills are, it is impossible to overcome so many levels of challenges. Another purple flame is also a unique God-level talent. Let him have a strong ability to survive, as well as infinite spiritual power. Both talents are very powerful and stand side by side. The functions are different, and there is no difference between superior and inferior in essence. The star brilliance brought by the talent Godstone began to gather in the world of talent. The stars were focused together, a little bit of fire appeared out of thin air, and then turned into a golden flame. 137 The flame was just formed, exuding golden brilliance, and looked very weak. This kind of weakness is compared with the purple flame, but it is not bad, and it also has the breath of law. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, this fledgling golden flame is still much worse than the previous two, and its essence is different. Although there are still stars coming in, the golden flame will be further strengthened. But the essence has already determined its upper limit, it will not be too high, it is impossible to exceed the previous two flowers. The golden flame has been at the bottom since its birth, and its status is not as good as the purple flame. Lin Moyu probably guessed that purple is the most noble, and it is the only talent at the god level. The golden flame may also be a god level talent, but it is not a unique talent. Maybe someone else could have a similar talent. A little disappointed, Lin Moyu didn't intend to give up just yet. He shook his heart. Talent can be moved into the soul and nourished by the power of the soul. Then the power of the soul can become their fuel. If I pour the power of the soul into it now, can it enhance my talent? Just do what comes to mind. Lin Moyu did not hesitate. The duration of talent awakening will not be too long. The flame is growing and taking shape. The opportunity will be lost in an instant, and there will be no time for him to hesitate. Following the gap just opened, Lin Moyu's soul power rushed into the world of talent. But what disappointed Lin Moyu was that the power of the soul couldn't join the starlight that was forming and burning at all. The power of the soul is constantly focused in the talent world, forming an independent group, distinct from the golden flame, and difficult to touch. Lin Moyu was unwilling, but no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. And that's it. Until the golden flame is fully formed. A message jumped out of my mind. Gain talent, reorganization. Reorganization. After the summoned object really dies, it will be reorganized, and the reorganized summoned object will return to its peak state. The reorganization can be performed every 5 minutes. Seeing the news of talent, Lin Moyu realized that this is another life-saving skill. Originally, his own undead army was extremely difficult to die. Even after death, there are 3 chances of rebirth. The first 2 times were brought about by his own skill, and he returned to peak form each time. The 3rd time was brought by the undead aura. If you want to kill the undead army, you have to kill it 4 times. However, the undead army will not die, and they will not die either. In other words, he would have 3 chances to avoid death, and he would have to kill himself 4 times. Then this talent only increases the chance of an interview, and the cooldown time is as long as 5 minutes. In this way, it is not even as good as his own passive skills. Talent is a bit weak. Lin Moyu secretly sighed in his heart. For others, this talent may be a god-level talent, a gold medal to avoid death. But for me, it can only be regarded as icing on the cake. With or without, the impact is not great. An enemy who can kill himself 4 times can probably kill himself 5 times. The awakening skill of the talent Godstone is indeed not very strong. The power of foreign objects is always inferior to one's own power. Lin Moyu felt sorry, but he didn't notice at this time that although the talent has been awakened, the door to the world of talent has not been closed because of this. His soul power is continuously entering the talent world. There was more and more soul power, and in the blink of an eye, at least half of the soul power entered it. Lin Moyu's soul power had already reached the level of a god, and at this time, it gathered in the talent world, and sparks burst out. Accompanied by a soft sound, a golden flame suddenly took shape. The vibration of the soul awakened Lin Moyu. Lin Mo, Act, saw a new flame in the talent world. The 4th talent. There are only 3 talents, this is common sense. Even Antares said that there can only be 3 talents. More than 3, and the soul will crumble. Can now. The 4th gift is taking shape right in front of your eyes. Is the soul about to crumble? Lin Moyu didn't feel any signs of instability in his soul system. Lin Moyu instinctively felt that his situation was related to the system. More soul power poured in and became the nutrient of the 4th flame. The 4th flame is also a golden flame. Isn't the current situation the one I'm most looking forward to? If you can awaken a talent through the talent Godstone, you can also awaken a talent yourself. Maybe the 2 talents are not strong, but the system will appear to integrate and optimize the 2 talents. Lin Moyu began to looking forward to the system appearing. Soon the flame was fully formed, and Lin Moyu also received the message of talent. Gain talent, rebirth. Rebirth. 1. Before he could see clearly, the talent information suddenly disappeared. A pleasant voice sounded in my mind, Lin Moyu's long-lost voice. It is detected that the host has acquired a new talent and is being optimized. Lin Moyu was overjoyed, the system really appeared. Outside, Lin Moyu smiled again. Antares was even more surprised, what the hell is this guy laughing at? Change jobs, what's so funny? In the dark desolate world, the desolate beast rushed to Lin Moyu with a roar. But they were smashed to pieces by the invisible force before they could touch Lin Moyu. The power of Antares protects Lin Moyu, and it is difficult for thru to cross the threshold. Antares felt strange, wondering what Lin Moyu was happy about. It decided to wait until the end of Lin Moyu's transfer and must get to the bottom of it and ask all 18 generations of his ancestors. At this moment, Lin Moyu's expression showed shock. In the talent world, Lin Moyu saw a scene that shocked him. A necromancer wearing a long robe suddenly appeared in the talent world. It raised the staff in its hand and shook it lightly, causing the world of talent to vibrate endlessly. 2 big hands appeared, picked up 2 golden flames, and brought them together. The 2 golden flames represent 2 different talents, and it is impossible to fuse them together. At this moment, the necromancer issued a law, and under the influence of its law, the 2 golden flames miraculously began to merge. Lin Moyu was dumbfounded, and could never have imagined that such a thing would happen. This necromancer has seen it more than once, and every time the skill is awakened and there is a demonstration, it will appear. And when I entered the ancient battlefield for the first time, when I was influenced by the phantom of the abyss and entered the illusion, it was it that saved me. Lin Moyu still can't understand what kind of existence it is. But thinking about it now, Lin Moyu suddenly woke up. It's the system. This is the image created by the system. It turns out that the system has always been there. The system does not only appear when the skills are fused, the system will also appear when the skills are awakened, and demonstrate the skills for yourself. There's something magical about this system. The 2 flames quickly merged together, and then a touch of purple grew from the center of the flame. The purple light became stronger and stronger, quickly rendering the entire flame purple. In the talent world, 3 purple flames form a triangle, each occupying a corner, shining brightly and looking extremely dazzling. Talent optimization completed. The reorganization talent endows the rebirth talent to complete the integration. The host obtains a unique god-level talent, comprehensive rebirth. Lin Moyu's expression became extremely complicated. Excited, nervous, shocked. Various emotions are displayed on the face. Even though his eyes are closed, these emotions are so clear. Antares has lived for an unknown number of years and has seen too many people and things, so he can see the complexity of Lin Moyu at a glance. It is extremely curious and wants to know what happened to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is checking out his new talent. Look at it word by word and analyze the use of talent from it. The host obtains a unique God-level talent, Comprehensive Rebirth. Comprehensive Rebirth, summoners and summoned objects will be reborn when they really die, and they will return to their peak state. All skills will be cooled and reset. This talent can be activated once every minute. While checking his talent, Lin Moyu could feel that one law after another flowed out of this new purple flame and merged into his soul. Not only is it integrated into the soul, but the law has also penetrated into the skill star core. Not only the two skill star cores in the soul, but also the skill star cores in the skill space are all penetrated by the law. In the past, it was impossible for Lin Moyu to discover this. Now his soul is really too strong, and from the emergence, formation, fusion, and final completion of the talent, he has witnessed it with his own eyes. Now tracking the law, I can clearly see how the law penetrates into the skill star core. Lin Moyu has a clear understanding in his heart. The talent he just acquired, the unique God-level talent, is effective for all the skills he has. It may not be effective for the skills brought by Original Rune. After all, these two skills do not belong to him, and he does not even have a skill star core. After reading the talent word by word, Lin Moyu has thoroughly grasped the role of talent. The excitement in my heart was hard to suppress. On the surface, the comprehensive freshman talent can allow oneself to have a life-saving experience every minute. But the significance of this talent is far more than that. The four most important words in talent, true death. It is also these four words that give this talent a completely different effect. True death puts the priority of talent after some of his own life-saving skills. Originally, if he wanted to kill himself, he had to destroy the undead army first. And if you want to kill the undead army, you have to kill 4 times in a row within 5 minutes. Only by the 4th time can he kill himself and the undead army. But now, when he kills himself for the 4th time, he and the undead army will be fully reborn because of their talents. After a full rebirth, all skills will be reset, and everything will be overthrown and restarted. The enemy needs to kill itself 4 more times until it kills itself for the 4th time. And it needs to be completed within 1 minute. If it exceeds 1 minute, the talent will be activated again and fully reborn again. This is immortality. Lin Moyu realized that his ability to survive was already abnormally strong. Even if you encounter the Demon Emperor, if you don't want to fight and just avoid it, you have a chance to survive for a minute. Even in the face of opponents of the Devil Emperor level, it is difficult to really kill himself. From then on, life is worry-free. The system is too strong. Merge the two God-level talents into a unique God-level talent so that the talents will have earth-shaking changes. This kind of thing can only be done by the system. The talent has been mastered, but the transfer has not yet been completed. The law between heaven and earth is still roaring, and it is still pouring into the body continuously. The law responsible for job transfer completed the mission of strengthening the soul and body, and began to pour into the skill space in large numbers. The law is like an introduction, activating the skill star core belonging to level 70. If there is no professional sublimation, the skills need to be awakened and activated by themselves. But now, because of professional promotion, the law of heaven and earth will activate the 70-level skill for Lin Moyu, so he doesn't need to worry about it anymore. In the skill space, 3 skill star cores were ignited, bursting out with brilliant light. 3 skills. Lin Moyu knows that he has 3 skills at level 70. Most professionals, as the level increases, the skills will become less and less, which is also a normal phenomenon. But in the same way, the number of skills is decreasing, but the strength of skills is constantly increasing. The 3 skills, among all professionals, can only be regarded as quite satisfactory. Lin Moyu is also looking forward to these 3 skills. Acquired skill, Summon the Headless Horseman. Summon the Headless Horseman, level 1 summon a Black Iron level Headless Horseman. Acquired skill, Undead Gaze. Undead L, level 1 summon the Eyes of the Undead, burn the undead flames, and cause soul damage to the target. The power is determined by the skill level and soul strength. Acquired skill, Skeleton Spear. Skeleton Spear, level 1 release the Skeleton Spear to attack the enemy and cause physical damage. The spear has strong penetrating power, and its power is determined by the skill level and mental power attribute. 1 summoning skill, 1 soul attack skill, and 1 physical attack skill. The specific power needs to be tested to know, but it will definitely not be bad if it can become a level 70 skill. The roar of the law gradually weakened, and the 3rd job transfer officially ended. Lin Moyu firmly remembers all the feelings when changing jobs, especially the feelings of the talent world. Sooner or later, he will move all 3 flames and 3 talents in the talent world into his soul. Even if you become a god level, you must let your talent continue to play a role. It can't be like other god level powerhouses, although the talent is still there, but the effect is greatly weakened. Lin Moyu opened his eyes again and found that there were corpses all around him. All are the corpses of desolate beasts. One of them was particularly huge, and Lin Moyu recognized it at a glance. It was the corpse of the king of desolate beasts. 0, asking for flowers. The mighty king of desolate beasts was still vulnerable in front of Antares. The power of Antares is far beyond imagination. Until the laws are all dispersed, the surroundings also change accordingly. Antares brought Lin Moyu back from the void. How is it? Antares asked in a muffled voice. It seems a bit casual, and there is no rush at all. But there was curiosity in its eyes. Lin Moyu said, it was very successful, my career was sublimated, and my talent was awakened. Antares said unhappily, nonsense, you used the talent Godstone, awakening talent is normal. I also know about professional sublimation. Your current occupation is Undead Holy King. This occupation name seems familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Pass. I have lived for too long, and some of the memories that have been too long have been lost. Lin Moyu laughed, you heard it in a dream, right? Antares didn't continue to dwell on this question, have you seen your own talent world? Lin Moyu hummed, I see 3 flames. I remember the feeling of the talent world, and sooner or later I will move them out. It's not easy. Antares smirked, as if he wanted to see Lin Moyu's joke. It's not easy, but you have to try hard. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, with determination in his eyes. Antares asked, okay, let's talk about your talents, skills, and changes before and after the job change. It finally couldn't help it, and asked out the curiosity in its heart. Lin Moyu hummed, I want to know too, I'll talk while experimenting. As he spoke, Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he summoned all his undead army, and at the same time summoned all the liches. 7-color halos appeared under the feet of all the skeletons, spinning and shining, which was extremely spectacular. Antares asked, how are you going to try? Lin Moyu said, you come to attack me, first use the power level of level 90. Antares didn't say a word, and an attack landed on Lin Moyu from the sky. Antares' attack appeared so abruptly that Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out at all. It can only be said that its level is too high, and I can't understand it. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it now, you will always understand it in the future. The god-level attack caused Lin Moyu to suffer huge damage. An invisible protective film appeared on the surface of Lin Moyu's body, glowing with a faint white light. All the damage was transferred to the undead army under the effect of the damage transfer skill. The previous damage transfer skill only transfers damage. But now, the damage skill has been moved into the soul by Lin Moyu, and the fusion degree has reached 50%, which has changed. Damage transfer, fusion rate 50%, all damage received by the owner will be doubled, and then the summoned object will bear it. Dry. The skill has a damage reduction function, and the damage received will be doubled. Not only that, but the skills are also affected by the overall growth talent. After the third turn at level 70, the overall increased talent has also been upgraded, and the increase has reached 80 times. In this way, the damage transfer skill will first reduce the damage received by 160 times, and then transfer it to the undead army. What is the concept of a 160-fold reduction in damage? Antares' simulated god-level attack fell on Lin Moyu, and the damage suffered by the undead army was completely within the acceptable range. General Lich has healed the undead army with more than a dozen consecutive treatments. Strong defense. Antares could tell that the white film on Lin Moyu's body was extraordinary. Lin Moyu said, "Try the attack at level 96. The level 96 attack has already involved the level of law, and its power is much greater than that of level 90. Another attack fell. Facing the attack of level 96, the undead army still endured it. Lich generals treated them one after another, and in just a few seconds, the undead army became intact again. Lin Moyu is very clear that from now on, June 17th is no longer a weakness. On the contrary, he became the strongest member of all undead legions. If someone treats him with the mentality that killing a summoned beast is worse than killing a summoner, he will definitely hit a wall. Use half a step of super god level power. Lin Moyu said. Antares was slightly surprised. Are you sure? This is a half-step super god, not comparable to the god level. Lin Moyu nodded. I'm sure. He is very confident in his talent, but no matter what, he has to try to know. Antares didn't hesitate, and snorted casually. An invisible force fell on Lin Moyu like a meteorite. The undead army collapsed instantly. A total of 86,730 skeletons, 49 lich generals, and 7 elemental liches were killed collectively. Half a step of super god level power is terrifying. Even with a 160 times damage reduction, it is still unstoppable. At that time, the Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor were fighting across the border, and I didn't feel much about it. Now Antares simulated a half-step super god level attack face-to-face, and it was so powerful. Lin Moyu secretly sighed that the gap between himself and the other party was so huge. Some of the complacency that arose when I changed jobs before completely disappeared. Are you sure this is half-step super god level power? Lin Moyu looked at Antares with a little luck. Antares hummed, it's about the same, maybe a little better than the Demon Emperor, but it's limited. Lin Moyu understood, and with a move in his heart, the undead army appeared again. Because of the passive skill of undead just now, all the killed undead legions returned to the summoning space and were reborn within 1 second. Summon them a second time. Again. Antares was puzzled, but he followed Lin Moyu's request and completed 3 attacks. Each attack is a half-step super god level attack, and each attack can completely defeat Lin Moyu's undead army. After 3 times, the curiosity in Antares' eyes grew stronger. Lin Moyu's undead army couldn't kill him. Killed 3 times in a row, resurrected 3 times in a row. Lin Moyu took a deep breath at this time, one more time. This time is the key to the experiment. Of the 3 previous attacks by Antares, the first 2 relied on the passive skills of the undead to survive. On the 3rd hit, Buyao's undead aura played a role. But at this time, both the undead spirit and the aura of undead fell into a cooling down. The cooling time of the undead spirit is 5 minutes, and the cooling time of the undead aura is as long as 24 hours. If you do it again, you can only look at talent. If the talent is really as I thought, then this time I and the undead army can still be resurrected and will not die. If it is different from what you think, then you can prepare yourself to be resurrected. Between life and death, there will always be some hesitation. Antares saw Lin Moyu's hesitation. Are you sure you want to come again? It can be resurrected 3 times, which has exceeded its imagination. I didn't expect it to be the 4th time. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. Do it again. If it fails, then I will prepare for the resurrection. As you wish. Another force fell from the sky and hit Lin Moyu. The undead army collapsed again, and Lin Moyu's body was instantly crushed by the huge force, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Panic appeared in Antares' eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Moyu was really dead this time. He actually killed him with his own hands. But only 0.1 seconds later, Antares' eyes suddenly tightened. The scene in front of him was like going back in time. Lin Moyu, who had already exploded into a blood mist, suddenly regrouped and reappeared. The full-scale newborn talent was activated, and Lin Moyu reappeared intact in just a moment. Not only it, but also the undead army that had just collapsed all appeared. This talent. Reversal of time? The law of time? Antares was shocked. It seemed to understand what Lin Moyu was going to test. Lin Moyu's eyes fell on the halo at the undead's feet. The halo under his feet was still sevenfold, and the aura of immortality was also included. The undead army is reborn, and all skill cooldowns are restored. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing out loud. This time, his life was really guaranteed. Antares finally couldn't help asking, "What kind of talent have you awakened?" Lin Moyu didn't hide it, and told Antares about his comprehensive freshman talent. Antares didn't feel anything at first, but Lin Moyu explained his skill set in detail. After he finished speaking, Antares couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. According to Lin Moyu, if you want to kill Lin Moyu, you need to kill him 8 times in 1 minute. And every time the undead army must be wiped out. Antares whispered, "If you want to escape, it may be difficult for the Demon Emperor to kill you." It uses the words difficult to kill, not to say that it cannot be killed. Lin Moyu is also aware of the Demon Emperor's ability. If he really doesn't care about the cost, it is still possible to kill himself. But I will not collide head-on with the Demon Emperor. After all, I am only level 70 now, and the Demon Emperor is a half-step super god level powerhouse, not at the same level 0. If he really wanted to collide with the Demon Emperor, at least he had to wait until he reached the god level. At that time, with a group of god-level skeletons, maybe I can really wrestle with the Demon Emperor. Lin Moyu said, "Let's conduct the second experiment, and I will trouble you this time." Antares agreed without hesitation, and it also wanted to see what Lin Moyu's experimental skills were. There are not many things in this world that can arouse his interest, and all of them focus on Lin Moyu. At the request of Lin Moyu, Antares traveled through the space to capture several level 65 monsters and restrained them. This time the test is Corpse Burst. It is the skill star core that was moved into the soul, and the Corpse Burst after the change. It seems that the range of the Corpse Burst has increased, and the target can be freely selected, and the power is correspondingly weakened. But Lin Moyu saw something unusual from the skill description, and had his own guess. A level 65 monster was killed. Lin Moyu locked onto the corpse, and then locked onto another monster. There is a distance of kilometers between the corpse and the monster being tested. There was a bang, and there was no big movement in the explosion. It seemed that the corpse was just shattered, not as earth-shattering as before. Then the monster thousands of meters away suddenly seemed to have received a violent impact and was blown to pieces. Antares was shocked again. It's not very powerful, but it can travel through space. This skill of yours involves laws. After the corpse exploded, the attack instantly appeared on the target thousands of meters away. This kind of attack seems a bit inexplicable, even confusing. There should be rules. Antares' words confirmed Lin Moyu's guess. Then Lin Moyu locked some wreckage on the ground. It was the remains of the monster that had just been killed in the bombing, just some broken corpses. In the past, there was not much vitality in the broken corpse of 3.7, and it could no longer be used to explode the corpse. But now, Lin Moyu doesn't think so. The target was still another monster 1,000 meters away. Lin Moyu detonated the wreckage. There was a crisp sound, still like an eggshell cracking, and there was no big movement. But the monster 1,000 meters away exploded violently and was killed directly. Antares said, "The attack power is exactly the same as before. It seems that you detonate the corpse and detonate the wreckage, and the effect is the same." Lin Moyu thought about the skills carefully. The corpse explodes, 20% fusion rate, detonates the corpse or wreckage, and causes damage equal to 20% of the corpse's life value to the designated target within 100 meters. The biggest change of this skill is neither the distance nor the power, but the phrased life value of the corpse. Even if only the wreckage of the corpse is detonated, the power is calculated based on the life value of the wreckage. A bold thought suddenly popped up in Lin Moyu's mind. Does blood count as wreckage? What about solidified blood? Just thinking about it, Lin Moyu took out a piece of solidified Wushan blood. With the previous two experiences, Lin Moyu directly took the solidified Vulcan blood in his hand this time, and then locked on a monster thousands of meters away. Skill, Corpse Burst. The skill was activated successfully, and with a click, the solidified Vulcan blood shattered into pieces. The monster locked by Lin Moyu suddenly exploded into a ball of flames, and was burned to ashes in an instant. When the wind blows, nothing remains. Antares suddenly raised his head and stared at the dead monster. Just now, I felt the power of Vulcan. Your skills have aroused the power of Vulcan, which is equivalent to the rebirth of Vulcan. The Vulcan back then was at level 92, which was a little short of a medium god. Your skills have not broken through this limit, and you are still at level 92, which is similar to Vulcan's strike. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed, and his guess came true. The power of the law was integrated into the bursting of the corpse, and even after the Vulcan had fallen for so long, it could still explode with an attack power equivalent to that of the Vulcan when he was alive. Although for some reason, after the increase in talent, the power displayed is still not beyond the peak of Vulcan, but it is still satisfactory. After all, it is only a drop of blood essence, and it is still solidified blood essence. All in all, this skill is strong enough. After all, the degree of integration is only 20%, and the degree of integration will increase in the future, and will continue to increase. Lin Moyu even has the illusion that if you give me 0-2 a dead body, I can blow up the whole world. Antares said, whether it is survivability or attackability, among the professionals I have seen, you are one of the best. At least among your peers, no one is your opponent. As long as you don't seek death yourself, you generally won't die. Okay, you're already level 70, and you've completed 3 rotations. What I promised you has been done, now it's your turn. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Okay, take me to the lower space. But tell me in advance, don't send me to a dangerous place this time. I don't want to confront the world boss as soon as I enter the lower space. Antares said impatiently, got it. The Dragon King Palace and the Primordial Secret Realm are both in the Meteorite Continent in the lower space. The Meteorite Continent is a bit dangerous, but it should be fine for you. Lin Moyu asked strangely, didn't you say last time that I will go to the Primordial Secret Realm when I am about to reach the god level? Antares snorted, who knew that your combat power improved so fast. Your current soul power is stronger than some 89 level guys, and the same is true for your combat power. You are already qualified to try it. Lin Moyu nodded, I see, thank you. Thank you, fart, get out. Antares exhaled and directly opened the spacetime channel. For it, opening the spacetime channel is as simple as breathing. The spacetime channel opened, and Antares directly threw Lin Moyu into it. In the Dragon King Palace, be careful yourself. The Primordial Secret Realm is relatively safe and there is no danger. You can do whatever you want without any concern. The Meteor Continent is the most dangerous of the 4 continents in the lower space. There is chaos and danger everywhere. There is not much information about the Meteorite Continent, and the human race seldom moves here. It's not just that the human race doesn't come here very often, the abyssal demons and the dragon race won't come if they have nothing to do. The greatest danger to the Meteor Continent comes from the sky. Lin Moyu once saw such a sentence in the only information. He couldn't help raising his head, just in time to see a stream of light flashing across his head. The speed of the streamer is fast, exceeding 10,000 meters per second. Streamer fell from the sky and landed less than 3 kilometers away from Lin Moyu. Then Lin Moyu saw a bright light. A few seconds later, there was a loud bang, and along with the sound was a terrifying shock wave. The shock wave swept across the world, and Lin Moyu's skeleton armor gleamed, only resisting it for 2 seconds before rupturing. The huge force pushed Lin Moyu back hundreds of meters before stopping. Among them, Lin Moyu suffered wave after wave of impact damage. A large amount of damage was weakened by skills and passed to the undead army, which did not cause much damage. After the shock wave subsided, he quickly went to the place where Guangba fell. A huge crater with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared here, which was smashed out by the light ball that fell from the sky just now. Equivalent to the attack of a level 85 world boss. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked in his heart. This level of attack was naturally ignored by him. But if it is another professional, even a top professional like level 85, it is enough to drink a pot. If it is hit in the front, serious injuries are nothing more than normal. Lin Moyu stood by the pit, looked at the sky, thoughtfully. No wonder the danger here comes from the sky. And those who can work here are all top professionals of level 86 and 87. In less than 2 minutes after he came to the meteorite continent, he has already seen several light clusters falling in the sky. Light clusters are meteorites, like stars falling from the sky. Each meteorite is extremely fast and difficult to dodge. Lin Moyu is now on the edge of the meteorite continent. As he goes deeper into the meteorite continent, the meteorites will become denser and more powerful. The ground in front of me began to move and was recovering. This place still maintains the characteristics of the ancient battlefield, and the earth has the characteristics of self-healing. Lin Moyu didn't advance, but practiced his skills here. He is going to the Dragon King Palace to get the Dragon Ball for Antares, but there is no rush. He still has to go to the Primordial Secret Realm, but he is also not in a hurry. After reaching level 70, in addition to awakening new talents, professional sublimation, and attribute breakthrough limits, there are 3 skills. So far, I haven't been able to take a good look at the added attributes. There is no time to practice skills. Lin Moyu intends to spend some time to practice his skills. Now he has inexhaustible spiritual power, and he can practice skills without pressure. As long as it is not a skill with a long cooling time like Lightning Undead Wing, other skills can be cultivated very quickly, and it doesn't take much time. Ability: Summon the Headless Horseman. With a gust of dark wind blowing towards the face, the sound of horseshoes sounded in the ears. The sound of horseshoes was accompanied by the friction sound of bones and metal, which was extremely ear-piercing. A portal appeared in the dark wind, and then the flames flickered. A knight with a height of 3 meters, wearing bone armor, and a sword and shield rode out of the portal on a bone horse. It has no head, its shoulders are empty, and it looks extremely creepy and weird. The white bone war horse under the seat burns silver-white flames on the 4 hooves. The bone warhorse also wears battle armor and is connected with the headless horseman, looking majestic. It stopped there quietly, and the silver-white flames continued to rise, wrapping the half of the horse. Without any action, it is enough to descend. Just being a level 1 headless horseman gives people a strong sense of oppression. This is a new member of the undead army. At least in appearance, Lin Moyu 847 is satisfied. Lin Moyu felt the undead breath far stronger than that of the skeleton. It is exactly the same as the undead breath that pervades when the Skeleton King is summoned. Powerful, penetrating, terrifying. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry to check the attributes of the Headless Horseman. Now the skill is only level 1, and only Black Iron level Headless Horsemen are summoned. As the level goes up, the attributes will change accordingly, and the skills may also be different. Looking at it now, it doesn't make any sense. One after another, Lin Moyu continued to summon the Headless Horseman. The skill level also began to rise rapidly. After reaching level 70, in addition to the doubling of attributes, many characteristics have also changed. The summoning space has reached 2,400, which also makes the number of members that each Lich General can lead reaches 2,400. At level 70, with 50 Lich Generals, the total number of undead legions has reached 120,000. It's just that Lin Moyu hasn't filled it yet. The Headless Horseman has been added, and new members have appeared in the undead army. The reason why Lin Moyu is still distributed equally. Whether it is a skeleton or a headless horseman, 30,000 places are allocated. The Een wind is getting more and more intense, and as the level of the headless horseman increases, the wind power of the Een wind also increases. And the black undead breath continue to gather, forming a black cloud above Lin Moyu. The black cloud is composed of undead breath, exuding the breath of death. The silvery white flames appeared and disappeared from time to time, which seemed out of place with the meteorite continent. Fortunately, there are no people here in the meteorite continent, except for the meteorite light clusters that are constantly falling above the head. There is nothing left. While Lin Moyu was practicing his skills, several meteorites fell nearby. Even the huge shock wave couldn't destroy the black cloud formed by the undead breath. Abyss, the palace of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was still lazily lying on his throne. Below the Demon Emperor's palace, another Dragon King appeared. This is the newly captured Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, which is used to drink dragon blood. Dragon blood is something that the Demon Emperor still finds delicious for the time being, but it is not clear when he will get tired of drinking it. Over the years, good always changes. Its eyes fell to the outside of the palace. The little guy has gone to the meteorite continent. It's a pity, you are protected by Antares, so I can't touch you for the time being. When you reach the god level and enter the deep space, the Emperor will come and have a good chat with you. But if this Emperor doesn't come to trouble you, that idiot Dragon Emperor probably won't let you go. There's a good show to watch. There was a bright light in the Demon Emperor's eyes, showing an appearance of watching a good show. Although its life is not as long as Antares, there are not many things that can interest it. The appearance of Lin Moyu aroused its interest. When the soul melting formation was in operation, it secretly left an aura on Lin Moyu's body. This breath is very weak, but it can make it feel something. For example, when Lin Moyu arrives in the lower space of the ancient battlefield, it can sense it. It can even sense the location of Lin Moyu roughly. But this time it didn't send anyone there. With Lin Moyu's combat power, sending an ordinary demon king over there would be a gift, let alone a top demon. Food delivery is not like this. At least the existence of a series like the Black Sky Demon King can pose a threat to Lin Moyu. But the Demon King is not able to move freely in the lower space, and will be subject to various restrictions. After comprehensive consideration, the Demon Emperor did not do anything. It plans to wait for Lin Moyu to become a god and enter the deep space, and then it will go to Lin Moyu to talk about life. Although it chose not to do anything, a piece of news spread inadvertently. It quickly spread out of the abyss and spread to the dragon world. One day after Lin Moyu entered the meteorite continent, the Dragon Emperor received the news. The Dragon Emperor hates Lin Moyu even more than the Devil Emperor. That law god crystal not only blew up its Dragon Emperor palace, but also blew up its face. When it received the news, an order was issued, and the entire Dragon Clan took action immediately. The breath of immortality spread in front of Lin Moyu like a black tornado. There are still flames rising in the tornado. A headless horseman with a height of 5 meters is standing in front of Lin Moyu. It's just that the white bone war horse under it is 3 meters high. Standing there is like a hill, which is extremely magnificent. The silver flame rose, covering the bone war horse like an armor box. A headless horseman at level 70 looks like a boss. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a boss. Its attributes are even stronger than the boss. Headless Rider. Level 70. 10800000. Agility 640000. Spirit 640000. Physique 12800000. Skill Charge. Rush at a speed of 3,000 meters per second, causing damage to enemies along the way that is 5 times of your own strength. Cooling time 1 minute. Skill Group Defense. Group defense, form a team defense, which can be superimposed with the same arms to enhance the defense. Skill Immunity. Exemption, passive skill exemption from all negative states. The attribute is extremely high. The strength is higher than that of the skeleton berserker, and the physique is even higher, which is in line with the title of knight. possesses 3 skills and completely defeats the Skeleton Berserker. Although the charge skill is not as explosive as the Skeleton Berserker, it has an extremely fast pursuit ability. Especially when it can charge in a large group, it can play a huge role. Especially since the cooling time is only 1 minute, it can be used repeatedly. Group defense is the first defense skill that the undead army appears. In the past, the defense of the undead army was only supported by attributes, but now it finally has skills. Although I don't know the effect yet, but being able to superimpose this attribute is enough to prove that this skill is not weak. Seeing the immunity skills, Lin Moyu couldn't help feeling joyful. It is immune to all negative states and is not affected by control skills, which gives the Headless Horseman the ability to fight in all directions. No matter you face any enemy, you will treat them equally. Although it is not a perfect unit, it is a great supplementary enhancement to the Undead Legion as a whole to make up for its shortcomings. Supplemented the deficiencies of the undead army in terms of defense, as well as the lack of ability to charge in large-scale battles. Lin Moyu doesn't know what kind of enemies he will face in the future. The undead army must be as complete as possible, and it can also deal with various situations. It took 2 full days to practice the Headless Horseman. When practicing, Lin Moyu opened his bow left and right, and at the same time summoned and replenished the undead army. Starting from level 70, the number of undead legions has increased significantly, from 86,730 at level 69 to 120,000, a sudden increase of more than 30,000, which needs to be replenished. Skeleton Berserker, Skeleton Archmage, Skeleton Marksman, Headless Horseman, Undead Legion, 30,000 each. When the entire undead army appeared, its momentum was astonishing, and it could be called an undead army. But Lin Moyu didn't shake at all. Compared with the hundreds of millions of undead he had seen when his skills were awakened, his army of undead was nothing at all. Continue. Lin Moyu started to practice the second skill without stopping. Ability, Undead Gaze. Undead Gaze, level 1. Summon the eyes of the undead, burn undead flames, and cause soul damage to the target. The damage is determined by the skill level and soul strength. With the activation of the skill, the sky became dark again. An illusory undead world appeared in the sky, and countless undead howled in it. Silvery, white flames blazed, and burned bones were everywhere. The flames are raging, burning everything, even souls are hard to escape. When everyone sees this illusory world for the first time, they will have the illusion that their souls are ignited. Then a gate appeared in the illusory world of the undead. Silvery white flames were also burning on the pitch-black gate. The door opened and a huge eye emerged from the flames. Lin Moyu couldn't help but thumped in his heart the moment he saw his eyes. What kind of eyes are these? It's too scary. No eyeballs, pure white eyes burning with fire. Eyes overlooking the sky and the earth, emotionless, indifferent to the limit. No matter from which angle you look at it, you will feel that this eye is staring at you. Even the caster of Lin Moyu's skill felt a tingling in his soul when he saw his eyes. This skill is very strong. Far stronger than the soul flame. This was Lin Moyu's first reaction, and his intuition told him that this skill is very strong. It is only level 1 now, how strong it will be if it rises to level 70. Perhaps, this will be a great killer to replace the soul flame. Skills that can perform soul attacks are terrifying skills. With excitement, Lin Moyu began to practice skills, constantly displaying Undead Gaze. The world of the undead is constantly emerging, and it seems that the flame door leading to the world of the undead also appears. It's a pity that only one Undead Gaze can exist at the same time. Otherwise, Lin Moyu felt that the power of skills could be improved to a higher level. Lin Moyu practiced his skills left and right. Before that, the undead breath formed a tornado. Now the sun is covered by dark clouds, and Lin Moyu's location, with a radius of 10,000 meters, has almost become a pitch-black world where you can't reach your fingers. Only when the meteorite light cluster falls in the sky can it bring a glimmer of light. But even if the meteorite hit Lin Moyu's side, the shock wave couldn't blow away the undead black air. The black air is so thick that it is unbelievable. Lin Moyu is standing in the black air, surrounded by a headless horseman burning with silver and white flames, making Lin Moyu look like a dark lord. Lin Moyu stood motionless for 2 days and used countless skills. Finally, I have trained Undead Gaze to level 70. The Undead Gaze skill consumes a lot of mental power. If Lin Moyu didn't have the talent to persevere, Lin Moyu doesn't know how long it would take to cultivate the skill. My 3 talents are very powerful and indispensable. Lin Moyu's will was condensed in midair, and he once again cast the 70th level Undead Gaze. A level 70 skill is much stronger than a level 1 skill. The phantom of the world of the undead descended again, covering a radius of several kilometers. Undead black air billowed down, and a 30-meter-high flame gate appeared in the air. And I appeared in the door, staring at the sky and the earth. Lin Moyu suddenly looked into the distance, and an aura belonging to the Dragon Clan was rushing towards him. Interesting, the Dragon Clan actually knew I was here. Just in time to test my skills. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, worrying that he couldn't find someone to test his skills, and the experimental product sent by the Dragon Clan came just in time. The people of the Dragon Clan saw the undead black air from a distance. Found it, according to the guide. Lin Moyu is there. What is Lin Moyu doing? It's getting dark in there. The location of Lin Moyu has completely turned into a black world. The pitch-black undead aura filled the sky, and occasionally some white light could be seen inside, which was the undead flame. The professionals of the Dragon Clan felt apprehensive and gradually leaned over. Look, what is that? When it was still about a kilometer away from the black air rolled in bursts, and silver-white flames rose above the black air, and a gate slowly appeared. This change stunned all the Dragon Clan. The gate was burning, and the eyes of the dead appeared in the flames. Pure white eyes, no eyeballs, only piercing white and silver eyes. No matter from which direction or angle, as long as you look at the eyes of the dead, you will feel that the eyes of the dead are staring at you. The eyes of the undead swept across as if looking down on the world, and several dragons stood in the air collectively. Just a second later, they all fell from the sky and fell heavily on the ground. Died. Lin Moyu saw this scene in his eyes. The undead stared and attacked with their souls, burning their souls almost instantly. Not like the pain of the soul flame. They died instantly, without any pain. These dragons are all above level 80, equivalent to the top professionals of the human race. The result was killed in seconds. The power of the skills is amazing, exceeding Lin Moyu's 940 expectations. If you don't have special props or skills, top professionals at level 80 will be instantly killed by this skill. The power of a skill is determined by the skill level and my soul strength. There is no problem with the skill level, it is level 70, but my soul strength is too high. The strength of my soul is already comparable to the god level, which greatly increases the power of the undead's gaze, which is far beyond ordinary. Lin Moyu probably has a bottom line in his mind. The skill of Undead Gaze was unusually powerful, and the experiment was very successful, which made him satisfied. The flame gate still stands in midair, and it can exist for about 10 minutes before Lin Moyu withdraws his skills. At this time, Lin Moyu has started to practice the 3rd skill. Skill, Bone Spear. Skeleton Spear, level 1. Release the skeleton spear to attack the enemy and cause physical damage. The spear has strong penetration. Power is determined by the skill level and mental power attribute. With a light tap of the finger, a white bone spear whizzed out, instantly across the sky, and disappeared from sight. So fast. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. The speed of the bone spear was too fast. It flew at least 10,000 meters in just a split second, just a second before and after. It's almost impossible to dodge at this speed. The faster the speed, the stronger the penetrating power correspondingly. Just the impact generated by the speed is not a weak attack. If the skill level continues to increase, maybe the speed can be increased, and the attack power will become greater. Lin Moyu has tried a few times and already knows that the characteristics of the bone spear skill are fast, ruthless, and accurate. Compared with the blows of the bone fangs, the bone spear penetrates at a single point, which can break the surface with a single point. This kind of attack is invincible when dealing with barriers, formations, and mage shields. Then, the bone's changru pierced through the sky and the earth with the sound of breathing, continuously whistling into the air. Under Lin Moyu's left and right bows, 5 skills per second. Full connection talents play a role. There is no need to worry about the lack of mental power. While practicing the bone spear, Lin Moyu summed up his bone-type skills. Defense has bone armor, control has bone prison, range attack has bone fangs, single target attack has bone spear. Just the 4 skills of the skeleton system is a very complete skill chain, including all offensive and defensive controls. Regardless of strength or weakness, integrity alone is already unparalleled. In addition to the skeleton system, I also have various series of skills such as the summoning system, the soul system, and the curse system. After merging together, it doesn't matter if you are not strong. As the skill level increases, the shape of the bone spear gradually changes. The spears became thicker and longer, and from level 40 onwards, spiral-shaped white bones appeared outside the length. The spiral-shaped bone drives the spear to rotate rapidly during the flight, which further improves the penetrating power, and at the same time has a strong tearing force. The speed of the bone spear is also increasing, and every time it is upgraded, the speed will increase a little. Lin Moyu estimated that when the skill reaches level 70, the speed of the bone spear can reach more than 20,000 meters per second. With this kind of speed, no one can dodge within 1,000 meters except the god-level powerhouse. Lin Moyu could even imagine how the enemy would be torn to pieces under the bone spear. But now there are fewer and fewer situations where you have to do it yourself, and the number of times that the bones can be used will not be too many. Lin Moyu wants to experiment with skills, but has no goals. Seeing meteors falling from the sky, Lin Moyu not only regarded them as targets. The speed of the meteorite is very fast, thousands of meters per second. But it is far inferior to the bone spear. Anyway, it's a skill cultivation. Lin Moyu got playful for a while, and pointed his 5 fingers at the meteor light cluster across the sky like a pistol. The roar continued to sound, and bone spears roared out, piercing the air and shooting towards the meteor. For a moment, the bone spears flew in the air. Both are very fast, and the meteor light cluster is smaller than a fist in sight, so it is not easy to hit it. Lin Moyu played the game as if he kept chasing the meteor cluster. The level of the bone spear has been raised unconsciously. After thousands of failures, the blind cat Lin Moyu finally met the dead mouse, and a bone spear just hit the meteor light cluster. There was a loud bang, and a mushroom cloud rose in midair. Various elements exploded in midair, and colorful rays of light shone in the air. Lin Moyu had sharp eyes and saw something falling from the explosion, and it fell not far from him. Lin Moyu rushed over immediately and found it on the desert-like land. This is a spar the size of a fist. The spar is covered with various colors, as if there are a lot of impurities, without any sense of purity. Lin Moyu felt all kinds of elements from the spar, such as feng shui, thunder, fire, and other elements are all available in the spar. The detection technique that has not been used for a long time is launched. Star Spar, transformed by the divine power of the god of the starry sky, possessing the power zone of the god of the starry sky. God of the sky? It was the first time Lin Moyu had heard the name of this deity. In all the materials he has read, there is no record of the god of the starry sky. Either this god is extremely low-key, or this god is extremely weak. No matter how weak a junior god like the fire god and water god is, it has been recorded in history. Lin Moyu instinctively felt that the god of starry sky should be a low-key deity. But how did its divine power appear here? The meteorites in the sky still exist, and every fall brings a violent explosion. The meteor continent has long been barren amid countless years of continuous bombing. The monsters that can survive in the meteorite continent are at least bosses, and most of them are world-class bosses. Could it be that this is the true face of the meteorite cluster? The meteor that has lasted for countless years is the divine power of the god of the starry sky? Lin Moyu held the star spar while looking up at the sky, unable to understand for a while. Try again. Lin Moyu attacked the meteor again with the bone spear. There is an aura coming from the distance again, a familiar aura, a familiar smell, and the Dragon Clan has arrived again. There are still several kilometers away, and the skeleton spear has already shot over. Lin Moyu turned the gun directly and used the Dragon Clan as an experiment again. At such a distance, the Dragon Warrior just saw Lin Moyu's figure, and a white light flashed in front of his eyes. With a bang, a Dragon Warrior exploded on the spot, turning into blood mist. What happened? I don't know, I didn't see clearly. Then white light shot out one after another, and the remaining few people lost their souls and dodged quickly. Lin Moyu bowed left and right, and the bone spears flew out continuously. It looked like a child holding a slingshot to play with birds. They were in a mess, flying around in the air. After all, the distance of thousands of meters is a bit far, and Lin Moyu's accuracy needs to be improved. If the distance is within 1,000 meters, they can't hide at all. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, and with a thought, he switched skills. The sky suddenly darkened, the world of undead appeared, and then a gate burning with silver-white flames appeared in the sky. The door opened, revealing pure white eyes. The dragon warriors who were dodging in embarrassment trembled violently, and then fell down one by one. The soul is obliterated, and the body dies directly. Although it looked like there was no wound on the surface, it was already dead and there was no chance of resurrection. Lin Moyu seemed to have done an insignificant thing, and once again took the bone spear to hit the meteor cluster. The appearance of the Dragon Clan is like a few insignificant ants, trampled to death by Lin Moyu. After countless attempts, Lin Moyu gradually mastered the rhythm. There were explosions in the sky from time to time. From time to time, meteorites were smashed by Lin Moyu with a bone spear. After the explosion, Lin Moyu could get a star spar. The star spar is not useful yet, but when it reaches level 80, there will be a space for the element lich, and it may be used to summon the element lich. It's just that Lin Moyu doesn't know what kind of element lich summoned by the star spar, and what kind of abilities it will have. Now he has 8 elemental liches, already occupying the full quota. Among them, except for the flame lich and the poisonous lich, there are many raw materials that can be replaced continuously. Several other liches, Lin Moyu, could not move as long as they could. The materials were not enough, so they were replaced and they could not be replaced. 2 days later, the bone spear was cultivated to the current full level. The level 70 bone spear is more than 3 meters long, and when fired, the outer layer is a spiral-shaped white bone that rotates rapidly. The entire spear is spinning rapidly, both the penetrating power and the tearing power have reached the limit. The previous dragon warrior was the best exception, directly penetrated by the bone spear and blown to pieces. But compared to the staring of the undead, this method of death is not bad. At least there is a chance of resurrection. To die under the gaze of the undead, with no chance of resurrection, is simply a lure. After training all the skills, Lin Moyu let out a sigh of relief. After level 70, the attribute changes a bit. Just about to check the attributes, Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a piece of equipment he owns. Since he was 40, all the equipment has been lost to him, and Lin Moyu's sense of existence of equipment has dropped to freezing point. In his opinion, almost all the equipment, that is, can be exchanged for some gold coins or materials, does not have much effect. There may be 2 different pieces of equipment. One is the Monarch Scepter obtained from the Copy of Light. The second is the Scepter of Creation. The Sovereign Scepter is a legendary weapon, and the Creation Scepter is a mythical weapon. Both pieces of equipment are in a damaged state. The Scepter of Creation, which can be used as a mythical weapon, has even lower attribute bonuses than the legendary Scepter of Sovereignty. This situation puzzled Lin Moyu at the time. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the Monarch Scepter and Creation Scepter appeared in the left and right hands at the same time. A huge force was suddenly transmitted into the body, causing Lin Moyu to tremble uncontrollably. The breath on the body keeps rising, as if there is a tendency to soar into the sky. Lin Moyu was shocked, this power came from the monarch scepter impressively. This is the power of attributes. The scepter of sovereign works on me. Lin Moyu suppressed his shock and checked his attributes. Name, Lin Moyu. Occupation, Undead Holy King, only. Level, 70. 300000 plus 500000. 300000 plus 500000. C 100000 plus 500000. Physique 400000 plus 500000. Equipment, Monarch Scepter. Monarch Scepter, incomplete legendary weapon, all attributes plus 500,000. All of my own attributes have an additional 500,000. The increase in attributes brings a strong sense of strength. It has been a long time since I felt the bonus brought by the equipment, and Lin Moyu somewhat misses this feeling. The creation scepter is useless to him, it is a mythical weapon, and his level is not enough. Then I tried to change a few pieces of equipment. Changed from platinum level equipment to quasi-legendary level equipment. From weapons to armor, jewelry. After one pass, Lin Moyu can be sure that it's not that he can use the equipment again. But this Monarch Scepter is special. At that time in the copy of Light, Lin Moyu instinctively believed that the angel statue represented the God of Light. The weapon it holds in its hand is the weapon of the God of Light. Could it be that the equipment used by the gods will be useful to me? Lin Moyu wasn't sure. Why did you forget to ask Antares? Because the presence of the equipment on him is too low, almost zero, so Lin Moyu forgot to ask Antares about the scepter of the monarch, and he didn't think about it at all. But no matter what, the attribute increase brought by the monarch scepter is real. In addition to spiritual power, the attribute bonus brought by the monarch scepter has exceeded its own attributes. All attributes are increased by 500,000 each, and the total attribute is increased by 2 million. No other legendary equipment that Lin Moyu knows has such a high increase. Moreover, the Monarch Scepter is still incomplete. At the top of the scepter, a core component is missing, which is somewhat similar to the Scepter of Creation. How strong would it be if one day the scepter was fully restored? This should be a mythical weapon, but because of the lack of core components, it fell to the legendary level. According to the records, the God of Light is only a middle-level deity. How could it have mythical weapons? And according to the records, the God of Light uses the Holy Sword of Light. Is the Sovereign Scepter the weapon of the God of Light? Go back and ask Antares. Many questions arose in Lin Moyu's mind. The existence of Antares, like a treasure box, solved a lot of questions for Lin Moyu. The more questions that can be solved, the more mysterious Lin Moyu feels about the world. Pressing this question first, Lin Moyu looked at his attributes and was speechless for a long time. Finally he gasped. His own attributes are amazing enough, with a total of 2 million attributes. A mid-level legendary professional in the human race, at level 70, has only 1.08 million total attributes, which is nearly double that of him. Already comparable to the attributes of a level 70 world boss. Now that the Monarch Scepter is in hand, the attribute has increased by 2 million again. The total attribute has reached an astonishing 4 million, even the world boss is not so high. Unfortunately, I am a mage. It's rare to go up and fight with people. Such a high attribute is wasted. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly, saying this a little bit outrageously. Who doesn't want their attributes to be as high as possible? Equip the Sovereign Scepter. Legendary equipment is different from ordinary equipment and needs to be branded with a soul. From then on, this piece of equipment only belongs to oneself and cannot be traded, nor will it be lost. Lin Moyu's soul power flows into the Monarch Scepter. The Sovereign Scepter immediately let out a cheer, disappeared with a whoosh, and appeared in the spiritual world in the next second. In the spiritual world, a small scepter appeared in the hand of Lin Moyu's soul, which was the scepter of the monarch. Lin Moyu could feel the joy conveyed from the scepter of the monarch. It seems to be seeing a long-lost relative. This kind of joy comes from the soul, which is difficult to express in words. Lin Moyu was stunned. Is this true for all legendary equipment? Why do I feel that the Monarch Scepter has a feeling of déjà vu? It's wired. This feeling has no reason, no root. Lin Moyu didn't know why, but he believed that there was nothing wrong with his feeling. A question is not over yet, and a new question is born. The problems are really one after another, one after another. I don't know when I will be able to become omniscient and see all problems clearly. After checking his attributes, Lin Moyu finally left the place where he had been staying for several days and walked towards the interior of the meteorite continent. Although it is known that the Dragon King Hall and the Origin Secret Realm are in the Meteor Continent, the exact location is not clear. He has Original Rune, and when he is close to Original Secret Realm, 10,000 meters away, Original Rune will generate an induction, and he can find it at that time. As for the copy of the Dragon King Palace, it is impossible to search for it. He promised Antares that he would find and bring back the Dragon Ball no matter what. According to Antares, there are 2 Dragon Balls in the copy of the Dragon King Palace, and these 2 Dragon Balls are somewhat important to it. Lin Moyu promised it would do its best. The closer the meteorite continent is to the center, the denser the meteorites in the sky, and their power is gradually increasing. It is said that in the central position, the power of the meteorite can reach an astonishing level, even equivalent to a blow from a god. With this level of attack power, only a very small number of powerful world bosses can survive in the center of the meteorite continent. The meteorite continent is extremely barren. It is a huge desert plain. The hills and rivers here have been flattened. The field of vision has also become extremely wide. Lin Moyu flies in the air, and the line of sight exceeds 100 kilometers. Half an hour after Lin Moyu entered the mainland, he finally saw the first monster living on the meteorite continent. Note, the attributes of the protagonist and the summoned objects are still placed in the work related to. This is a crab-like monster with a pair of huge pincers. It is more than 20 meters tall, just like a world boss. Just when Lin Moyu found it, a meteorite happened to fall towards it. It quickly adjusted its posture, and then flew towards the meteor. A gigantic pincer gripped the meteor with unmatched precision. The seemingly huge pliers became extremely soft the moment they clamped the meteor. This control over power is astounding. After clamping the meteorite, the boss flew back tens of meters following the momentum of the meteorite before releasing this force. After the two sides stalemate for a few seconds, the light cluster on the meteorite disappeared, revealing the starry sky spar inside. Lin Moyu found that this star spar was much larger than the one he got, and one could at least cover several of himself. After a little thought, I understood. I used the bone spear to knock down the meteorite, and it exploded in the sky. In fact, most of the energy has been consumed. Therefore, the obtained meteorite crystals are relatively small, and the energy contained in them is also relatively weak. But this world boss used another method. It can be said that it used softness to overcome rigidity, and did not cause the meteorite to explode, thus obtaining a complete star spar. Then, it threw the complete star spar into its mouth and swallowed it. Its whole body is full of brilliant light and colorful. At this moment, a large amount of light intertwined on it, as if turning it into a colorful star. Lin Moyu felt that its aura seemed to have grown, as if it was a little stronger than before. It turns out that the boss here can become stronger by absorbing the star spar. The star spar contains the divine power belonging to the god of the starry sky, and these divine powers become the nutrition for the bosses to become stronger. Day after day, year after year of meteor bombardment, the bosses that survived on the meteor continent are all powerful existences. Their imprints have been engraved on this land, and even if they are killed, they can be reborn in a short time. And the respawn speed is faster than other areas. Be it monsters or bosses, you can't finish killing them. You can respawn after a while after you die. This seems to be a law that Lin Moyu didn't understand before, but now he understands it. Although the meteorite destroyed the Earth, it also poured a lot of divine power into the Earth at the same time. Every inch of land on the meteorite continent contained the divine power of the god of the starry sky. With God's blessing, the monster becomes stronger and the rebirth speed becomes faster. It is also true that the extremely dangerous meteorite continent has attracted some powerful top professionals. There are often dozens of top professionals over level 85, and they form a team to kill the world boss on the meteor continent and harvest equipment materials. It's just that there are not many such teams, and the meteorite continent is too dangerous. If you are unlucky, you will encounter that kind of powerful meteor. Probably killed on the spot. Just when the crab boss ate the star spar, 1,000 meters away, the space seemed to be torn apart as a curtain. A group of human professionals suddenly appeared. There were 40 of them. Each of them has a level of more than 85, and their aura is huge. As soon as he came out, he rushed towards the crab boss, and all kinds of skills have been smashed out. Professionals at level 85 have basically felt the skill space and seen the skill star core. The understanding of skills far exceeds that of low-level professionals. The skills they threw out were so powerful that they knocked out the crab boss in no time. The crab boss is absorbing the star spar, as if he has entered a special state, and his reaction is obviously half a beat slower. Lin Moyu watched from a distance, a little surprised. It really means that Chow 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 will be here soon. Just now, I thought that the top professionals of the human race would occasionally come here to hunt the world boss, but unexpectedly, I ran into it. Apparently these human race professionals have been hiding the crab boss for a long time, and they will do it when it absorbs the star spar. A hunting team composed of 40 top professionals advances and retreats in an orderly manner, suppressing the crab boss to the point where he is powerless to fight back. 4 powerful knights surrounded it and trapped it firmly. Peripheral mages and archers continue to attack, and their skills continue to be displayed. There is also auxiliary control. Although it can only make a little impact, it has become the last straw that crushes the crab boss. The Jialan Guild is worthy of being the #1 guild of the human race. Lin Moyu saw the logo of the Jialan Association printed on the clothing of these people. Only groups like the Jialan Guild have the ability to organize such a powerful team. Lin Moyu watched for a while, knowing that the result was doomed. The Jialan Guild came prepared and caused huge damage to the crab boss from the very beginning, directly establishing the battle situation. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly another huge aura rose from the distance, rushing towards him. Then he saw a black shadow, which was extremely fast, and quickly approached him. Dragon King. Lin Moyu was surprised that a Dragon King came. Dragon King is in existence at the same level as Demon King and Human God. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon King cannot enter the lower space. The Dragon Clan either used special means to summon the Dragon King, or it returned through the space-time channel of deep space. Lin Moyu thinks that it is more likely that the dragons were summoned by special means. After all, the connection points of the space-time channel are random, and it is impossible to determine where they are. The Dragon King was obviously coming for him. Combining the previous 2 waves of Dragon Clan, Lin Moyu feels that the Dragon Clan should know its position. But I have no contact with the Dragon Clan. It should be the Demon Emperor. Lin Moyu immediately thought of the Demon Emperor, and 9 times out of 10, the Demon Emperor had tampered with him. The demons have a means of leaving breath, and they can be tracked through the breath. This kind of method is nothing unusual for the Demon Emperor. Even if the Demon Emperor reveals the tracking method to the Dragon Clan, it is normal. The Dragon Emperor must hate himself very much, so it is logical for the Dragon Clan to chase and kill him. Lin Moyu's soul is strong now, his thoughts are like lightning, and he can quickly think through everything. Although it was just a guess, Lin Moyu felt that his guess would not be wrong. The professionals of the Jialan Guild also felt the breath of the Dragon King, and panic appeared on their faces. They had seen Lin Moyu in the distance long ago, and felt that a little guy at level 70 coming to the meteorite continent was simply courting death. But at that time, in order to ambush the crab boss, they didn't make a sound. They planned to remind Lin Moyu after defeating the boss, or they could protect Lin Moyu to leave. Why suddenly the Dragon King came over now, and the changes exceeded their expectations. And looking at the goal of the Dragon King, it was aimed at Lin Moyu. A Dragon King came to Meteor Continent to kill a level 70 human professional. What happened? Captain, should we protect him? The people in the Jalan Guild asked. The captain rolled his eyes. Nonsense, they are all human races. Could it be that they just watched him get killed? The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, I want to see how strong it is. How is it compared with the god-level powerhouses of our human race? That's right, I think the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is nothing more than that. You'll only know after fighting. Brothers, work harder, hurry up and get rid of the big crab, and then go meet the Dragon King. Someone yelled at Lin Moyu, little brother, step back quickly. Lin Moyu heard what they said, and the reaction of the Garian Guild did not disappoint him. This is a guild full of loyalty, not only showing loyalty to its own people, but also showing loyalty to fellow human races. In this situation, normally speaking, they should, Wang Zhao's, retreat. At the very least, ignore yourself and protect yourself wisely. This should be the reaction of most people. But they choose to protect themselves. That being the case, Lin Moyu's voice sounded, just fight the boss, leave it to me, the Dragon King. After the words fell, Lin Moyu's breath suddenly rose. Lin Moyu looked at the Dragon King who was rushing towards him. Professionals of the Dragon Clan can't test the limits of their skills, so it's time for you to try them out. The undead army appeared in the air, with 30,000 headless horsemen at the forefront. Silver flames shot up into the sky like a wall of flames. Immediately after appearing, the headless horseman launched a dashing skill and charged towards the Dragon King at an even more astonishing speed. Although their combat power is not as good as that of the Dragon King, but the Dragon King wants to kill them, and it will take a little effort. Immediately afterwards, the world became pitch black, and a huge skeleton throne appeared in midair. The remaining 90,000 skeletons disappeared at the same time, and a skeleton king with a sharp sword appeared on the throne. The blood-colored bone cloak fluttered in the air. The skeleton king got up from the throne with a trembling friction sound, and swung his sword towards the Dragon King. Skill, God Slash. The headless horseman rushed to the Dragon King at a speed of 3,000 meters per second. The forward momentum of the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan was abruptly stopped, and then he was crazily knocked back. The dashing skills are not only fast, but also have extremely terrifying impact. It can burst out an attack that is 5 times its own strength attribute in an instant. The strength attribute of 1.08 million, plus the 70% bonus of Lich General, will be multiplied by 5 times. The impact force is extremely terrifying, even if it is a mountain temple. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan was not prepared to be knocked back again, and it was difficult to control this figure. 30,000 headless horsemen hit it in turn, and they knocked it back abruptly. At this time, the Skeleton King swung his sword, and the God Slashing skill was activated. The Skeleton King is composed of 90,000 skeletons, and its attributes are only one step away from the tens of millions of gods. Logically speaking, the Skeleton King attribute composed of 90,000 skeletons should break through tens of millions. However, due to the restrictions of the law and Lin Moyu's own level, the Skeleton King's attributes are still less than 10 million, only a little short of 10 million. Each attribute is as high as 2,480,000, and the overall attribute is 9.92 million, which is 80,000 short of the real god level. This 80,000 is an insurmountable gap. The law firmly suppressed Skeletron. Although the attributes are less than 10 million, the God Slashing sword is still astonishingly powerful. A sword exploded, and the Dragon King screamed. The dragon scale armor on his body was cut open, and the blood flew flying, revealing the flesh and blood inside, and the bones could be seen deep. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with this sword. Without using the Strength Soldier's skill, although the Skeleton King is not yet at the god level, the Zhanshan Yijian has already reached the god level. Slashing the Dragon King is the proof. The Dragon King Nuhu burst out a powerful aura, and bursts of dragon chant resounded through the sky. The wound healed quickly, and the blink of an eye had returned to its original state. It breathes out the dragon's breath, which is as hot as fire, and ignites the headless horseman. The horse under the headless horseman was originally burning with a silver-white flame. This is an immortal flame. It doesn't look blazing, but it can burn everything. The flame sprayed by the Dragon King fell on the headless horseman, causing the headless horseman to be swallowed by the flames. But in the next second, the silver-white flames of the war horse rose up, and even drove away the flames of the Dragon King. Under the treatment of General Lich, the headless horseman recovered quickly. Seeing that the dragon's breath was useless, the Dragon King uttered a dragon chant. The blood is boiling, and a giant dragon is phantom in the air. It is not an ancestral bloodline, and the phantom that emerges is a giant dragon with a body like a lizard and wings on its back, not a Chinese dragon. The phantom of the giant dragon emerged, and then the giant palm fell down. The space oscillated like a wave, and countless ripples fell on the headless horseman. The headless horseman fell to the ground one after another. Boom! With a loud noise, brilliant smoke exploded from the Dragon King's body. Mushroom clouds are born out of thin air. The Dragon King screamed and was blown away. The dragon scales were blown to pieces, his whole body was covered with blood, his skin was torn apart, and he looked extremely miserable. Skill, Elemental Riot. The second skill of Skeleton King is better than God Slaying. Although it was only a few skin traumas, the Dragon King was very embarrassed. After the Skeleton Master reached level 70, his original skill became Elemental Riot. It is exactly the same as the Skeleton King's skills, and its power is greatly increased. Skeleton King's skills come from the Skeleton Archmage. After releasing 2 skills in a row, Skeleton King has already rushed forward. It was extremely fast, rushing to the Dragon King in an instant, and slashed with the sword raised. The Dragon King was extremely angry, a long spear appeared in its hand, and the gun shot out like lightning to start a fight with the Skeleton King. As an existence of the same level as a god-level powerhouse, the Dragon King is indeed extraordinary in combat power, firmly suppressing the Skeleton King. But to kill the Skeleton King, there is still a lot to go. Antares had once simulated a god-level attack. Whether it wanted to kill a skeleton or Lin Moyu, it was not an easy task. Lin Moyu didn't even use the curse, and didn't use the bone prison to restrict the Dragon King. He didn't take the Dragon King seriously, and there were plenty of ways to kill him. Now Lin Moyu is just using it as an experiment to see where the limits of each skill are. Lin Moyu raised his hand and aimed at the Dragon King. Skill, Bone Spear. A bone spear roared out at an astonishingly fast speed. Arriving in front of the Dragon King almost instantly, the Dragon King roared and waved his spear to collide with the bone spear. With a bang, the Dragon King trembled all over, twisting and turning uncontrollably. The bone spear possesses unimaginable rotational power, tearing the Dragon King apart. The long spear in the Dragon King's hand almost lost its grip and was about to be blown away. The whole person retreated even more uncontrollably. It can feel how amazing the penetrating power on the bone spear is, and there is horror in its eyes. Why is his skill so strong? Looking at Lin Moyu from the corner of the eye, he saw Lin Moyu standing calmly in the air, not taking himself seriously at all. The dignity of the Dragon King made it extremely angry. A mere level 70 human race professional doesn't take himself seriously. Is there any law in this world? Before its thoughts came up, the Headless Horseman rushed up again, launching the charge skill again. The Dragon King roared angrily, waved his spear, bounced off the spear, and shook the Headless Horseman back. At this time, the Skeleton King arrived, and the long sword flew across the sky. The Headless Horseman is harassing, and the Skeleton King is attacking Lin Moyu. The fit was so perfect that the Dragon King couldn't even touch Lin Moyu's Velis. Up to now, in less than a minute, the Dragon King has already lost face. It started to burn its blood, and turned on the desperate mode. The terrifying power rose, and the phantom of the giant dragon appeared in the air again. The tail of the giant dragon swept across, sweeping back the Skeleton King and the Headless Horseman, and at the same time swept away the shot bone spears. Then the giant dragon phantom and the Dragon King merged into one and charged towards Lin Moyu. It no longer trembles with the Skeleton King, ready to kill Lin Moyu, the master. Lin Moyu chuckled, not paying attention to it at all. The blatant disregard made the Dragon King extremely angry. Die! Dragon King roared, pointing his spear at Lin Moyu like lightning. At this moment, the dragon spear is united, and its power is unparalleled. This shot is a shot that burns its blood, and it can also be said to be its strongest shot. Lin Moyu raised his finger and locked his soul. Skill, Undead Gaze. The sky darkened violently, the phantom of the undead world descended, the gate of the undead appeared in the sky, and the flames blazed. The eyes of the dead appeared, staring at the Dragon King. The Dragon King, who was rushing forward, screamed violently, and his huge body fell headlong. Its soul is burning, and the silver flame is constantly roasting under the soul. If it weren't for being the Dragon King, the soul was strong enough, and the blow just now would have killed it. The undead stared nonstop, and the silver flame in the soul became more ferocious. With fear, the Dragon King summoned the power of his soul to resist the flames. The soul defense was fully activated to barely block the silver flame. In addition to anger, it looked at Lin Moyu with a trace of fear. Lin Moyu is terrible, only level 70 can beat himself into such a mess. If his level is higher, I am afraid that he will not be an opponent. No, if Lin Moyu's level is higher, I'm afraid I won't even be able to save my life. But now, if you can't fight, at least you can escape. Lin Moyu couldn't stop him from running away. Now a lot of energy is going into the soul for defense, and the breath of the whole body has declined sharply. It wanted to escape, and it thought it was not Lin Moyu's opponent. If you continue to fight, you will not be able to please, and you may even lose your life. And at this time, the expulsion power has been transmitted in the space. The ancient battlefield has its own rules. As a Dragon King, it cannot stay in the lower space for a long time. What's more, it exploded with all its power, and its residence time was shortened dramatically. Now it has regretted coming to find Lin Moyu. It should not have come. At least not alone. Escape. The Dragon King knew that as long as he persisted for a while, the law of the ancient battlefield would send him away. It quickly flew towards the distance, the door turned, and the staring of the undead followed like a shadow. Lin Moyu didn't move, just smiled softly. No. A drop of blood appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. Green blood. The blood of the poisonous god. Lin Moyu has many. Skill, Corpse Burst. The corpse explodes, 20% fusion rate, detonates the corpse or wreckage, and causes damage equal to 20% of the corpse's life value to the designated target within 100 meters. With an attack range of 8,000 meters, Lin Moyu has firmly locked on the Dragon King. Using the blood of the poisonous god to explode the corpse is equivalent to a full blow from the poisonous god. The blood of the poisonous god in his hand turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. The Dragon King, who was running for his life, suddenly felt a deadly threat, as if he was being targeted by an extremely terrifying existence. Dying. A thought suddenly popped up in the Dragon King's mind. Then his body exploded silently, and the green poisonous gas engulfed him. It saw with its own eyes that its hands and feet were corroded by the poisonous gas, and its proud defense and immunity to elements were as fragile as tofu in the poisonous gas. Consciousness is annihilated in the poisonous gas, and even the traces of existence of the soul are erased in the poisonous gas. Kill the Dragon King, experience plus ***. General star +1. Kill the Dragon King and gain 90 billion experience. Adding 1 star, the phantom of the general star on the sergeant's badge appeared for a few seconds and then slowly disappeared again. If you want to be promoted to a 4-star God General, you have to kill 4 God-level enemies. He poisoned the clone of Haitian Demon King before, and now he has killed the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, which is half done. If you kill 2 more God-level beings, you can be promoted to a 4-star God General. At the moment of the Dragon King's figure, Lin Moyu felt a law appearing out of thin air. The law sent a part of the Dragon King's soul power to his body and turned it into his own soul power. As the power of the soul increases, so does the experience. This is the root of killing monsters and upgrading. Lin Moyu couldn't feel the law before, but now he can already feel it. Strengthening the soul is the most fundamental thing. If there is any potion that can strengthen the soul, it can directly increase the level. As Lin Moyu knows more and more, many things can see the root. Lin Moyu's soul essence is high enough now. What is needed is a large amount of soul energy infusion. As long as there is enough soul energy, even if Lin Moyu reaches level 89 in an instant, or even becomes a god level, it is perfectly normal. After all, he has already completed what is required to become a god level, moving the 2 skill star cores to the soul world. But then again, even if there is a lot of soul energy for Lin Moyu to make Lin Moyu become a god instantly, Lin Moyu will not do it. He was still thinking about the 3 flames in the talent world. Before moving the talent flame into his soul, he didn't want to become a god. Once one becomes a god level, it will be difficult to open the door to the world of talents, and one can only enjoy the 5th part of the talent that flows out from the cracks. Although the 3 talents will still be stronger than other gods, but this is not what Lin Moyu wants. Do the best you can. The Dragon King was dead, with no bones left, and a crystal the size of a fist fell out of the poisonous gas. It is obviously a good thing that can remain intact in the poisonous gas. Lin Moyu knew what it was, the Dragon Crystal, the most precious thing in the Dragon King's body. It's also what he needs. He stretched out his hand and sucked the Dragon Crystal into his hand. Then he took out the Scepter of Creation and made contact with the Dragon Crystal. The life core on the Scepter of Creation derived the power of law to wrap the Dragon Crystal, and the solid Dragon Crystal was melted immediately, becoming one with the life core. The core of life is made of dragon crystals. After it is damaged, it only needs to absorb enough dragon crystals to recover. After absorbing a piece of dragon crystal, the life core looked brighter again. Among them, the tumbling life power has also increased a lot. Lin Moyu felt it for a while, and said to himself, it's almost 10% recovered. After absorbing dozens of dragon crystals, it will be almost completely recovered. If you can get the Dragon Emperor's Dragon Crystal, maybe it will be enough. Lin Moyu's words are a bit whimsical. Killing the Dragon Emperor and taking the Dragon Crystal, even the God of Life would not think so. The God of Life is just a high-level god, and the Dragon Emperor is a half-step super-god level existence. Lin Moyu also didn't understand how the God of Life got so many Dragon Crystals to make life cores. Wouldn't that stingy Dragon Emperor chase after him? I really don't know what happened that year. After absorbing the Dragon Crystal, the Dragon King is truly dead. The battle on Lin Moyu's side is over, but the battle between Kijailan Guild and Crab Boss is still going on. A group of people watched Lin Moyu fight, and they were stunned. Even his skills stopped. Lin Moyu staged a good show for them, how a 70-level human professional can kill the Dragon King solo. And the whole process, Lin Moyu was calm and breezy, in stark contrast to the embarrassed Dragon King. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan was helpless in front of Lin Moyu, and was beaten from the beginning to the end. This man is too strong. When did such a powerful professional appear in our human race? Is it because we have stayed in the ancient battlefield for too long and have lost touch with this world? It's okay, we only stayed for 3 years. I wonder if he is a god-level powerhouse. He used some special props to lower his level to 70. What nonsense are you talking about? He is Lin Xinjiang. What forest general? You said he was a general? Such a young general? You will know the news about Lin Xinjiang when you return to Xinxia Ancient City. Everyone was discussing like a frying pan, and the skills in their hands had completely stopped. Only 4 knights are still surrounding the crab boss, and the therapist is still treating him nonstop. As soon as the skills stopped, the vitality of the boss began to recover rapidly. Lin Moyu was speechless. If you don't fight the boss, you should recover. The staring of the undead in the air has not disappeared, and the door turns to look at the crab boss. The crab boss suddenly let out a scream, and his breath quickly faded. The newly recovered vitality also disappeared in an instant, and was even weaker than before. Lin Moyu only took such a blow and then stopped. He would not do things like stealing other people's bosses. Only then did the members of the Jalan Guild realize that they were still fighting the boss. They came back to their senses and threw skills towards the boss again. After a few minutes of full attack, the boss was finally killed. At this time Lin Moyu had long since disappeared. Lin Moyu flies in the meteorite continent. But Lin Moyu still likes to use the lightning undead wings, which are faster than flying by himself. In the meteorite continent, dangerous meteorites are nothing to him at all. Even the most powerful meteor is only equivalent to a blow from a false god, and it can't hurt him at all. So Lin Moyu can travel across the meteorite continent at the fastest speed without any scruples. As for the bosses on the meteor continent, he doesn't care much. It doesn't matter if you don't come to provoke yourself. If you do, just using the Skeleton King is enough to make these bosses go back and wait for rebirth. In the dragon world, bells resounded. This is the death knell of the Dragon King, and it will only ring when the Dragon King falls. For a long time, there was no sound in the Dragon King. But in the past year, the Dragon King's death knell has sounded again and again. 0 seeking flowers 00. Every time it sounds, it means that the Dragon King has fallen. Although there are a lot of dragons, the Dragon King is also limited. It's not easy to become a Dragon King, and the Dragon Clan can't bear it if one falls from time to time. A golden light suddenly radiated from the air, and the dragon shadow emerged. Not a giant dragon, but a Chinese dragon. The image of the Chinese dragon is honored as the ancestor dragon among the Dragon Clan. And the dragon is next. All dragons hope that their blood can return to their ancestors and become an ancestor dragon. The ancestral bloodlines are especially precious, and they have the opportunity to become a group of ancestral dragons. If there is no ancestral blood, no matter how hard you work, it will be useless. The current Dragon Emperor has anti-ancestral blood, and is the strongest member of the anti-ancestral blood. At this time, the phantom of the ancestor dragon that traverses the Dragon Clan is issued by the Dragon Emperor. The voice of the Dragon King resounded in the roar. This time the Dragon King fell, and the culprit is at this moment, he is in the meteor continent. If any Dragon King can kill him, I will reward him with a drop of ancestral dragon blood. This emperor bestowed the tracking spar. If anyone wants to go, they can get it in front of the ancient teleportation formation. The whole Dragon Clan boiled. The blood of the ancestor dragon can have the opportunity to awaken them to the ancestral bloodline, and have the opportunity to reproduce at least the glory of the ancestor dragon. The Dragon Clan started to act, and all the Dragon Kings were eager to try. There was no reward before, and some Dragon Kings still violated the orders of the Dragon King. But now with the blood of the ancestor dragon as a reward, the Dragon King started to really do it. In the Dragon Emperor's palace, the two brothers Tar-Renner and Tatar knelt on the ground at the same time. They came to the Dragon Emperor's palace to meet the Dragon Emperor again, feeling apprehensive and trembling, not knowing why the Dragon Emperor had summoned them. The Dragon Emperor whispered, "Do you know why the Emperor called you here?" The two shook their heads, not knowing. The Dragon Emperor said, "You have also heard my order just now." The two nodded, understood. "We will also go to the meteorite continent to find Lin Moyu." The Dragon Emperor chuckled, "There will be many Dragon Kings going to Meteor Star Continent, so you don't need to go. I called you here this time to ask you for something." The two brothers looked at each other. They didn't know what the Dragon King needed. As the Emperor of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Emperor is supreme, so there is nothing there. The Dragon Emperor said, "This time, the Emperor offered a reward to Lin Moyu, with the blood essence of the ancestor dragon as the reward. The blood essence of the ancestor dragon is very precious, and this Emperor is a bit reluctant." The faces of the two of them changed drastically, knowing what the Dragon Emperor was going to do. But it was already too late. The huge Li Huang descended from the sky on the two of them. The two of them burst into pieces in an instant, turning into blood mist. Flesh and blood are wiped away, and finally 2 drops of blood essence are formed. Each drop of blood is as big as a head, and there seems to be a dragon roaring in the blood. The Dragon Emperor smiled extremely coldly. "It is difficult to heal after being injured by Antares, and the only way to heal it is with the blood of the ancestor dragon. Another drop will be regarded as a reward. Lin Moyu, this emperor did not hesitate to kill 2 dragons with the blood of the ancestor dragon for you. You should be proud. If the ancestral bloodline becomes the Dragon King, there is a slight possibility of being promoted to become the Dragon King again. But how can the emperor give you the opportunity to threaten the emperor? So, you're all going to die sooner or later. 0. Human race Lin Moyu. Every dragon clan knows that ancestral blood is very rare. It is even more difficult for the blood of returning to the ancestors to become the Dragon King. There may not necessarily be one in hundreds of years. And even if the dragon clan who returned to the blood of his ancestors became the Dragon King, he would be targeted by the abyss or the human race and intercepted and killed. It is said that in the history of the dragon clan, several dragon kings who returned to their ancestral blood died like this. But no one knows. In fact, most of the atavistic bloodlines were killed by the Dragon King. The Dragon Emperor itself is of atavistic bloodline, so he naturally knows how powerful the atavistic bloodline is, and is afraid that someone will threaten its status. Secondly, killing the Dragon clan who returned to the bloodline of the ancestors and refining the essence of the bloodline is a great tonic for it. So over the years, none of the ancestral bloodlines have been able to grow up. The Dragon clan has long been the voice of the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor did it very covertly, and threw all the spearheads at the abyssal demons and the human race. This also made the races that were originally hostile to each other, and the contradictions continued to deepen. Becoming an ancestral bloodline is the dream of every member of the Dragon clan. For the ancestral bloodline, they can do whatever they want. But no one knows that once they become ancestral bloodlines, what awaits them will also be harvested by the Dragon 970 Emperor. Under the temptation of returning to the blood of the ancestors, the Dragon clan moved, frantically rushing towards the meteorite continent. All of a sudden, a large number of Dragon clan members entered the lower space and headed for the meteorite continent. There are 2 ways to go to the meteorite continent. One is that the Dragon King goes directly to the deep space, then returns to the lower space through the spacetime channel, and then goes to the meteorite continent. The second is to let the subordinates who have not reached the god level go to the lower space and directly reach the meteorite continent. After discovering Lin Moyu, call yourself to the past again. Most Dragon Kings chose the second way. It only took Lin Moyu half a day to reach the center of the meteorite continent. The meteorites here are very dense, and a meteorite will fall almost every few minutes. Here a strange sight emerges. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, there are more than 10 world bosses living in unison. Every world boss has its own territory, ranging from tens of kilometers in radius to thousands of kilometers in size. How can there be more than 10 world bosses crowded in a small area? Each of these world bosses only occupies a small area, and they will not interfere with each other, let alone attack each other, and there is even a little bit of friendship. After Lin Moyu came to the center, he didn't rush into the territory of these bosses. Even he didn't want to face more than a dozen world bosses of level 88 and 89 at the same time. These world bosses can survive in the center of the meteorite continent. Even if they don't become god level, their strength will not be much worse than god level. It's not that you can't beat it, it's just that it's unnecessary. Lin Moyu's goal in this meteorite continent is not to kill the boss. After observing for a while, Lin Moyu found that these bosses still have a sense of territory, but there is no competition. When the meteorite falls, the bosses will capture the meteorite. No matter which territory they fall in, they belong to any boss, and they will not compete with each other. Each boss has its own area. Sometimes more than 2 meteorites fall in the same area at the same time. The boss in this area can only capture one of them, and the other will all fall to the ground. I would rather let one of the stars fall to the ground and let the mushroom cloud rise, and the other bosses will not come over. They have formed their own rules and are clearly distinct. During Lin Moyu's 1 hour of observation, such things have happened many times. The meteorites here are too powerful, all close to the god level, and even reach the god level. After the explosion, the bosses will also be injured. But within a few seconds, these skin injuries can be recovered. These bosses have been trained a long time ago and turned a blind eye to the meteor explosion. They continuously absorb the energy in the star spar, making themselves stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu didn't know if any of the bosses here had evolved to god level over the years. And the bosses didn't seem to respond to Lin Moyu, an outsider. What they care more about is the falling meteors. Power and evolution are the first order of their instincts. Other than that, everything has to be sidelined. Flying around this area, the Dragon King Hall was not found. Original Room did not respond, and Original Secret Realm is not here. I was not disappointed. The meteorite continent is so big, how could it be so easy to find it? Lin Moyu began to use this area as the center point, drawing a circle to search on the meteorite continent. With a limit of 10,000 meters, each circle will expand the diameter of 10,000 meters, so that there will be no omissions. In the meteorite continent, even the flying boss will not fly in the air unscrupulously like Lin Moyu. In case of being hit head-on by a meteorite, it's no joke. Lin Moyu flew around and encountered many bosses because some bosses didn't attack him. Occasionally, there were a few blind ones, which were quickly dealt with by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's strength is not what it used to be. Even the god level can be killed. The world boss can only survive for a while with its strong vitality. There are also some dungeons of secret realms on Meteor Continent. As for the secret realms, as long as the original room does not respond, Lin Moyu will not bother to go in if it is not original secret realm. As for the dungeon, Lin Moyu will also check it out. If it is not the dungeon of Dragon King Palace, Lin Moyu has no intention of going in. This time, the purpose is very clear, which is to enter the Dragon King Palace, Instance, and Original Secret Realm, and put everything else aside. A day later, Lin Moyu saw a strange light in the distance. The light flows like a river on the earth, and then reflects the radiance in the air, which is very beautiful. At the moment of seeing the light, Lin Moyu also felt a strange breath. Like a dragon, not a dragon. It's a bit like the dragon's breath, but it's different. It's closer to the breath of the dragon family's atavistic blood, and it's a bit similar to the breath of Antares. In 2 days, Lin Moyu has flown nearly half of the meteorite continents. Speeding up and flying forward, he suddenly found that these lights are also advancing on the ground like a river, and the speed is not slow. These lights gather but do not disperse, and if there is substance, they form a river of light, covering an area about 100 meters in size. There is a small palace in the center of the light, and in front of the palace is a copy vortex. At this moment, Lin Moyu is almost 100% sure that the copy that is constantly moving in front of him is the Dragon King Hall. I didn't expect the Dragon King Palace copy to be able to move. No wonder it's hard to find. The dungeon can move, and the speed is very fast. If the direction is not correct, it is very likely to miss it. From this point of view, my luck is pretty good. At this time, a meteorite fell and hit the streamer where the copy of the Dragon King Hall was located. There was no explosion as expected, and the meteor fell into the sea like a cow of mud, without even a single ripple. Lin Moyu's heart tightened. This seemingly beautiful streamer was not safe. When the meteorite was about to smash in, an invisible giant hand suddenly appeared in the streamer, grabbing the meteorite in. Yes, the meteor was not smashed in, but was caught by Lu Guang at the last moment. It's just that its speed is too fast, and you can't see it if you don't look carefully. Lin Moyu also noticed this because his soul was strong enough and sensitive. Lin Moyu, who originally wanted to fly over, stopped immediately and did not rush over. With everything uncertain, Lin Moyu decided to wait and see what happens. Anyway, Dragon King Palace has been found, and there is no rush to enter it. The detection technique flew out and entered the streamer and the copy vortex respectively. The detection technique that flew into the vortex of the dungeon successfully returned the information, and this dungeon is indeed the dungeon of the Dragon King Hall. But the detection technique of entering the streamer, like the meteorite, has no feedback at all. Even the detection technique was swallowed. Lin Moyu felt that Lu Guang was a bit scary. Liu Guang 1.2 carried the copy of Dragon King Palace on the meteorite continent, and like Lin Moyu, it drew circles on the ground. Soon, it encountered a world boss on its way forward. It seems that it should be a world boss around level 80 to 82. On the meteorite continent, a world boss of this level can only belong to the weak. It was motionless, with its huge head looking at the sky, waiting for the meteor. But when Liu Guang approached, it was suddenly awakened, and then fled in panic, avoiding it from a distance. Bosses at this level have the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. It seems that Liu Guang is really dangerous, even world bosses can't avoid it. Lin Moyu followed Liu Guang all the way, and encountered several world bosses along the way, but they all avoided Liu Guang. Lin Moyu even saw fear in their eyes. The danger of streamers seems to be beyond imagination. World boss dare not try. Lin Moyu's eyes are slightly fertile, try it yourself. It's not okay to follow along like this. Hundreds of headless horsemen swooped down towards the copy of Dragon King Palace from the air. The headless horseman activates the charge skill, turns into a streamer, and rushes towards the instance of Dragon King Palace at a speed of 3,000 meters per second. In terms of speed, it is slightly inferior to Meteor, but it is not much worse. The number is hundreds of times greater than that of a single meteorite. If Liu Guang is some kind of monster, let's see how many can be dealt with at the same time. The goal of the Headless Horseman is not the same point, but covers all directions of the streamer. Just as they approached the streamer, there was a halo in the streamer. In the streamer, a gorgeous rainbow appeared, and then 100 knights disappeared into the rainbow at the same time. Like the meteor, when the Headless Horseman was about to fall into the streamer, an invisible giant hand appeared in the streamer, dragging 100 Headless Horsemen into it. In fact, the Headless Horseman didn't take the initiative to touch Liu Guang, but was caught in it. The dashing ability also failed to exert its due strength. Lin Moyu closed his eyes slightly, and was instantly connected to the vision of the Headless Horseman. All summoned objects can provide Lin Moyu with vision, but the vision of summoned objects is different from what the naked eye can see. It is more of a kind of induction, which is slightly blurred. The Headless Horseman seemed to have entered a strange space. This space was not very big. After 100 Headless Horsemen entered, they occupied about 1% of the space. Huge power came crushing from all directions with destruction, and the Headless Horseman 02 kept struggling and resisting in this space. The squeezed power has control, and other negative states. The Headless Horsemen have immunity skills, and all controls are invalid for them. Lin Moyu made the Headless Horseman activate the group defense skill, and the hundreds of knights formed a ball together, and the skill defense limit increased sharply. Although the Headless Horseman can't break through the space, he can't escape. But the ubiquitous destructive force in the space took 5 full minutes to wipe out the Headless Horseman. The moment the Headless Horsemen died, they were reborn in the summoning space. Even the independent space within the streamer can't stop Lin Moyu's skills. After this test, Lin Moyu has roughly confirmed that Liu Guang is some kind of strange creature. Its body has a unique independent space, which can swallow everything into it, and thus eliminate it. No, it can also be called digested. There is a trace of the power of law in the space, and even the detection technique is swallowed, so no information can be obtained. But this space is not infinite. Hundreds of Headless Horsemen rampage in the space, and the size of the space has been ascertained. About 9,000 to 10,000 Headless Horsemen can explode this space. In that case, I'll blow you up. The experiment has already been done. Even if it fails, the undead are swallowed and killed in the space. In fact, they will not really die, and they can still be resurrected in the summoning space. That being the case, Lin Moyu didn't care about it. The undead army came out in response. The Headless Horseman and the skeleton had a total of 120,000 gold, and it was so dark that it looked like a black cloud. Then the black cloud pressed down and rushed towards the streamer below the streamer. Liu Guang immediately reacted, and a rainbow appeared again. The rainbow is like a giant mouth, and those who come don't carry it and take all the undead who rush down into their bodies. Lin Moyu is always paying attention, constantly feeling the information sent back by the undead. A large number of headless horsemen entered Liu Guang's independent space and then launched a group defense. Group defense skills have superimposed features and will become stronger as the number of headless horsemen increases. Hundreds of headless horsemen used this skill before, and they persisted for several minutes. Now tens of thousands of headless horsemen cast this skill together, and it will last longer. However, because the independent space is difficult to break through, no matter how long it persists, it will be destroyed sooner or later. Of course Lin Moyu also knows this, but what he wants now is to explode the independent space and reach its limit. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 undead legions rushed into the independent space, occupying every corner of the independent space. The energy shield formed by the group defense fully supports the independent space. At this time, Lin Moyu gave an order, and all the undead attacked Liu Guang. If an attack was launched against the streamer before, it would be absorbed by the independent space in its body, and it would have no effect at all. But now that the independent space is full, it cannot absorb any more. The attack immediately played its due role. After level 70, the Skeleton Master has become a legendary level, and his skills have been upgraded to Elemental Riot, which is exactly the same as the Skeleton King. Although the attack power is not as good as Skeleton King, it is much stronger than before. The elements roared and exploded above the streamer. The skeleton sharpshooter also drew his bow and arrows fully, and the sharp arrow flew out of the string, and disappeared in Kongshin only half a second after flying out. As they become legendary, their skills also change. Before, it was just soul locking, so that the attack would not fail. Now, on the basis of soul locking, it has become soul shooting. It still has the characteristics of soul locking, and at the same time, the attack has changed from physical damage to soul damage. With this change, the skeleton sharpshooter's shotgun has been replaced with a shotgun, and the attack power has been greatly improved. The skeleton berserker and the remaining headless horsemen also launched a fierce attack on Liu Guang. The strong offensive caused the comm streamer to constantly stir up waves. For a moment, it was full of brilliance, and various colors of light burst into flashes. Sometimes the light would soar into the sky, forming a colorful waterfall and falling down again. Sometimes it is like a river flooding, rolling up smoke and dust from the earth. Lin Moyu was dazzled. After fighting so many monster bosses, I have never seen such a variety of monsters bursting out in such colorful colors. The colors exploded like bubbles, and Lin Moyu felt the chaotic atmosphere of elements amidst the splendor. There are all kinds of elements, and it is extremely chaotic. The other bosses all have one or two elements, unlike the strange monster in front of them, which has so many attributes. The battle lasted only 2 minutes, and Liu Guang's endurance reached its limit. It suddenly turned into a huge and colorful bubble, and then exploded with a bang. All the undead legions that were trying to be swallowed were blown out at this moment. It didn't die, it shrank sharply at the moment the bubble exploded, and it was completely retracted into the instance of Dragon King Palace, disappearing. There is only a small palace left on the earth, and a dungeon vortex in front of the palace. Then the palace also swished into the dungeon vortex and disappeared. Escaped? Lin Moyu was slightly dazed. Unexpectedly, this special monster escaped into the instance of Dragon King Palace. Before escaping in, he vomited out all the undead army that had eaten in his stomach. Lin Moyu was amazed. The world is so big and full of wonders that there are such monsters. It finally turns into a bubble, which looks not just like light, but more like a jelly. It's just that the light on the surface is too strong, covering the essence, and it looks like a thin layer of streamer. Lin Moyu stood on the ground and saw that the ground had sunken by a few millimeters, which indicated that this monster was still a bit thick and heavy. This further confirmed his guess that if it is all made of light, it should be very thin and weightless. Dragon King Palace, copy is close at hand. Through the vortex, one can feel the complex breath coming out of the dungeon. To enter or not to enter? Promise is affirmative 037, must enter. I will definitely do what I promised Antares. Even if it's a bit dangerous inside, he wants to go in and have a look. Antares did say that there is danger, but he also said that with Lin Moyu's ability, it should be no problem to save his life. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, took out the Dragon King certificate, and consciously communicated with the dungeon vortex. The copy vortex emitted a soft light, covering Lin Moyu. The small and exquisite Dragon King certificate also exudes soft light, which resonates with the vortex of the copy. In the next second, Lin Moyu was sucked into the dungeon vortex and disappeared. Not long after Lin Moyu entered the instance, several powerful auras rose from a distance. A group of top dragon professionals galloped over. They landed in front of the dungeon entrance and said in a deep voice, "The breath disappeared, he entered the dungeon. This is a copy of the Dragon King Palace." I didn't expect Lin Moyu to get the Dragon King certificate. With his ability, it's normal to get the certificate of the Dragon King, but it's a pity that the certificate of the Dragon King fell to a human servant. The dungeon of the Dragon King Hall was originally supposed to belong to our dragon clan, but our dragon clan couldn't get in and let a human clan in. It's a big joke. After entering the copy of the Dragon King Palace, you can't come out just by thinking about it. Let's retreat and guard first. In case Lin Moyu comes out, we will summon Lord Dragon King. After discussing with each other, the group of dragons retreated thousands of meters and guarded from afar. They want to kill Lin Moyu, but they are afraid of silent words. Lin Moyu's strength has been spread among the Dragon Clan. Even the Dragon King was killed by Lin Moyu, let alone them. They only dare to be summoners, nothing more. What's more, hope that Lin Moyu will die in the Dragon King Hall. In the history of the Dragon Clan, many geniuses fell in the Dragon King Hall. Entering the Dragon King Hall, various auras rushed over. Lin Moyu felt various elements from it, and the elements were mixed with the breath of the dragon. These auras are intertwined with each other, causing chaos. This copy is not normal. Lin Moyu sensed an unusual aura. This dungeon is different from other dungeons. It doesn't seem to be a dungeon designed for people to come to the raiders. Moreover, it is very difficult to obtain the certificate of the Dragon King. In the history of the human race, few people can obtain the certificate of the Dragon King. It shows that there are very few people who are qualified to enter the copy. So what is the meaning of the existence of the copy? Duplicate dungeon can create countless branches at the same time, allowing countless people to enter together, and each is independent without interfering with each other. Right now, there are very few people who can enter this dungeon, and almost no two people will enter at the same time. Not to mention the same time, even if it is several years or decades, two people may not be ushered in at the same time. Then the meaning of the copy of Dragon King Palace is not right. But it still exists, and the so-called existence is reasonable. Lin Moyu thought a lot at once. He likes to explore the root of things too much, and it has become an instinct to get to the bottom of things. Roar! The roar of the dragon interrupted Lin Moyu's thoughts. Amidst the roar, Lin Moyu saw a green dragon flying over. The dragon is more than 20 meters long, and its wings are more than 40 meters wide. It is huge. It hovers in the air, breathing green dragon breath with every breath. This is a real dragon, not a dragon family. The body is like a lizard, with 2 wings. Lin Moyu said silently in his heart. This is not the first time he has seen a giant dragon. I have seen it several times during the skill awakening. I have also seen dragons die at the hands of skeletons several times. As for the giant dragon, he himself has no fear. Green looked at him, and he also looked at Green Dragon, wide-eyed and small-eyed. Human race. The Green Dragon roared. From these 2 words alone, Lin Moyu could hear that the giant dragon seemed to look down on the human race very much. At the same time, there was such a trace of hatred. This guy is not easy to get along with. Lin Moyu has tagged the Green Dragon accordingly. But on the surface, Lin Moyu still said politely, "Dear dragon, hello." The Green Dragon glared at Lin Moyu with its big eyes. No matter how polite you are, the sleepy dragon will not release water. Lin Moyu chuckled in his heart, and he never thought of letting the other party let go. The Green Dragon's voice roared in the dungeon. Now I will tell you about the rules of the first level of the Dragon King Hall. You will face 6 rounds of challenges in one level, which are composed of this dragon and the other 4 dragons. Only by defeating us can you enter the next level. You are now level 70, so this dragon will control the strength at level 75. W. Listening to his words, Lin Moyu probably guessed that the Dragon King Palace seems to be a dungeon similar to an assessment. And it's not just about killing monsters and clearing the level, but also this kind of dragon guarding the level with wisdom, thinking and talking. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't speak, the green dragon added, although this dragon doesn't like humans, and even hates them a little bit, this dragon will still act according to the rules of the Dragon King Palace, and will not release water, nor deliberately embarrass you. Did you understand what Ben Long said? Lin Moyu hummed, understood, but I have a question, where did the monsters outside the copy go? The green dragon's long eyes shrank slightly, as if a little displeased. That is the first test to enter the dungeon. If you fail even this test, you are not qualified to enter. At this time, a lump of mud-like thing appeared on top of the green dragon's head. This lump of mud doesn't look that big, it's only a little bigger than a normal person's head, it's soft and bouncy, and it's radiant. When it saw Lin Moyu, it shrank back suddenly, as if it was a little scared. After all, Lin Moyu injured it just now. If it hadn't escaped quickly, it might have been killed. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that this muddy thing was the streamer running around with the copy outside the previous copy. Its body turned out to be such a thing, and it looks a little cute from a distance. But in fact it is a terrifying monster that can eat anything. If it wasn't for meeting Lin Moyu, it would not be easy for others to pass it. The green dragon's patience was obviously not very good. Okay, now you can go to the ring ahead, this dragon is waiting for you there. After the green dragon finished speaking, he flew away, and a pair of dragons hit each other, which was deafening. In the dungeon, the wind is howling. The wind is so strong that it is enough to blow a professional at level 80 to the ground. But on Lin Moyu, it has no effect. Who makes Lin Moyu's attributes too high, and does not suffer from various negative states. Seeing that Lin Moyu was fine, the green dragon was slightly surprised. Lin Moyu's heart is like a mirror. This guy keeps saying that he will not deliberately target himself, but just these 2 strokes are targeting himself. It is said that the assessment is based on one's own level. God knows if this guy will do something secretly, so he should be careful. Lin Moyu could tell that the green dragon was actually very strong, probably beyond the god level. It can be heard from its words that it is in charge of the first test. The level displayed is about 5 levels higher than that of the examiner. If the person who came in was a level 89 professional, or even a god-level professional. If the green dragon's own strength is not enough, what should we do? Lin Moyu guessed that the green dragon might do something secretly, but he wasn't too scared. At worst, the world will be turned upside down. He touched the dragon scale in his pocket. It was given by Antares before leaving. If it is really dangerous, you can leave through the dragon scale at any time. The dragon scale contains the supreme power of Antares. Lin Moyu believes that in the lower space, there is no one who can overwhelm Antares. So Lin Moyu didn't worry about his life at all. If it doesn't work, he still has a way to fight the other party to the death. In front of him was a ladder. Lin Moyu swept his eyes. There were 100 steps. With a heartbeat, Lin Moyu summoned the lightning undead wings and wanted to fly up. But the lightning undead wing did not appear. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also unable to fly. When he wanted to fly, the power of a law descended on him. Forbidden? Lin Moyu felt the power of forbidden air. There is no way but to go step by step. Don't let them fly. I guess there is something wrong with this ladder. After going through many times to assess the dungeon's secret realm, Lin Moyu realized that this step must be part of the assessment. Before entering the dungeon, the seemingly flat assessment began. Lin Moyu stepped up 1 step at a time, and while his feet were still on the platform, the steps lit up, and a halo rose from the steps. The halo contained a huge thrust and hit Lin Moyu's feet, pushing Lin Moyu away entirely. With a little effort, Lin Moyu shattered the halo and stepped firmly on the steps. The halo shattered, and the steps dimmed accordingly. Sure enough, walking the steps is also part of the test. If you guessed right, the thrust will get stronger and stronger. But such a small amount of thrust. Lin Moyu didn't take it seriously. With his attributes, such a little thrust is nothing at all. If you switch to another mage class, because your own strength attribute is weak, if you want to resist the thrust, you must either use your mental power or rely on equipment. But for Lin Moyu, its strength attribute has already reached 300,000, which is completely comparable to a fighter of level 70. Plus the 500,000 strength attribute bonus of the Sovereign Scepter. His strength attribute is no more than that of a legendary warrior covered in divine attire. A mere aura is nothing at all. Lin Moyu's footsteps were extremely firm, and then he threw upwards one step at a time. Every halo was smashed by his foot, without difficulty at all. With 100 steps, the thrust gets stronger as you go to the back. When you reach the 100th step, it is about 3 times larger than the first step. Well done. But in the face of Lin Moyu's huge strength, he was still crushed by 1 foot. Lin Moyu stepped onto the competition arena effortlessly. On the huge competition arena, the green dragon had been waiting for a long time. Originally, it wanted to see Lin Moyu's distressed appearance, but what he saw was Lin Moyu's calm appearance. Lin Moyu's performance made it feel puzzled, and felt that its borneal was not enough for a while. Lin Moyu is obviously a mage. Why is it so easy? Shouldn't mage's strength attribute be weak? The 100 block step test is strength. Although such a little power is nothing in its eyes, it is quite difficult for a level 70 mage. Could it be that his whole body's equipment is for strength? But I didn't see what equipment he has. I don't understand. The dragon's head hurts. The green dragon's head is not working well, and he has a headache if he thinks too much. He simply gave up thinking about it, and said to Lin Moyu, "If you can survive my attack for a minute, you will pass the test. Don't worry, I will abide by the rules of the Dragon King Palace, and only use the attack power that is 5 levels higher than yours. 17-inch. Now I will give you 10 seconds to prepare, and I will start attacking Wu in 10 seconds. Hold out for a minute under the attack of the green dragon." Lin Moyu almost blurted out, "So simple?" Originally, he thought he had to defeat the green dragon, but it seemed that the difficulty of the assessment was not as high as he thought. The 10-second countdown ended soon, and the green dragon breathed out towards Lin Moyu. Its dragon breath did not bring a strong scorching breath, but contained a strong poison. Lin Moyu felt this breath, and frowned slightly. "Do you understand the drama?" Seeing Lin Moyu frowning, the green dragon thought that Lin Moyu would not be able to hold on, and let out a deafening laugh. "Human boy, if you can't hold on, just say it, don't hold on. It's not Benlong's fault for holding on to death." After talking, it spewed out another mouthful of dragon's breath, which strengthened the toxicity. The deadly poison is spreading on the competition arena. There is no way to fly here, and there is nowhere to escape. For other professionals, there is only one way to go. After carrying it hard for a minute, it is not difficult to say that it is difficult, and it is not easy to say that it is easy. But Lin Moyu. Standing in the breath of the poisonous dragon, Lin Moyu stood there calmly, not even reacting at all except for the initial frown. The green dragon was stunned. What the hell? It spewed out a mouthful of dragon breath again. The poison was more intense, and it had reached the limit of level 75. As long as it is a little bit stronger, it will break the 75 level limit. There are rules in the Dragon King Hall, and the green dragon cannot violate them. It is not so easy to do tricks in secret. Lin Moyu still didn't respond, just stood quietly in the poisonous gas, waiting for the time to pass. 100% immune to poison, even the poison of the poisonous god can't hurt him, let alone the green dragons so heavy. A minute is gone in a blink of an eye. The green dragon took a deep breath with doubts, absorbed all the poisonous gas on the field, and then called out with a strange face, "What the hell are you, kid?" Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "Thank you, Your Excellency Dragon King, for your mercy." When the green dragon breathed out the breath just now, there was a little bit of breath revealed. Lin Moyu sensed its breath, and it has indeed reached the god level. According to the rules of the Dragon Clan, one who reaches the god level is the Dragon King, so Lin Moyu called it the Dragon King. And here is also known as the copy of the Dragon King Hall, so it should be right to call it the Dragon King. The result was unexpected. The green dragon snorted, "This dragon is not the low-level goods of the Dragon Clan. This dragon is a giant dragon. Do you understand the giant dragon?" Lin Moyu heard the disdain in the green dragon's words. Antares once said that the human race is superior to the dragon race. As for where the senior is, Antares did not elaborate. If the human race is high level, then the dragon race is low level. This is the second time I have heard similar words. The green dragon also called the Dragon Clan inferior, full of disdain. "Then what should I call your excellency?" Lin Moyu asked. The green dragon said, "This dragon is a branch of the elemental dragon. As for the name of this dragon, you are not qualified to know it. You can call this dragon a green dragon, and of course you can also call it a green dragon wooden man." Although the green dragon hated the human race at first, it seems to admit him now. After all, Lin Moyu passed his test. "My lord?" Even Antares Lin Moyu didn't call out "my lord." "What qualifications does the green dragon in front of me have?" Lin Moyu said bluntly, "What is my next assessment?" The green dragon said loudly, "Assay, you have passed the first round of the first round, and the second round of assessment is about to begin. You wait here, and your assessment will begin soon." Speaking of which, the green dragon flew away from the examination platform, flew towards the distance, and disappeared from sight in a blink of an eye. Not long after, the cry of the green dragon was faintly heard in the distance. "Don't sleep! Wake up, get out, someone has entered the dungeon. Go to the assessment, or the Lord Dragon God will bite you to death." Lin Moyu listened attentively. This guy seemed to be waking someone up. And vaguely heard Lord Dragon God. Lin Moyu felt that he heard correctly. Is this to call someone? After a while, a gust of wind suddenly picked up, and a giant cyan dragon roared from afar, faster than the green dragon. Surrounded by wind elements, the giant dragon looked sleepy. Lin Moyu recognized the cyan dragon in front of him. Like the green dragon, he is also a member of the elemental dragon, possessing the attribute of wind element. It's no wonder that I could feel such a messy elemental atmosphere outside the dungeon before. It should be the intertwined atmosphere of these elemental dragons. Green dragons with poisonous elements, green dragons with wind elements, and giant dragons with fire elements, water elements, and lightning elements. Lin Moyu is still guessing. The cyan wind dragon rubbed his eyes and yawned. "It is you who got the certificate of the Dragon King." I haven't woken up yet, and I'm still a little confused. But it doesn't seem to hate the human race, and it's a little different from the green dragon. Lin Moyu tried to ask, "What's your name?" The cyan wind dragon yawned again, blowing a strong wind. "You can call me Qinglong or Fenglong, whatever you want. Anyway, the name is just a code name." This guy seems to be more talkative. Lin Moyu tried to ask again, "If there are two wind dragons, what should I call them?" The cyan wind dragon shook its head. "How could there be so many wind dragons? We would have died early." Having said that, it suddenly closed its mouth, seemed to be awake, and stared at Lin Moyu with a slightly unfriendly gaze. "You shouldn't know, don't ask. Your assessment will start next. Under my attack, if you survive for 2 minutes, you will be considered as passing the assessment. Don't worry, according to the rules, I will control the attack within level 76 and will not exceed the limit. The time has been increased by 1 minute. Attack level has been increased from level 75 to level 16. For other professionals, this difficulty actually increases a lot. After level 70, every time you upgrade 1 level, the difference will be huge. What's more, you have to hold on for an extra minute. But for Lin Moyu, there is no difference. Lin Moyu asked suddenly, "Then can I not?" Qinglong glanced at Lin Moyu. "It's up to you. The assessment will start in 10 seconds, and you are ready." It didn't say it couldn't fight back, but it didn't believe that Lin Moyu had the ability to fight back. 10 seconds later, it opened its mouth and breathed out a breath just like the green dragon. Dragon's Breath is also the most common attack method of Dragon Clan. The Cyan Dragon's breath spurted out, and the wind suddenly blew up. The terrifying wind cut like a sharp weapon and hit Lin Moyu. The bone armor shone, blocking the attack. Level 70 bone armor, an 80-fold increase, is equivalent to a defense of 560,000 physique. It seems to be more than capable when facing the Dragon's Breath. Qinglong was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help but spit out Longxi again. The wind became more violent, and the skeleton armor became more dazzling. At this time, the attack has reached level 76, which is not far from the upper limit of the rules. Qinglong was a little unwilling. With Lin Moyu's current situation, it was very easy to pass its assessment. It is going to work harder, increase its attack power a little bit, and reach the real upper limit. Just as it opened its mouth, a white light suddenly lit up. Qinglong suddenly felt a creepy feeling, and shut his mouth suddenly. The white light came too fast, it was too close to Lin Moyu, even it had no time to dodge. The bone spear slammed into it with astonishing tearing force. It was like hitting a metal plate, making a loud bang. The bone spear lasted on it for a while before disappearing. Qinglong looked down at the place attacked by the bone spear, and there was a small crack on his strong dragon scale. Qinglong was shocked, and looked at Lin Moyu in disbelief. I am a god-level giant dragon. Although it is not the strongest defensive power among elemental dragons, it is a god-level giant dragon after all. This 70th level human guy in front of him can actually make tiny cracks in his own dragon scales. Note that Lin Moyu's skill level has exceeded level 85. And judging by his appearance, it was just a random blow, completely useless. Qinglong realized that Lin Moyu was not simple. But after thinking about it, whoever can get the certificate of the Dragon King will be an easy one. This kind of person cannot use rank to measure the strength of the opponent. It's no wonder that facing his own Dragon's Breath attack, he took it calmly, and it can even be said that he ignored his own attack. He also asked if he could fight back, obviously not joking. Qinglong had the urge to fight Lin Moyu, but due to the rules, it couldn't do it. Lin Moyu didn't make any more moves, neither did Qinglong. 2 minutes passed, and the gust of wind disappeared. The shadow of Lin Moyu appeared in Qinglong's giant eyes. It looked at Lin Moyu squarely. You are very good, we will see you later. I hope we can have a good fight at that time. I will suppress the strength, but I will not release the water. I hope you can go all out by then and don't let me down. Lin Moyu analyzed Qinglong's words. It seemed that the assessment was more than that. He smiled slightly. I will. As for whether or not to go all out, it depends on what the opponent is like, and whether it is worth going all out. Lin Moyu doesn't know what level of combat power he can reach if he puts all his strength into it now. At least an intermediate Demon King like Haitian Demon King has the confidence to fight against it. As for the existence below level 93, it can be rubbed on the ground even more. Qinglong Fenglong left the examination field. A ball of flames lit up in the sky, and a huge red dragon breathing out flames fell from the sky. Its voice was full of fiery flames, very crisp and clear. The first round, the third test. If you persist under my attack for 3 minutes, you will pass the test. According to the rules, my attack limit will not exceed level 77. 10 seconds later, the assessment will begin. Its character also looks like a flame, which is extinguished by wind and wind. There is a kind of meaning in the words that it will end soon, and it will go back to sleep. There were still traces of deep sleep on the huge Longan. Obviously it had just woken up not long ago. It seems that dragons like to sleep, even existences like Antares. 10 seconds later, it spewed out Dragon's Breath like a green dragon or a green dragon. It directly raised the attack power to level 77, leaving no room for it. In terms of difficulty, it seems to be more difficult than before. The entire examination room turned into a sea of flames, and there was nowhere to escape. This is the case in the 3 assessments, and those who are assessed can only bear it. It can't be said that you can only carry it hard. You can't fly, but you can jump. Warrior professionals can jump to high altitudes without stopping, thereby reducing the time of being attacked and reducing the pressure due to the magnitude. But Lin Moyu also believes that if they jump up, these giant dragons will definitely have a way to deal with it. They are not decorations, and it is impossible for people to take advantage of them. Lin Moyu did not dodge, standing in the flames, his skeleton armor gleaming, letting the flames burn. Just relying on the skeleton armor alone can actually pass the test. Lin Moyu didn't plan to make a move this time. Red didn't move after breathing out a mouthful of dragon's breath. Unlike Lin Moyu, he just didn't want to move. His eyes were slightly squinted, as if he wanted to sleep again. One person and one dragon, big eyes to small eyes, you don't move and I don't move. Under the continuous roasting of the flames, cracks appeared in the skeleton armor. After persisting for 30 seconds, the bone armor collapsed with a crisp click. However, Lin Moyu quickly added a bone armor for himself, which is almost seamless. The new bone armor exudes a white and dazzling light again, which is very charming. The red dragon still just glanced at Lin Moyu lightly, feeling nothing about Lin Moyu's actions. It is really lazy, too lazy to move. It gave Lin Moyu the feeling that he followed the rules and regulations, and he didn't want to do any extra things, and he didn't want to say a word of extra words. In this way, after Lin Moyu replenished the bone armor several times in a row, 3 minutes came. Red directly sucked all the flames back without delay, and at the same time shouted, "All right, next one." It really means to finish things quickly and go home and sleep quickly. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing. The red hair seemed a little fun. Each dragon has its own personality. The green poisonous dragon has a little more nonsense and is somewhat hostile to humans. The cyan wind dragon is a bit belligerent and has no ill feeling towards the human race. The red fire dragon is straightforward, obviously wanting to finish work quickly and go back to sleep. These giant dragons give Lin Moyu the feeling that they have distinct personalities. Under the urging of the red dragon, a blue ice dragon with blue light and cold air descended from the sky. The red dragon also moved away in an instant and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu looked at the sky. The anti-air effect here seems to have no effect on the dragons. The sky was densely covered with thick clouds, which blocked the line of sight and could not see the situation behind the clouds. As the blue ice dragon fell, the temperature dropped sharply. The fire dragon scorched the world before, and the temperature has risen very high. But now the temperature drops suddenly, one cold and one hot, making people extremely uncomfortable. The drastic temperature change also made Lin Moyu feel uncomfortable, and his brows furrowed inadvertently. Children of the human race, aren't you a little uncomfortable? The voice of the blue ice dragon sounded. Lin Moyu, of course, turned out to be a female voice. This is the female dragon. Oh no, it's the female dragon. The voice was slightly softer and more pleasant, not as deafening as those giant dragons before. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency Blue Dragon." According to the information harvested before, Lin Moyu already knows what to call them. Unfortunately, he seems to be wrong again. The blue dragon said softly, "I am not called a blue dragon. You can call me a frost dragon, or you can call me by my name, Ellie." "Okay, dear Ms. Ellie." Unexpectedly, the pair had a name, so Lin Moyu had to change the name. Ellie shook her head again. "I'm not a lady. I'm not married yet. You have to call me Mississippi." There are really many rules, and such a small detail must be paid attention to. The voice of the red dragon suddenly came from the air. "Ellie, don't talk so much nonsense. Hurry up and check. I have to go back to sleep." Ellie sighed. This guy is just so impatient. All right, then let's start the assessment. Children of the human race, you have to hold on to my attack for 4 minutes. My attack will not exceed level 78. If you can't hold on, remember to open your mouth and surrender. Don't force yourself and hurt yourself. It kindly reminds Lin Moyu. There was another red voice in the air. "Speak up and surrender. If you can open your mouth, you will be a ghost." Ellie was a little displeased, and raised her head. "Please shut your mouth." Although a little unhappy, but the tone is still soft. That appearance was more of a complaint than a scolding. There was no more movement in the sky. So Ellie said to Lin Moyu, "The assessment will start in 10 seconds. Human children, please get ready." Ellie feels to Lin Moyu, a bit like the big sister next door, showing a little concern. 10 seconds later, Ellie spoke again, "I'm going to start." After waiting for another 2 seconds, it began to breathe out the dragon's breath. Even the dragon's breath that spewed out was very gentle. The light blue dragon's breath carried cold air and gradually covered the entire examination field at a slow speed. Just this process, nearly half a minute has passed. 1/8 of the assessment time has passed. It can be said that Ellie is releasing water. The dragon's breath doesn't seem to be strong, about level 75, which is about the same strength as the poisonous dragon's breath of the green dragon at the beginning. The bone armor glowed, easily blocking the dragon's breath. A thick layer of ice formed on the huge examination field. Ellie breathed out the dragon's breath continuously and gently. Her strength continued to increase, and the temperature continued to drop. The falling speed is very stable, which also reveals Ellie's incomparably precise control of power. The whole process is understatement and looks very gentle. But only Lin Moyu, who is in it, knows that there are dangers lurking beneath the seemingly gentle surface. The temperature should have exceeded -100 degrees, which can freeze people into ice cubes in an instant. Among the 4 giant dragons, Ellie's test is the most difficult. He also understood why the red dragon said that if he could ask for mercy, there would be a ghost. If it is frozen, it is impossible to speak. Really begging for mercy. The bone armor was frozen and cracked in the low temperature, and this time the bone armor only lasted for 15 seconds. Compared with the previous time in the red dragon flames, the time has been reduced by half. Although there is only 1 level difference between level 78 and level 77, the damage has increased exponentially. The moment the skeleton armor shattered, Lin Moyu felt a biting chill. The status immunity skill worked, and Lin Moyu was not affected by freezing at all. All the damage caused instantly is also transferred. Lin Moyu felt the cold slightly, and had a clear understanding of the level 78 attack. He released the bone armor again to block the cold. Lin Moyu casts the bone armor once every 15 seconds like a seamless connection. Ellie didn't release the water, and kept the strength of the dragon's breath at level 78. It looked curiously, "Human child, you are very powerful." Lin Moyu said, "Dear Miss Ellie, you are also very good. Thank you for the compliment." Ellie giggled. If she just listened to the sound, she would never have guessed that it was a giant dragon, and she would have thought it was the young lady of some family. For minutes passed quickly, and Ellie put away the chill for the first time. The frost on the examination field disappeared instantly and returned to normal state. Ellie did not leave, but said to Lin Moyu, "Congratulations, you have passed the first 4 rounds of the first round of assessment. As long as you pass 1 more assessment, you will be able to complete the first round of assessment. However, the 5th test is a bit difficult and dangerous, so you have to be prepared. If there is danger, stop it as soon as possible, and we will stop in time." Lin Moyu heard the key word from it, us. It seems that the 5th assessment is not a single giant dragon participating, but multiple giant dragons participating together. Sure enough, as soon as Ellie finished speaking, the clouds in the sky rolled, and several giant dragons descended from the sky. The green dragon, the blue dragon, the red dragon, and the blue dragon Ellie occupy the 4 corners of the assessment field, surrounding Lin Moyu in the middle. The 4 giant dragons separated into 4 corners and surrounded Lin Moyu. Aili spoke first. "You have passed the 4 assessments and have been recognized by us. Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Aili, and I belong to the Frost Dragon among the elemental dragons." Then the green dragon also said in a deep voice, "My name is Gvass, and I am the poisonous dragon among the elemental dragons. Gale, the whirlwind dragon of the elemental dragon. Funtion, the giant flame dragon." The 4 elemental dragons introduced themselves respectively. Needless to say, it was the rule in the copy of Dragon King Palace. Passing the 4 assessments is regarded as being recognized by them. But Lin Moyu doesn't care. It doesn't matter whether these giant dragons recognize him or not. Lin Moyu looked at the group of colored monsters above the green dragon's head. What is this little guy? The green dragon Jivas was stunned. You actually call it a little guy? Do you know how many levels it has? You, a level 70 human race, actually call it a little guy. Its words are full of arrogance, and at the same time, there is a slight hostility towards the human race. Lin Moyu doesn't care what it says. Strength sometimes has nothing to do with level. I have the ability to kill it, so I call it a little guy. I don't think it has anything to do with it. 050 The green dragon breathed out poisonous gas and looked a little ferocious. Kill it. Don't think that you took a chance outside the dungeon. You don't know how powerful it is. Will it participate in the 5th assessment? Lin Moyu was not polite. It's just a small test outside the copy, although I don't know what kind of monster it is, but it's really not difficult to kill it. Gervis said, as if. Lin Moyu said, that's okay, but I still want to know what it's called. Red Dragon Finchen shouted, you guys talk a lot of nonsense. Hurry up and finish the assessment. I have to go to sleep. Ellie laughed out loud. It's called Rainbow Beast. It's already level 89, and it's a friend of Kvoss. The green dragon Jiva snorted and did not continue talking as a way to save face for Ellie. Ellie is like a gentle big sister. Let me tell you about the rules of the 5th assessment. We will besiege you and keep your power below level 80. You need to persist for 5 minutes under our siege to pass the level. If you can't hold on, you can surrender, and we will stop immediately. However, based on your previous performance, I think it should be no problem to pass the 5th assessment. Lin Moyu asked, I don't have it, right? The green dragon sneered, don't talk about fighting back. Even if you kill us, it's okay. It depends on whether you have the ability. Lin Moyu smiled, I see. I have another question. The green dragon shouted impatiently, where do you get so many questions? Ask questions after you have typed them out, and I will answer you if you pass the test. That being the case, then pass the assessment and ask again. If the strength is controlled below level 80, that means less than level 80, which should be the limit of level 79. No matter which race, level 80 is another big leap. The attributes will be greatly improved, and new skills can be mastered at the same time. In the human race, a top professional at level 80 is enough to deal with 10 or 20 top professionals at level 79. The difference between one level and the difference in combat power is not small. So Lin Moyu can understand why these giant dragons keep their strength below level 80. Once you reach level 80, it will be another level. This setting is really good, giving a chance. It's just that they thought about one thing wrong. They didn't know anything about Lin Moyu's strength. Ellie, the frost dragon, said, the assessment will start in 10 seconds, and the assessment will last for 5 minutes. If you can't support it, don't hold on, just stop it. Lin Moyu hummed, thank you. He could feel that Ellie was sincere and not joking. Lin Moyu put a layer of bone armor on himself. At the 5th second, the entire assessment field suddenly shone brightly. A layer of curtain was opened, from the examination site straight to the sky, passing through the clouds, forming an encirclement at a height of several hundred meters, and closing the entire examination site. Lin Moyu only felt a lightness on his body. Forbidden space disappeared. A law that has always been suppressed on the body has disappeared, and it is no longer forbidden. The lightning undead wing was successfully summoned, and Lin Moyu's feet slowly left the ground. From this point, Lin Moyu sees a lot of information. The 5th assessment is different from the previous ones. It will be a 3-dimensional test. It is no longer necessary to passively attack hard, but to dodge. The assessment platform is very large, with a diameter of more than a kilometer, and there is also a range of more than 500 meters in the air. This area is not small. See Lin Moyu summon the wings and take off slowly. The 4 giant dragons also lifted off one after another, still surrounding Lin Moyu. The green dragon snorted and said, human race boy, hide quickly, don't be slapped to death by my paw. In their view, Lin Moyu's choice is very normal. Surviving for 5 minutes is actually escaping for 5 minutes. As for fighting back, it is simply impossible. The 10-second countdown ended, and the giant dragons were just about to make a move, but before they had time to breathe out their breath, they were shocked on the spot. What the hell? This guy is a summoner? At some point in the sky, a large number of headless horsemen appeared. These headless horsemen are menacing, rushing towards them one by one with silvery white flames burning. Lin Moyu releases 4,000 headless horsemen, 1,000 dragons per head, very fair. The headless horseman is enough to deal with the situation where he can only display the peak strength of level 79. The rainbow beast keeps changing its shape, as if it wants to say something, but it doesn't seem to have the ability to speak, and can't make any sound. Its expression was ignored by the dragons. The headless horseman has turned into a streamer and rushed over. Skill, Rush. After charging at close range, the headless horseman collided with the giant dragon almost instantly, and the sharp sword in his hand slashed like lightning. For a while, the sound of metal clashing was endless. The giant dragons are actually existences beyond the god level, and their defense is extremely powerful. Even if the power is suppressed, the defense is still at the god level. It is impossible for the headless horseman to injure them, but the power they can exert cannot repel the headless horseman. That's what Lin Moyu wants: surround them, drag them, and surround them for 5 minutes is enough. 0. These giant dragons are not malicious to themselves, and there is no need to really do anything to them. These guys are tough. The green dragon Jivas yelled loudly, continuously spouting poisonous dragon breath. It's just that there is a Lich General, and the highly poisonous dragon's breath with only level 9 damage can't do any damage to the headless horseman. Gvass shook the dragon's wings, and a pair of giant claws kept sending the headless horseman flying. But there are too many headless horsemen, dozens of them were shot flying, and new additions came up immediately. No matter how hard it tries, it can't get rid of the headless horseman's siege. If it is in the outside world, it still has enough space to make a detour, but in the examination field, the space is so big. The situation of several other giant dragons is similar to it. Ellie's body is covered with blue light, and the chill is rolling, but the headless horseman is surrounded by immunity skills, and can also be immune to various negative states. Compared with the whirlwind dragon, it was surrounded by the whirlwind, blowing so strongly that the headless horseman couldn't stop backing up. It smashed into a passage with the help of the wind, but as soon as it flew out, the headless horseman ran into it again with his charge ability. With the huge impact, even the giant dragon was constantly knocked back, and the headless horseman surrounded him in a blink of an eye. The green dragon yelled angrily, "Damn it! Where are there so many summons? If it weren't for the rules, I would kill these guys in one breath. But no matter how it calls, it's useless, and it can't rush out at all." Lin Moyu stood in the air like this, motionless. He didn't need to do anything at all. For him, this assessment was no different from the previous ones, and there was no pressure. A ray of light flew over without a sound. Relying on its small size, Rainbow Beast flew over from the encirclement. Finally, I can't bear it anymore. Lin Moyu surrounded the 4 giant dragons with the headless horseman, and part of his attention was always on the Rainbow Beast. This is a 1-on-5 assessment, with 4 giant dragons and rainbow beasts. 1.2 The rainbow beast came to Lin Moyu in the form of a beam of light, and opened its mouth violently, trying to swallow Lin Moyu in. This should be its attack method, dragging the prey into its own independent space, and then destroying it. You have a soul. Lin Moyu still didn't dodge or avoid, but said something without thinking. Skill, Undead Gaze. The sky suddenly turned black, and night fell. The phantom of the undead world suddenly appeared, and the death energy spread. A flame gate appeared in the undead world, and the silver-white flames formed a strong contrast with the pitch-black world. What is this again? Several giant dragons froze for a moment. They know it's Lin Moyu's skill, but they don't know what skill sounds so great. Undead eyes appear in the gate. The rainbow beast's newly opened body suddenly collapsed, and it turned into a head-sized mass again, and shrank back to the top of the green dragon's head. The gaze of the eyes of the undead caused a lot of trauma to the soul of the rainbow beast. Even a god-level powerhouse will feel pain under the gaze of the undead, not to mention its 85-level existence. The undead gaze did not launch a soul attack on the 4 dragons. It just stayed in midair, letting the silver flames burn. All the dragons can feel the horror of this gate, especially the white eye in the gate, which makes them fearful. Creatures have the instinct to perceive danger, and dragons are no exception. Their instincts are particularly strong. They feel that the gate is scary and the eyes are dangerous enough to pose a threat to their safety. When they looked at their eyes, it seemed that the big white eyes were staring at themselves. The giant dragons withdrew their gazes one after another, not daring to look any further. They couldn't figure out why a level 70 human boy would have such terrifying skills. Could it be that the human race has become so powerful now? It's just because this human race is a bit special. None of the 4 giant dragons could break through the siege of the Headless Horseman, and the Rainbow Beast escaped after being injured by the Eye of the Dead. Since the appearance of the Eyes of the Dead, the assessment has suddenly changed. The giant dragons were still struggling to break free from the siege of the Headless Horseman, but now they suddenly slowed down one by one. Lin Moyu also noticed this keenly, and also slowed down the rhythm. The 2 sides seemed to have reached a tacit agreement not to attack each other. Only the green dragon has a bit of unwillingness in its eyes. Especially the Rainbow Beast's injury deepened its hostility towards Lin Moyu by several points. However, due to the limitation of Rule 02, it can't use stronger power. It dare not break the copy rules. Time passed by every minute and every second, and 5 minutes was very short. In a blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. Just when Lin Moyu thought that this assessment would end like this, a thunder suddenly sounded in the air. The thunder was extremely loud and repeated several times. As if they had received some kind of signal, the 4 giant dragons looked up to the sky and uttered dragon chants at the same time. Even Ellie, who was as gentle as a big sister, let out a dragon cry at this moment. The breath of the 4 giant dragons rises and breathes out dragon breath at the same time. It is not an ordinary dragon's breath, which contains extremely pure elements. The range of the dragon's breath is huge, almost covering the entire examination area. The 3 elements of poison, wind, and fire are intertwined, inseparable from each other, and maintain a relative balance. Only Ellie's ice dragon's breath remained outside, and she didn't blend in all at once. Children of the human race, Elemental Storm is our combination skill. It's a bit powerful, you have to be careful. Ellie's voice rang in his ear. The soft-spoken frost dragon kindly reminded himself at the end. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. At present, Miss Ellie is a kind dragon. After Ellie finished speaking, the dragon's breath came out of it and the other 3 elements came into contact. Water and fire are incompatible, and the stability of the elements is suddenly broken. The elements exploded violently, forming a fierce elemental storm, colliding wantonly in the examination field. The elements in the examination field were extremely chaotic, and huge forces came from all directions to tear Lin Moyu apart. The Headless Horseman was blown upside down, unable to control his figure, and flew randomly in the air. A large number of Headless Horsemen hit the surrounding shields and bounced back heavily. Lin Moyu was still standing in mid-air, his skeleton armor was already broken, and he didn't even bother to replenish it. The damage transfer left him unscathed. The combination attack skill of the 4 giant dragons is really powerful, but it still hasn't reached level 80. Such an attack was completely ignored by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This skill is somewhat similar to the elemental riot of the skeleton mage. However, fundamentally speaking, elemental riots are more high-end. The elemental riot of the skeleton archmage almost detonated all the elements. But now the 4 giant dragons just mix and detonate their own elements, which is much worse than the elemental riot. What interests Lin Moyu the most is the control of the dragons. Even in the case of launching skills with disjoint force, they can still control the mighty world. In this regard, he has to surpass himself by a lot. Perhaps, I can also practice the control of my skills. Controlling the skills to the limit may have unexpected effects. Lin Moyu came up with an idea. and felt that the idea was good, so he could try it. The elemental storm quickly dissipated after a minute. Seeing the unharmed Lin Moyu, the 4 dragons all stared wide-eyed. Lin Moyu's strength exceeded their imagination. Lin Moyu asked with a smile, "Guys, have I passed the test?" Ellie was the first to answer, "It's over." The flame dragon was sleepless at the moment. "Are you really a human race?" Lin Moyu nodded, "It's guaranteed to be true." The whirlwind dragon flapped its wings. "You are very strong. I hope to fight you with all my strength." Lin Moyu shook his head. "No, fighting with all your strength will kill you." The whirlwind dragon said in a deep voice, "Are you afraid?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's not that I'm afraid, it's just that it's unnecessary. I don't want Yonglong." "What?" The whirlwind dragon didn't come back up in one breath, and almost choked to death. Lin Moyu was a little brash, and even said that he didn't want to slay the dragon. The green dragon Jiva said coldly, "I'm not ashamed. If it wasn't for the dungeon restriction, this dragon would spray you to death in one breath." Lin Moyu chuckled and did not refute. "And you can't do it. There is no need for verbal disputes." At this time, the huge flame dragon said, "He has a strong dragon flavor on him." Jiva said coldly, "Isn't this normal? Humans and those lowly dragons are originally hostile relations, and it's normal to kill them." The huge flame dragon shook his head, "Not only ordinary dragons, but also a dragon king." The cyclone dragon's eyes narrowed suddenly. "Are you too prosperous?" Lin Moyu hummed, "I just killed it a few days ago." This time, Jiva stopped talking. Although it keeps saying that the dragon race is a lowly race, the Dragon King's strength is not weak. After the Dragon Clan becomes the Dragon King, their bloodline power will also be sublimated. When using the power of blood, the phantom of the dragon will also appear. From the appearance point of view, there is no difference with them. As the saying goes, the strong are respected, and big fists are the last word. A person who can slay the Dragon King will naturally not have small fists. Especially those like Lin Moyu who can kill the Dragon King at level 70, even if they are not strong enough now, but the future is limitless. Kvoss has a bad temper, but that doesn't mean it's fort. Seeing its performance, Lin Moyu couldn't help thinking to himself, the teacher is right, big fists are the last word. Some people can't reason with their mouths, they have to use their fists. Before his fist was punched out, just showing it for the opponent to see, the opponent had already shut his mouth. The whirlwind dragon said in a deep voice, "You really only have level 70. That's right. Then how could you kill the Dragon King? You are at least 20 levels behind the Dragon King." Sometimes, strength and level are not necessarily related. Lin Moyu's words made it speechless. Ellie smiled and said, "Human child, can you tell us your name?" They never asked about Lin Moyu's 413 name, now they do. It shows that they have admitted Lin Moyu from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Moyu said, "Human race, Lin Moyu." Ellie nodded her head, "I made a note. Now that you have passed the first round of assessment, you now have 2 choices. One is to leave the instance with the first round of assessment. The second is to continue the second round of assessment. If you pass, the reward will be doubled. If you fail, there will be no reward, and you will lose your life. Once you make a choice, you can't go back on it." After the first round of assessment, Lin Moyu had 2 choices. The answer is that the matter of Antares has not been done yet. How could it be possible to leave here? Lin Moyu made a decision without thinking, "I choose to continue." Ellie said, "Okay, with your strength, you can indeed continue." It seemed that she had guessed Lin Moyu's choice early on, and Ellie didn't say much. It uttered a dragon chant toward the sky, and the dragon chant was transmitted far away, echoing throughout the dungeon. The shield covering the examination site disappeared, and Lin Moyu felt the power of the forbidden air again, and he fell from the air. At the other end of the examination field, a ladder appeared. The same as 100 steps, leading to a higher sky. At the end of the stairs, there is also a platform, an even bigger examination site for the sun zodiac. There was thunder in the ears, and for a while, lightning flashed and thundered in the sky, and there was endless void on both sides of the stairs, and electric snakes flew likewise. Ellie said, "The second round of assessment starts now. You first have to walk through the stairs and enter the second assessment platform. There is a sea of thunder on both sides of the stairs. Once you fall down, you will definitely die. Please be careful." "Thank you." Lin Moyu thanked Ellie. Lin Moyu just said at this time, "I had a question before, can I ask now?" "Can. The strength you show is several levels higher than that of the examiner. If the person who comes in is a level 89 professional, what will you do?" Ellie replied, "It's simple, we just need to show the power of God level. The gap between level 89 and level 90 is huge." Lin Moyu naturally understood. The gap between level 90 and level 89 is much larger than the gap between level 70 and level 80. From this point of view, the people who entered the dungeon at level 89 are quite sad. "So, I was lucky." Lin Moyu laughed. Ellie nodded, "It's almost like that." Lin Moyu asked again, "Then what if the person who came in was a God-level powerhouse?" Ellie's tone was still calm. "Then there will be another assessment method. For God-level powerhouses, our assessment will be changed." Didn't say anything specific, and Lin Moyu didn't ask. But it is conceivable that if a level 90 God-level powerhouse comes in, it is obviously unrealistic to let him withstand the attack of level 95, and he would have been killed in seconds. Ali asked, "Any more questions?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "Not for now." He walked towards the stairs, but he was thinking about the question just now. From the answer he got just now, he already knew that there must be a stronger power zone in the dungeon. Even if a God-level powerhouse enters the dungeon has the ability to assess it. No wonder even Anteri said that there is danger in Dragon King Palace. It seems that the water in Dragon King Palace copy is much deeper than he thought. He raised his foot and stepped on the steps. The steps were lit up, and a bolt of lightning shot out from the steps and landed on Lin Moyu's feet. Lightning is not strong, but it has the unique paralysis characteristic of lightning. If a normal person is hit, it is very likely that they will lose their balance, or even fall. The steps are not wide, only about 1 meter. If you are not careful, you will fall out of the steps and fall into the sea of thunder on both sides. As Ellie said, there will be no bones left. But Lin Moyu is immune to electric elements, and he feels nothing when the lightning hits his feet. Lin Moyu took 2 steps, the same lightning attack, but gradually strengthened. This level is easy. Lin Moyu started striding forward, faster and faster. The dragons all stared wide-eyed. It's fake, why is he walking faster and faster? Wouldn't it affect him at all if the electric element enters the body? Even if the electric element resistance is high, it is impossible to have no influence at all. Yes, even you and I will be affected, this human race is too strange. At this time, the green dragon Jiva said in a muffled voice, "It was the same in my poisonous gas before, and my poisonous gas has no effect on it." Ali said, "I feel he is very special, the most special one I have ever seen." The flame dragon turned to look at Ellie. "Sister, are you sure?" Ellie nodded, "Sure, although there are many geniuses, I just think he is very special." Several giant dragons gasped. Ellie's words are not false. Ali continued, "Look, see if I feel right." Ellie flew into the sky and entered the clouds, looking at Lin Moyu through the thick clouds. At this time, Lin Moyu had already walked 100 steps and stood firmly on the assessment platform of the second level. The examination platform of the second pass is much larger than that of the first pass, and the diameter of the circular test platform exceeds 2,000 meters. In the center of the examination platform, a giant dragon was sleeping on the ground. Thunder light flickered on the giant dragon, and electric snakes danced. This is a lightning dragon. It seems that they are stronger than Ellie, and they should have reached the middle god level. It's conservatively estimated to be around 94 to 95, which is similar to the teacher's breath. Although the opponent is very strong, Lin Moyu is not worried. "I am completely immune to the electric element. No matter how powerful the lightning dragon is, its strongest ability cannot hurt me. In this way, you only need to consider the opponent's physical attack. The key is the dungeon rules, and he believes that the other party must also abide by the dungeon rules. Lin Moyu walked towards the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon's nose twitched twice, and slowly opened its eyes. Its huge eyes reflect the appearance of Lin Moyu, human race. Lin Moyu asked, "What's your name?" "You have passed the first test, and you are qualified to know the name of this deity." "The deity Lelin, the Thunder Dragon." Lin Moyu asked, "Your Majesty Lelinger, what is the assessment for this level?" Lelin shook his head and stood up. "No hurry, no rush. This deity just woke up. Let this deity wake up a little more. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control my strength, and if I kill you by mistake, I won't be able to explain it." Lin Moyu was noncommittal, and he was not in a hurry. He had a lot of patience. As for saying that he would kill himself if he was not careful, Lin Moyu felt that the other party did not have this ability. The lightning on Lelin's body was becoming stronger, and the drowsiness was fading. Your human race is really a magical race, with geniuses emerging all the time. According to your world, you should be level 70. It stared at Lin Moyu, as if affirming its own words. "That's right, you are level 70. At level 70, you can enter the Dragon King Palace dungeon. The difficulty is also the lowest. The rewards are the same, but the difficulty is the lowest. It's a smart way. Is there someone in your family who has entered the Dragon King Hall, so you are allowed to come here at level 70? You human race, you have a lot of thoughts and bright minds, and you can maximize your benefits." Lin Moyu doesn't have any family elders. If there is one, it is Antares. It was indeed Antares who urged him to come here. Lin Moyu thought that Antares was eager to get his Dragon Ball back. It seems that this is not the case now, but that Antares knows some rules in the copy of the Dragon Lord Hall. Level 70 is the best, but he didn't say it clearly. Lin Moyu couldn't help being grateful to Antares. At the same time, listening to Lelin's words, turbulent waves set off in his heart. From Lilin's words, Lin Moyu captured too much information. What Lelin was saying was, "your world," and also said that the human race is a magical race. The meanings represented by these two sentences alone are already extraordinary. Are there many worlds? Besides our world, there are other worlds, and there are human races in other worlds. Later, Lelin also mentioned the family. It shows that there are not many human races who have entered the copy of Dragon King Palace. According to historical records, in the past few hundred years, no human race has entered the instance of Dragon King Palace. This is worth scrutinizing. Since none of them entered the Dragon King Palace dungeon, and there were humans in the Dragon King Palace dungeon, let's combine the previous words. Needless to say, it is definitely a human race from another world. Lin Moyu was shocked at first, but then he thought that he just came from time travel. Isn't the world I was originally in just another world? Since he can exist in the world he traveled through before, it seems normal to have some other human worlds. Lin Moyu felt suddenly enlightened, as if he had realized something. The field of vision suddenly became wider, and the things I saw were a little different. For some reason, the soul jumped violently, and it became stronger. It's not that the energy of the soul has increased, but that the level of the soul has increased, and the upper limit has increased. As Lelin became more and more sober, he said less and less. Hee, I slept for a long time this time, and it took me a long time to wake up. I like to talk when I wake up, so I can wake up faster, forgive me. It is very polite and does not look down on Lin Moyu because of his rank. Lin Moyu said, "You can talk a little longer, I'm a good listener." Lin Moyu wished that the other party would talk more and let him know more. Such, Wang Hao Hao, opportunities are rare. Lelin said with a chuckle, almost enough is said. Suddenly it frowned, and a thunder sounded in the air at the same time. Lin Moyu saw a sea of thunder appear in the air, and then quickly disappeared. Lelin looked at Lin Moyu with gloomy eyes. Lin Moyu didn't know what's wrong. Why did he suddenly change his face when he was looking fine just a second ago? Leland looked at Lin Moyu for a few seconds before speaking again. Don't tell the outside world what the deity said just now. Otherwise. Leland seemed to want to threaten Lin Moyu, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't say anything threatening. Lin Moyu guessed that there might be too many rules restricting it. And just now, it just slipped its tongue. The more this is the case, the more Lin Moyu feels that this world is not normal. Lin Moyu said, "Your Majesty Lai Lin, please rest assured that I will not talk nonsense." Leland stared at Lin Moyu. Even though Lin Moyu had promised, he was obviously still worried. The words have been exported, and there is no way to take them back. Leland couldn't think of a good solution either. The two sides appear to be at a stalemate. Suddenly, killing intent rose from Leland's body. Lin Moyu shuddered. "It's going to kill me."